What's going on, everybody? It's your man's Harry B. Listen, man. Welcome to TLP Sports Club. You're watching TLP Live. I'm your host, Harry B. The B means billion. The Cleveland Browns played their final preseason game, the Big 12 opened up the college football season, and we're going to talk about both. Shedeur did not do too well. There are some little nuances that we should talk about. We're going to do that. Right before we do that, though.
BWB. Bandwagon buffs.
That's right. It's your man's Harry Billion. Please do me a favor and smash that subscribe button. Make sure to give me the thumbs up. And don't forget to hit that bell notification so that you can get the videos as soon as I upload it to YouTube. All right, family, I got to go ahead and get into this video real quick. So that's all the business I got. You know what time it is. Let's work.
BW.
So, yeah, let's go ahead and get right to work. The first thing we're going to take, two things we're going to talk about. The college football season has officially begun. The NFL, the Cleveland Browns ended their preseason, their preseason campaign today. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how Shedeur did. The Big 12, somebody's undefeated in the Big 12. And that is the Cyclones. That is the Iowa State Cyclones. So if you were the one that chose Iowa State yesterday, salute to you. Iowa beat K-State. Dylan Edwards got injured in the very beginning of the game. He dropped. I guess it was a kickoff. He was a returner. He dropped the ball by his goal line, and he was tackled. He was tackled. He dropped the ball, and I think the way that he was tackled, something happened. He probably pulled a hammy. Something happened. He went to the locker room and did not play the rest of the game. But Iowa State came out and they handled business. Some takeaways from those games. Let's go ahead and just get this stuff out of the way because we know that the Shedeur stuff is going to probably eat up a lot of the time. So let me just get this part out of the way. So some takeaways of the game. The two defenses were really good. I recognize that the two teams had good edge rushers. I would say I will give the edge to Iowa State. I would give the edge to K-State as far as who have better edge rushers, and better linebacker play. I will give the advantage K-State. Both teams have really good defenses, and I thought it was a really good game. Obviously, they have some poor conditions, raining conditions, and that affected the game. But you got to come and play. You feel me? The wide receivers from K-State, I guess on both sides were not doing that well, but from K-State was definitely, you can see they were dropping balls and whatnot. But the Big 12 started off with a bang. Those two teams are really good. You should watch out for K-State and Iowa State in the Big 12. Those are really good teams. And unfortunately, somebody has to win, somebody has to lose. Iowa State won the game. K-State gets the O. All right, and they have to now, play from behind for the rest of the season. That was a really good game. The two defenses were really good. The offenses have work to do. The quarterback play was poor. Overthrows. Beck was good. He obviously won the game, but Beck was good. Avery, he's okay. He's good, but what I saw was a lot of missed opportunities from the quarterback play. I believe, maybe first game jitters or whatever was happening was there, and maybe the weather, the ball being slippery, stuff like that. Maybe that happens, but the quarterback play was a little suspect. All right, but I think the two teams are good, and they're going to have a good season. All right, now let's go ahead and turn our attention to the Shedeur situation. I don't want to do this alone, and I don't have to. Welcome everybody that's in the chat. Let me just say hello before I begin. We got to talk about this. Terrace Davey, what up with you? Donna Cott, what up with you? Unspoken Sports Podcast, what up with you? Y'all are already ready. Y'all in the chat already. Y'all ready to go. A condo Semi, what up with you? KMS, what's up with you? We already exchanged some words. JV Praise, what up with you? Mike Myers, what up with you? All right, so let's go. This here show is a call-in show. You don't have to stay in the comments. Join TLP Live at gmail.com. Join TLP Live at gmail.com. That is the email. You email me. I send you the link. We come on here. We talk. Let's go. Let's get it. It's time for us to get down with the nitty gritty. I'm going to do it like this. Oh, anyways, for those of you who are, generous and you're feeling a little generous, you can help this channel grow. Guys, make sure, there's several ways to help the channel grow, guys. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. That's one way to grow the channel. Hit the like button, guys. We're almost at 19,000. We are at 19. We're almost at 19,000. Let me tell you the numbers. We are 18,923. Who knows math? 70. If we're at 923, we need how many more to get to 9,000? And I hope we can do that. Let me see. 100 minus 23. That's 77 more people. We got 89 people watching. If all of you are not subscribed, help the channel grow. Also hit that like button to let the algorithm know that we are live so that more people can come on here. But yeah, man, we need 77 more people to come on to subscribe to the channel so that we can hit 19,000. 20,000 is almost here. I didn't think it was going to take this long, but just like fufu and goat meat, TLP Sports Club it's an acquired taste. When you come around here, we tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? We glaze some, but we're not all the way glazed. So I understand that some people in the fan base may not want to subscribe because they feel like I don't say all positive things all the time. And but anyways, please hit the subscribe button. And if you feel, like I said, if you're feeling generous, $ TLP Sports Club to bless this channel and keep it free. But we got to go. Make sure you email me, though, because I want y'all to come on here. I want us to have a good conversation. I want to keep it fair, and I want to make sure that everybody gets their voice in. Please also join the chat. If you cannot come on live, join the chat. But join TLP Live at gmail.com. That is the email you're going to use so that we can go ahead and talk about what we saw today. Don't forget what I just said. I opened up the show for those of you who are just coming. The Big 12 started off the college football season with Iowa State playing K-State, Kansas State, all right? No, Dorothy and Tito, or Toto, whatever their names are, they were not present in that game. It was Iowa State, and it was K-State. Dylan Edwards from the former Buff, Coach Prime's guy, he got hurt. Very first play, he got hurt. He dropped the ball right on his goal line, and he got hurt. He never entered the game again. Iowa State won the game. So now Iowa State is 1-0. They are on their way to hopefully that I'm not saying hopefully, they're on their way to that Big 12 championship. They're 1-0 in the Big 12. Let's go ahead and talk about this Shedeur situation. I'm going to monitor the emails, and let's get going. All right. So let me make sure I got the email on deck. All right. All right. So what did y'all see? The first thing. Oh, you like fufu? That's what's up. All right. What did y'all see? Let's talk about what did we see. We're not talking about good, bad. It's good, bad, ugly, whatever it is. What did you see is what we're talking about. Just talk about what you saw, okay? We're not leaning any other way. Just plainly, what did you see in the Cleveland Browns first game? All right, so what did you see? Joe Flacco has an arm. It's obvious. Joe Flacco came in. He did his thing. And the Cleveland Browns defense is really good. Like I told y'all, I think Cleveland is going to be a surprise team. If you are a Cleveland Browns fan, you should be happy. You should be proud because at the end of the day, whether you're rooting for Shedeur Sanders or not, and you're just getting here, you are a BWB like myself. You are a bandwagon Brown. Whether you're that, you should be happy what you saw in Cleveland in the preseason. Cleveland Browns, regardless of their quarterback situation, guys, the Cleveland Browns showed up and they showed out in all 3 games of the preseason. They went undefeated in the preseason. If that's indicative of how their season is going to go, which is not necessary because, you already know. I don't want to, beat a dead horse or whatever, but it's preseason. You're not playing all starters. Not everybody's at full strength. No, people trying to preserve their players' injuries, escape injuries, yada yada yada. I believe that the Cleveland Browns starting center, he was taken to the locker room. He was injured in that game, and so anyway, I told you guys that in one live, I told y'all that the offense, right, the offensive line was pretty good a couple of years before. If they were able to, keep the injuries low, then they could be good this year. So the Cleveland Browns, if you're a Browns fan, like I said, you know that the Cleveland Browns are going to have a good season. Not necessarily like, playoff season, but it looks like if they was pegged to win 4.5 games, like I told y'all, I'm taking the over. The defense is really good, and it was not necessarily their first team defense that was out there, but they're very physical. They're very physical. When you see them play, they attack the ball, and they're very physical. All right? So Joe Flacco did good. He came in there. He handled the offense. Dylan Gabriel was good. He came in there. He handled his business. Shedeur was not too. He wasn't as great. You feel me? As a matter of fact, it was kind of terrible. Okay, let's not even sugarcoat it. It was really bad. First three outings were 3 and outs. All right. Got sacked a couple of times, and so yeah, it looked really bad. It was bad. And one thing that I do as like generally overall, the Cleveland Browns are going to be an okay team. If you're taking the under, I think you should change your mind. You should take the over because the Cleveland Browns are not too shabby when it comes to overall play. Now, let's get into the trenches. Let's get into the nitty gritty. Did they get it right as far as quarterback, as far as the pecking order of the quarterback? I guess the depth chart. Did they get it right? Here's where they got it right. Number one, Joe Flacco is an OG. If you're going to have Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, but Kenny Pickett is not available, you start Joe Flacco. That is a no-brainer. First of all, he knows the playbook. He understands the plays, and he's not thinking too much out there, right? Second of all, you got they said Dylan Gabriel is their second string because Kenny Pickett again is injured. Kenny Pickett is their second. Kenny Pickett was supposed to either start or be second string. The two old guys, the two older or veteran guys. Let me just say veteran. The two veterans were supposed to be 1 and 2, and then we shovel out the second and third. The third and fourth. All right. So here is where it gets a little murky. Here is where it gets a little gray. Dylan Gabriel had a decent game. His overall play when he was able to play were consistent as far as what he was able to do. He didn't score in his first outing when he was commanding the offense the first time, but he did, lead some scoring drives, and they did win that game. The second time, he did score. One time, he threw a pass. He scored, but he was more consistent. He didn't play as long as Shedeur did, but he was more consistent. I don't think he's played as long as Shedeur did. If I got that wrong, let me know. Shedeur, when he got in the game, though, here's what y'all are saying, and here's what I saw. How do we break this down? The announcers were saying that the protection was bad. What I saw when Shedeur got into the game, or when I saw Dylan Edwards and I saw Joe Flacco, their protection was better. So they had time to make their reads and find their receivers and pass. When Shedeur got in the game, I don't know if it was the first or second string offensive line that was in there. I don't know who was in the game. I couldn't tell who was in the game. But his protection was breaking up. And then I saw that the play calling was a little different. I thought it was a little weird, right? Because it was like, it was uninspiring, to tell you the truth. The play call was uninspiring. All right? They didn't get him going with the play calling. You feel me? Like, okay, he's coming off and he's been waiting. He comes into the game. You got to do something. You got to call the plays in a way where he can get going, right? Get the motivation up. But it was, from Shedeur's end, I saw a lot of low energy, right? It was like, I'm like, what is going on? Why is his energy level, why is it like something in gelling, right? His energy was mad low. You feel me? His head was hanging. He came in the game like, it was almost reminiscent of right before you get on the field, like you get bad news, right? You get bad news, and then you have to go in that game and go play your best. That's what it felt like. His energy was mad low. Then he get in the game. The very first time he gets in the game, they hand the ball off, he gets the throw, whatnot. It was 3 and out. So I was seeing a lot of 3 and out, but the energy was low. It was like there was not enough oomph, or something was not there. Something was missing, right? When Dylan Gabriel got in the game, it was like they went back to the digs, right? Short passes that got gosh, I'm going to keep saying Edwards. Dylan Gabriel, they got Gabe going fast. It was like short digs, some screen plays and, run plays, screens, and really short passes, and he had protection. It was like, it was like almost the game just kind of like came to a halt when Shedeur got in the game. It was like a halt. Did y'all see that as well? Man, y'all are just killing it right now in the chat. What are you saying? Let me make sure I get y'all. Give me a second, guys. Let me make sure. Let me see what y'all are saying so I can interact with y'all, because y'all saw stuff. All right, so, okay, let me see. So Terrence Davis saying it did Shedeur wrong today. It did him dirty. Okay. So Quinn Leader says, no excuses. He played bad and played like he has since JSU. That boy Rico said Shedeur was playing with 10th strings who are gonna get cut. Carly Cowboy said he was set up. So y'all, okay, so this is how you're seeing that he was set up. So look, whether he feels like he was set up or whether you feel like he was set up, they call the plays, and you as a quarterback, you have to run those plays. All right, you got to get your reads in there. You got to run those plays. Something that I recognize and that we keep talking about here is his pocket movement. Shedeur has to work on his pocket movement. In the NFL, you don't have enough time to go backwards. Even the commentators were saying it. Your pocket movement, we noticed that Shedeur goes backwards in the pocket. And the commentators are saying, hey man, step up in the pockets, right? Whether they're setting you up or not, you have to do, your mechanics have to be on point, especially if you notice that the play calling is not in your favor. Your mechanics have to be on point. You can't keep going backwards in the pocket because that pocket collapses very quickly. So what I'm noticing Shedeur is doing those things that hurt his game at Colorado. He's still making those simple mistakes like pocket movement. So again, this is very important for you to get first team reps, because you have to understand, like, okay, how fast is the game going? You got to get those first teams reps because you need that action. You need the speed of the game to be almost simulated in practice so you can see it for real. how the first team moves is different from how second and third strings move. They're the first team for a reason. So you got to work on the pocket. If they're working with him on that, then you will see some of that stuff being minimized. But it seemed like his pocket movement is not work. It hasn't gotten up to speed yet, because you keep going backwards. And I see the other two quarterbacks, they go forward. When Huntley came into the game, which I want to talk about, because I'm like, wait a minute. Why and how are we playing Huntley with 2 minutes to go and cut is on Tuesday? Huntley is the 5th quarterback. You're not keeping 4. Okay, the GM talked about keeping 4 quarterbacks, but you're not keeping 5 quarterbacks. So what is the motivation to keep Huntley? Like I said, we'll talk about it in a second. Let me bring on JR Boxing. JR Boxing, welcome to the show, my brother. How you doing today? What's good with you?
What's good, Harry?
All is well. So give me a general what you saw without any leaning any other way. Just tell me what you saw out there.
It was bad tape, man. He reverted back to a lot of bad habits. You can't do that, man. If you want to, you just can't do that. He reverted to some bad habits that you just can't do.
So that's what I saw that, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute. We understand that you coming from Colorado without a good O-line, and then like as soon as you like almost like PTSD, right? Hey, common sense buff, what's up with you, man? Hope all is well. So it's almost like you had a bad O-line, and then but your mechanics still gotta be there. So
Absolutely.
He's like his pocket movement is like, are they working on it? Do you sense that they're working on his pocket movement? Like how he works in the pocket. Are they working on that? Because what I saw was like the same old Shedeur. When the line breaks down, he starts to go backwards as opposed to stepping up in the pocket and getting rid of that ball really fast.
Yeah. I mean, look, any NFL team at that level, they're going to work in it, man. They're going to do drills and all of that stuff throughout training camp to work, with the quarterbacks and things like that. The thing is you got to be able to make the adjustment. And that's just something he didn't do. Whether he got in his own head, you come out the first drive, you kind of amped up to go out there and prove yourself. And then you go 3 and out. And then the second drive, it didn't look too good. So now you start to press because you're trying to make a play. But you got to play the game within the game. You got to remember the things that you go through in training camp. All right, well, let me take a step up in the pocket. Even if you take a step up in the pocket and you get sacked, you still took a step up in the pocket. But if you drift back 13 yards and get sacked, like you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not what you're rehearsing in practice. Like in practice, you're rehearsing stepping up in the pocket. They do the drills. So he just kind of reverted back. To me, it was almost like 2023 Shedeur Sanders. He drifted a lot. He kind of cleaned it up last year at CU, but to me, he kind of reverted back like 2 years. And so once he got in his own head, like Kevin Stefanski pulled him because that's how players get hurt. Like you in your own head, your demeanor on the sideline is not good and stuff like that. You mess around and get hurt out there, bro. So, and plus they kind of owed it to Snoop Huntley. They brought him in. He trying to make a name for himself too. Maybe some other team can pull him on a practice squad or something like that. So he kind of owed it to Snoop Huntley too to try to get him in and let him get a drive or something before you cut him. So it is what it is.
Okay, so you're thinking like, as far as that's concerned, that was just just paying homage to Snoop.
Yeah,
giving him an opportunity so somebody can pick him up.
Absolutely. Because, I mean, he, outside of the tape that he got from previous years, he don't really have no tape this year. So if he can go out there, make a play, make a big throw or something like that, it gives him some tape to put out there to be like, hey, I did do this, in a 2-minute drive. So players get injured, quarterbacks get injured, so maybe he can get a call up, but he'll be cut by 4 p.m. Eastern on Monday for sure. So
I wanted to save that for last, but I feel differently from how you feel about that. I feel like that was not a good look because the thing about a quarterback is a quarterback can start off cold, but you got to keep working. You got to help him to get hot, right? And he had a few bad drives, and I don't know if he at this point he's in his head because you can see him on the sideline. He's down, right? Because you're fighting for your career, you're fighting for everything that you believe in. You know, you feel like they're against you, so you're trying to please your whoever you got in your head that you're trying to please, and then you go out there and the first couple of drives you go 3 and out. The first 3 drives you go 3 and out. So at this point now, and then you see Dylan Gabriel, what he was able to do when he got out there. So now you're fighting against a lot. Like you're playing the mental game. You're going through a lot. So, but when it comes to playing Huntley at the 2-minute mark, I think you give Shedeur that opportunity for him to call the game. I don't know that it's fair for a quarterback that you're about to cut, even whether you're trying to be nice to him or not. You got to worry about your team. And if you're keeping your quarterbacks, you got to worry about your team. This is not time for you to try to be nice, to try to be nice to somebody, because if you really feel like you really want to give your young buck a chance to get his mojo back or to get that feeling back, then you give him the opportunity to call the game. Because, I mean, if he does all of that and then he gets on the sideline, he's down, he's holding his head down, let him call the game. Let him get an opportunity to be able to say, okay, at least I did a drive that was a scoring drive. Your thoughts before I bring in these other 2 guys?
Yeah, I mean, look, I can hindsight 2020, right? I mean, you could say that, and maybe he perseveres through, but also you got to protect players from themselves too, man. I mean, them same players that'll go out there with a known concussion and be like, nah, I still feel good, and play with a concussion. Like putting Shedeur out there in that 2-minute drive after seeing the previous 4 drives not go so well. You see his body language starting to tank. You see players, known players on the team starting to come, hey, man, keep your head up, stuff like that. You don't want him to go out there and get hurt. That's the last thing you want. Because what? Andrew Berry already came out and said, look, the plan is to kind of go into the season with 4 quarterbacks. So heavens forbid you put him out there in a 2-minute drive and it goes worse than what we saw the first 4 drives and he gets hurt. So you don't want that to happen. So you save a player from himself. You get him out of there, and plus you owe it to Snoop. Hey, man, you was a live arm coming into the training camp. You kept a few practices going for us while some guys was hurt. Let's give you an opportunity to get some tape. So that's how I see it.
All right, so we're going to disagree on that one. I don't think you owe it to any – you don't owe it to Shedeur. I mean, you don't owe it to Huntley. You don't owe him anything. You brought him in and you give him an opportunity. That's it. But you don't owe it to him. You owe it to the guys that are going to be staying on that team to make sure that they're ready for the season. But let's bring on Panda. Panda, what up with you, man? Thank you for calling in. How you doing today?
I wasn't even stressed about the game. I'm more stressed at JR take.
Just an intro. Just an intro. How you doing today?
I don't want to talk about how I'm doing.
All right, so then hold the line. Common Sense Buff, what's up with you, brother? How you doing today, brother? How you doing? Thank you for calling in.
Hey, yo, it's a pleasure to be here. What's up, Harry B? I'm good, man.
All is well. All right, so Panda, let's go ahead. Go ahead and give me your pushback on what you thought JR was saying.
I mean, it's all love, man. I think he has some valid points in terms of some of the similarities he saw from Colorado. I think the critique is a bit misplaced based on looking at the big picture. You can't compare somebody who's doing more reps with 1s and 2s and different play calling. We cannot omit the play style calling. What we are seeing before us is the fancy style of play is designed for Gabriel. That's it. Everything other than that is simply they are using engagement with Shedeur. Does Shedeur have some mechanical works to get clean up? Absolutely. Have we seen them do that with him in practice? Absolutely not. So there's no development that is done when you are focusing on the ones. You have to put him in reps with the 1s and 2s to critique him accurately. So he's underprepared. Let's just be honest. Because of the hurt situation, he didn't practice many different times. So we are putting somebody into danger, and then you playing him with 3s and 4s, with an O-line of 3s and 4s, and you're calling plays just as Colorado called plays that took more time to develop. If you are giving him the opportunity to truly have a shot at being third stream on the team, we're not talking about first, we're not talking about second. The mind's already made up on that. But if you are truly giving him a chance to play football, you must give him adequate reps, especially in a situation where it's already announced that Flacco is one. So Flacco doesn't necessarily need these reps because y'all wasn't giving him the thing to play. So when you're talking about preparing for this game, the style of football they play fits Gable. The play calling that they played fits Gable. When you look at it as a whole, now when we talk about the mechanics, could he have thrown the ball away? Absolutely. But when you look at where Gable was placed on the field at the snap, it is 2 different styles of play. So you setting him up to fail. What JR said about helping somebody else at the end, bro, if this is the cut weekend, at cut weekend, you are evaluating to see, hey, could this guy handle a 2-minute warning? He already had a bad drive, which is the nature of the game. Can he handle 2-minute drill? And you took that away. So you are showing to us this ain't about football. You're literally showing to us this is about engagement. This is about embarrassment because you haven't given him an honest chance in practice. You haven't given him an honest play calling that suits the style that you all intend to use. Remember, I'm saying this is the fancy style of play. If it's the Browns, he intend to play a particular type of football, and you're not using your quarterbacks in that style, which means you are not really considering Shedeur. It just is what it is.
All right.
Did he mess up? Absolutely. Did he look like garbage? Absolutely. But there are factors that are contributing to that. As far as the development goes, anyone who was expecting Shedeur to start this season is mentally ill. Anyone
Keep it short. Keep it short. We don't try to take it all in one take, bro. Let's get some other people in here. All right, so let me get you common sense buff. What's your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I don't think it was a good day for anybody today, and it's not just because Shedeur had a bad day. I don't think the Cleveland fans had a good day today. I don't even know if the Cleveland locker room is the kind of locker room environment I want to be after a game like this. And I certainly know Shedeur didn't have a good day. And it did raise some question marks for me about Kevin Stefanski. Now, some people might disagree with me and be like, nah, Stefanski had a great day. Joe Flacco had a great day. Dylan Gabriel had a great day. Only Shedeur didn't have a great day. I don't really see it that way. What I will say, I agree with JR Boxing, is that Shedeur didn't help himself in plays that broke down, and he gave people an opportunity to call him out on the things that we all know he did at Colorado that he needed to do better, right? So he didn't throw the ball away. All right, we get that. But I did see a marked change in personnel, and personnel certainly does affect the play of everybody else on the field and play calling. And I think Kevin Stefanski has to be willing. Well, he's not gonna admit it, but I think as a fan, as an outside observer, being objective, I think the play calling changed, and when the personnel changed, I don't think either one of those two things were going to work in Shedeur's favor. So those were just my takeaways from the game.
So okay, so just to clarify, you saying when Flacco was in the game and when Dylan Gabriel were in the game, there was different style of play calling. You're saying?
Yeah. So I think sports is a lot about personnel, right? You can call certain plays when you have certain personnel out there.
Okay.
So one of the things that you might say about Pat Shermer last year against Colorado is like, run the ball, right? And then the coach could be like, but I don't have the personnel to run the ball, right? Your personnel oftentimes dictates your play calling. And, I don't know if it was intentional. I mean, if I'm going to go the conspiracy theory route, I'll go, okay, he was intentionally calling bad plays. But he didn't have the kind of personnel to call the kind of plays he was calling for Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel. That
But
was
he's
my
the head coach. That's
yeah,
the head coach.
yeah, he could call whatever he wants, but he's, and I don't know if the other panelists agree with me. Like, if you're coaching a little league team and you got a running quarterback, you're gonna call plays that suit a running quarterback, right?
Mm.
But if you don't got a running quarterback, you have to call a different set of plays. What I saw was a marked change in the way that plays were called when Shedeur and whatever string players he was playing with were in the game. And I think that definitely had a change in the performance. I don't think
It
he
was
had
very noticeable.
right. It was. I mean, and you guys can tell me, hey, look, you just seeing what you want to see. But that was my observation.
All right, let's bring on Tennis because he want to join the panel. Tennis channel, what up with you? Hope all is well. How you doing today?
Hey guys, how we doing? I'm doing great,
All right, so you're the newcomer. Tell us what you saw out there today before we move on to a different topic.
Well, I saw he pretty much Shedeur did pretty much the same thing he's been doing all of the other games, So I can see what you said. It seemed like his energy was low for some reason. That could have been for a lot of different things. So, but he's doing well. He's doing okay. I mean, this is preseason, so he'll be okay.
All right, so we're talking. I keep hearing play calling. He was set up. It was sabotage. Gerald Boxing, do you see setup sabotage? Is that what you saw, or can you even speculate that was going on?
Nah, man. From a play calling standpoint, no. I mean, I understand what common sense Buff is saying. Like, you got certain personnel out there. Yeah, you can call certain things. Like, the receivers that they had on the field, obviously not going to stretch the field. So why are you running them 15, 20 yards down the field? Like, they're not going to blow past nobody, right? So I can understand that. But at the same time, I don't say a setup. It's because they're still evaluating the other 10 people out there with Shedeur. Like, the other 10 people out there with Shedeur, one or two of them may make the team. So you still have to evaluate everybody out there. So I don't think it's a setup. I think it's just, look, the personnel that we have on the field is not conducive to, certain play calls. But at the end of the day, that's what you game plan for. You game plan to call those play calls to see certain things. Can a guy get loose? Can he make the right read? Can he make the right check down? So that's what it's about at the end of the day. And I think that's what got away from Shedeur. You got to play the game within the game. There's going to be things that you're needing to work on, and you got to work on that in the game, especially in preseason when the wins and losses don't matter. What matters is what you put on tape to be evaluated. And what he put on tape today was not very good. And
So
I ride for
let me put
Shedeur, but it wasn't very good today.
Let me put this out there. So when a pass play was called, he had a tough time getting separation. I mean, the wide receivers getting separations so that he can, get somebody open to pass the ball to, and that offensive line was breaking down pretty fast on him. So the 2.5 seconds that I saw, or 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds that I saw with the other two quarterbacks, the first two quarterbacks, I didn't see that it went down to like maybe 1.5. So there was not a lot of separations for the wide receivers to get open, and he tried to make something happen. That's one thing I want you to address. And then also, when he tries to make something happen, Shedeur has this knack to not throw the ball away. This is what I feel. I think he's worried about his incompletions because y'all I can be wrong and y'all can tell me I'm wrong, but this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that Shedeur is too conscious of trying to be perfect. He's too conscious of trying not to have bad stats, Not that he's stat piling, but I feel like if he like bad stats is something you talk about when somebody is doing poorly and you feel like they're going to get cut. So he's conscious of having bad stats. And I'll give you the prime example. 2 times. One time he's running for the ball, he's running the ball, and he does not get outside of that black line that you see on the ground because that's where the scrimmage line is. And he would rather run towards that line and lose the yardage or hold on to the ball and lose the yardage as opposed to throwing the ball away so that he does not lose yardage on the play. You got to be aware of that as an NFL player. I mean, when are we going to see that where we saw a whole heck of a lot of it in college and he's still doing that? Are you trying to personally like lose the game, or I don't know what's going on in his mind? And I know it's not that easy to just say, do it. But Panda, I'm coming to you. You tell me, what do you see going on there?
I see that you're placing a young quarterback under pressure that you are not placing other quarterbacks on the team on. So if we are saying evaluation is the reason why you're placing these things, you are not setting up Flacco with these things. You are not setting up Gable with these things. So if it's going to be an evaluation, and then if it's an evaluation thing, you are putting your quarterback to get hurt. You are literally setting up your QB to get hurt. Now, we love and hate Shedeur for the same thing. The ability to prolong a play. Most of us want to play safe and throw it away. But it's the same prolonging thing that have brought him into prominence. The ability to extend the play from by 3 seconds and get 10 to 20 yards. So it's a give and take. In the NFL, it's not sustainable. We all can agree in the NFL, his ability or his sense to try to extend the play and buy time might not be feasible at that level that he's playing. But if we are evaluating the team and you are saying the team evaluation and the play calling is based on trying to be successful in the season, well, you have to place him in a position with play calling, with personnel, with the line that gives him the best showing of what it looks like in the season, what it looks like in the game. You don't set him up as a disadvantage and then say, go be great. In his mind, if I don't know his frame of thought, but I would think, okay, this reminds me of Colorado. If I could escape enough to buy receivers going to open up. And then you see even sometimes receivers break and then they can't catch the ball. So there's a lot of things happening, not just on Shedeur. There were receivers errors going on. There were play calling errors going on. But if we are saying the ability to throw the ball away, that is something that he got to work on. He is a rookie. That is rookie things that develop through time. So we can't turn around and we can't grade him as the number 1 overall pick, and then at the same time not putting him in the personnel to be successful. It goes hand in hand. You're not putting Cam Ward to play with the 3s and 4s because you grade him as that. Even if they were considering him to be 3rd string, they're not even treating him as a 3rd string QB.
All right. So you're using the same argument for everything I asked you.
Yeah,
so you gotta go. Are you capable of pivoting to a different argument without?
Gotta evolve. Tell them,
Yeah.
Harry, you gotta evolve.
You can't use the same argument on every question.
I literally said I agree that the things that he was doing in Colorado by spinning out to buy time is not sustainable at that level. But if we go back to the last game he played, he did the same spin out, buy time, and we were cheering him. So we got to be realistic. It's the same love and hate situation.
All right, let me pivot to somebody else. All right, Todd Smith is in the building. Look, Dallas is in the building. I just want to recognize my guy Todd Smith is in the building. Wild Dog's in the building. Quinn Little's in the building. KMS is out here giving me a hard time, but he's in the building. Everybody's in the building. Hey, man, salute to everybody that's in the chat. listen, JR Boxing, it's pivotal that you throw the ball away. You cannot lose yardage in the NFL. So I understand rookie mistakes and I understand stuff like that, but when are we gonna get a Shedeur that just simply understands, hey man, we're gonna praise you. Stop looking for praise. Stop looking for people to say good things about you. Just play the game of football and play it the correct way. Stop thinking about your stats and just play the game. At some point, your legacy will be determined based on the totality of your game. But stop thinking about that stuff and just play the game. And the way that you play the game, my guy, is that if it's 1st and 10, the next play is not going to be 1st and 13 or 1st and 15 because you're just afraid to have an incompletion. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think he's afraid to have an incompletion. Look, what Panda was saying, the things that you love him for, extending the plays and things like that, that's great. But every play can't be extended. So you got to know when to take your win and take your loss. Like, you evaded pressure from one guy, all right, that's great. If you can get rid of the ball, throw it away. Throw it at the receiver's feet if they're not open. Like, those are some of the things that he'll have to learn, because taking a sack in the NFL, that's almost like getting a turnover. Like, if you start taking 13-yard sacks, the play calling in the NFL is not like college. They're not going to draw it up for you to get a 2nd and 21. They're probably going to do a screen. They're probably going to do a handoff, and then you punting the ball. So you got to learn how to throw the ball away, and try your best first to stay ahead of the chains. If you can't do that, then you need to stay as close to possible being on time. He didn't do that today, and that's okay. He'll have to learn that. That's a behavior that he has to get rid of, because you're not going to stay in the NFL very long doing that. For every spectacular play he made in Charlotte, he doubled down and did just the opposite with the Rams today, when he had the opportunity to throw the ball away.
Can I be honest though?
Go ahead.
I think my perspective today just solidified that he's trying to do something he was not hired to do. You ever work a job, right? And you can clearly tell you are there for one purpose and one purpose only, and you might have your own ambition. You might have your own goals. You might have your own trajectory. But the boss man already got somebody he's grooming to be his replacement.
Like the chef and the chef.
Yeah.
Bro, you're just supposed to just pour the water in the pot, not try to mix it.
Yeah, bro. So they like, damn, he came out in the Panthers game and really thought he was about to be that. Like, he thought he was the heir apparent for like half a quarter. Like, we didn't draft you to be that, my brother. And we cannot afford to be seen as having made a mistake in our draft order. I mean, I really want us to talk about that, because I think when we translate it into life situations that we can relate to, there are certain situations when you're not hired to do a certain thing, you do yourself more harm than good by trying to be what they didn't hire you to be.
You cooking right now. You cooking, boy.
If you've ever been in that situation, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep. If you ever work in management, you know exactly what he's talking about.
But can I say something too?
Go ahead, Tennis.
The guy is doing what a rookie quarterback would do in the NFL. He is a rookie. He is a freshman. He's going to make some of the same mistakes that he made maybe in Colorado. It's just like, if I can make this a reference, with Colorado, if they put that freshman in there, he's going to make freshman mistakes. That's why you got an experienced player there. So the mistake that he's making, and I watched the game too. He's doing what a rookie quarterback would do. This is his first year. They're going to throw things at him that he has never seen before, and it's going to look the same, but he's going to respond to what he thinks it is. You got to remember, this man is not stupid. This man is very smart. He's very intelligent. So he's not going to just throw every ball away. He's going to try to make a play because he knows that.
But I got a question for you. Hey, tennis. I got a question for you.
But does that make sense?
Every time you take the mic, you try to defend Shedeur. So I got a question for you. Rookie,
I'm not.
Let me. I got just answer the question because it seems like he can't. Like, okay, should he on those 3 plays or those 2? I think it was 3 plays where he took either 5 or 7 yards back instead of throwing the ball away. Should he throw that ball away, or we just say, "Oh, he's a rookie"?
Y'all talking about the same stuff over and over again.
I'm asking you a question. Just answer the question.
But listen, the first 3 plays, I didn't see him running back. I watched the same game. I didn't see him going back a lot. I seen him step.
No, he didn't say the first 3 plays, Dennis. He said the 3 plays that he was under pressure. We focus in on the errors that he made. What do you think about the errors?
What you're saying, he ran back.
No, he instead of throwing the ball away, he kept the ball.
He lost
just ran out. He kept the ball and ran out of bounds. A couple of times he could have just threw the ball away and not lose the yards, but he kept the ball in his hands and he just walked out of bounds and lost, I think, 7 yards, if I'm not mistaken. He lost a couple of yards on the first one. He didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. He just ran out of bounds. But you can just throw it if you just throw it. So what is your thought on that? I just want to get your thought on that.
Okay, my thoughts on that, he's going to make mistakes like that.
Okay.
He's still a rookie. And
okay.
you guys say, oh, no, I'm not in, when he screws up, he screws up.
Okay. All right. So I get it. All right, let's
bring on admitting that he screwed up there.
Sure, he does. He'll screw up. You screw up too.
No, but you trying to make it a weed thing. All we're saying.
Leave it alone. I already know where to go with that. Don't worry about it, Panda. I already know where we're going with that. All right, DC, welcome to the show, man. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing fantastic, brother. How about you? It's football weekend. I'm loving it.
K-State and Iowa State, very good game.
Yeah.
I mean, Big 12 football showed up and showed out today. So, but yeah, we're talking about this Shedeur situation. So what are your overall thoughts before we jump you into the current question?
What I would say is that it was not good. So just go ahead and just deal with the elephant in the room. I think there's some reasons for that, but it just was not a good game. Now, by all means, that doesn't mean that Dylan Gabriel is the next heir apparent or Joe Flacco looks like Tom Brady reinsurgent. But I think that just as I'm listening to the conversation, I'm here just to talk about maybe some football procedures kind of stuff, not so much of this one player over the other. So let's talk ball.
All right, so the Cleveland Browns overall, y'all, what you saw on defense, is the defense better than the offense? That's just a general question. Let me see if y'all can answer that general question. I know everybody's here for Shedeur. All right. The defense better than the offense. I say yes, the defense is way better than the offense.
Like that for like 3-4 years ago.
Yes, absolutely, Harry. Defense better than offense.
Give me some of your pointers and your thoughts on that.
Myles Garrett. I mean, just a beast. They're disruptive. I think they it looks like they know what they're doing. So just the way they flow, not belabor the point. I just think they have a solid defense. They've got good players. That new linebacker, what was that? Didn't he play at UCLA or Michigan? I forget. Everybody seemed to know what they were doing and operating as a unit. That is a good thing for a defense.
So the way I see it, I think the defense is going to be able to get to keep Cleveland in games. Now the quarterback play is where we still got a big question mark, and we got to talk about it because Dylan Gabriel had one bad game. Shedeur Sanders had one bad game. This is our first time seeing Joe Flacco. Don't worry, he's going to have his bad day, but that's going to be in a real game. So he comes in one game, he looks like a superhero, and now we're all getting on Shedeur, right? I understand where tennis is coming from, saying, look, man, he's a rookie. Let's try to grade them all at the same level. But here's the question. I heard the commentator saying, on the NFL Network saying, "Hey man, Dylan Gabriel is the number 2. I don't care what happens, he's the number 2." How do y'all feel about that? We can start with JR Boxing. Each person get 30 seconds. Let's go.
I mean, yeah, he the obvious number 2. They gave him 160 training camp reps, so that's what they wanted, right? They wanted Kenny Pickett to be the number 2, but
I'm talking about opinions here. I ain't
Yeah.
talking about. I'm talking about opinions from play. Give me your opinions from actual play, right? Both rookies had bad games. They got both got bad tapes.
yeah.
But who is the decisive number 2 if we were to say, okay, one of these rookies is going to be number 2? Who are we seeing as number 2 from their actual play?
Just based off the tape, I mean, you would have to go with Dylan Gabriel.
You want to elaborate a little bit?
Based off the tape. I mean, it is what it is.
You want to
Based off the
elaborate?
tape. Just as far as
what in the tape, because I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to talk, but what exactly in the tape? Because we can't just say off for like, oh, okay, both of them had one. The last game was good, so we
based off of what Kevin Stefanski is calling, like everybody questioned Kevin Stefanski play calling. Well, he called it similar for Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel. I would say Joe Flacco going to be able to push the ball deeper down the field. He has a bigger arm than Dylan Gabriel. But, for the most part, Cleveland is going to run the ball a lot. Then they're going to do some dink and dunk play action type stuff. So if that's suitable for Dylan Gabriel for right now, suitable for Dylan Gabriel. Not saying that Shedeur won't have his opportunity to do his thing, but from what we've seen right now in the first 2 preseason games, that's pretty much what Kevin Stefanski is saying. Like, we probably going to roll out. That's going to be the rollout of our offense this year. So,
all right. So, Panda, how do you see it? Who's number 2? Who is the clear number 2 that you see?
I really want to disagree with Boxing, but the way how he laid it out, I kind of agree based on the play calling and the structure of the team.
So you don't have your own opinion, really?
No, but if you look at my argument, I've been saying the play calling suit Gabriel and Flacco. This literally been my argument, and based on this, we adjust based on feedback on other people presenting some good arguments. Common sense made the best argument. I think Shedeur went into this camp thinking he really had a shot, and he was trying to make wine out of water. Like, Jesus, he fell short. So I realistically think, based on the quality of player, I think Shedeur is more poised. Dylan Gabriel made some in people was just saying when it comes to the NFL, having a sack is just as a turnover. But we exaggerating. Actually, throwing a pick 6 and fumbling is really when you're grading, you have to grade those with a bigger negative, especially with him having the reps that he had, especially with him having the O-line that he had. So if we're doing it based on that, I personally think for NFL football, Shedeur is a better placed quarterback. But for the Browns, if we stick into the Browns, Dylan Gabriel fits their offense.
Let's bring on Wild Dog. Wild Dog, what's up with you, man? Welcome to the show. How you doing today?
Hey, blessings, panel. Blessings, Harry. Blessings, bandwagon Buffs. Blessings, bandwagon Browns. What it do? What it do?
All right, man. Hold the line. We'll come to you in a second. DC, how do you see it? Who is your clear number 2 on that depth?
It's Dylan Gabriel. Here's the reason why.
All right.
If I want you guys to go back and look at the film. Don't just look at it from what you're seeing, which is going to be the TV view. Look at it from the top-down view, and sometimes they have that people break it down, the film. So here's what I saw. I do see that Shedeur is a playmaker. There's no question about that. But I also see is that the playbook is that they are calling similar plays. It's just that there's more motion and adjusting that Dylan does. I'm not going to get into the headspace difference between the two. I'm just saying, if you notice with Dylan, there's more motion. There's more directing. There's more moving. Shedeur, he does get up under. Dylan will get up under center. He'll move back. That you do have some of that with Shedeur. All right. But the other thing is that's why we do see that game that Dylan had, which was not good. One of the key things that any NFL offensive coordinator and head coach is gonna like is his third down conversion rate. It was pretty doggone solid. And each drive, though he didn't throw touchdowns like he did, he at least got them into scoring position. Though he only got his first red zone touchdown today. So if you're able to get down there and be in field goal range and stuff like that, and folks, I hate to say it, I know you used to college football where they're slinging it all over the field, but the NFL is more dink and dunk. And then you may take 5 to 8 shots down the field. So I think right now, just for example, to be able to disguise some things and do more things out of set with motioning, that's why they're leaning towards Dylan Gabriel. That doesn't mean that Shedeur doesn't have the skill set. It just means that's what I'm seeing going on right now.
All right, thank you for your input. All right, Tennis, how do you see it? Who is your clear number 2 right now on that depth chart? How do you see it?
My clear number 2 would be number 12, because I think number 12 is the better athlete. He's the better quarterback. He's the better. He understands the game. He's been playing quarterback all his life.
Tennis, stick to the film. Base it off of the film or the three.
Oh, can I finish?
You let him go. Don't worry.
Can I cook a little bit? I cook.
Yeah, man. Go ahead. Cook.
I'm the biggest pom in here, but we haven't.
I cook grits, but he asked for my personal opinion.
That's right. He's right. He's right. Let him live. Let him live. Go ahead, cook. Cook your gumbo. What you cooking? You cooking lava sauce or you cooking American food?
I cook and this. Listen, and I've been watching it. I've been watching him for the last 2 years. Okay, now he's in the NFL. I think he's doing really good. For the Cleveland Browns go, based on what the Cleveland Browns present you, he's the better quarterback. He just don't have the experience. So, given the time that he needs, I think he's going to be really good. He clearly, and no matter what they threw at him, he clearly outplayed Dylan Gabriel. Clearly, he's the better athlete.
I just got a question for you.
No, you don't.
DC, don't do it. Don't do it, DC.
No, you don't. That's my opinion.
That's
my opinion. No, you don't.
Let's go to common sense. I want to hear common sense.
All right. I'm going to hold my question.
Look. I got to apologize to Panda, but Willie, this is you. This season right here. This is you right here all day. Like, I'm just going to let you live right here. This is you.
Now he need his own mascot.
No, he needs something different. Right? No, but for right now, Willie, this is you right here.
Harry, I really don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna say like the Rock. I'm gonna say like the Rock said. It does not matter.
It don't matter.
I'm normally the one getting the bid. That's what he's trying.
Harry, I don't know if you want to put the link up real quick. People asking for it. I don't know if you want to put the email back up for people.
Oh yeah, let me put the email. I just saw it. Let me put the email back up.
My bad.
All right, guys. So to call into the show, guys, if you want to come onto the panel, you want to voice your opinion, join TLPlive@gmail.com. I have plenty of space. I did pay for it. My people helped me pay for the extra space so we can put more people on the panel. Join TLPlive@gmail.com. My Cash App is also still live. That's $TLP Sports Club. Help this channel be free. So stay free. Join TLPlive@gmail.com. Join TLPlive@gmail.com. Very short, very easy to remember. Write it down for next time if you can't get on today. But if you want to get on right now, join TLPlive@gmail.com. Common Sense Buff, who is your clear number 2 right now as we are going into cut week on Tuesday?
Clear number 2 is Dylan Gabriel. He was drafted to be number 2. There is nothing he can do well or do poorly to lose his job.
That's a fact.
I see why.
What's your opinion? Hold on. Y'all giving me these.
I see why you got the name Common Sense.
Hold on, guys. You guys are really giving me what y'all are take you from the organization, but can I get some personal opinions? Like if ESPN brings on commentators and they ask them for their opinions, I'm asking y'all for your opinion, not what y'all see the organization doing.
But that
This question is, what is your clear number 2 from the play that you saw? Not necessarily what you know that the organization is going to do. Are y'all able to do that, or y'all can't separate it?
No, but it's the same thing,
right?
though.
Yeah,
It ain't the same thing. No, it ain't.
Yeah,
it's not your personal. It's somebody else's opinion. It's what they told you, and
It's
that's
what the team is going to do. So that's the team's opinion you're giving me. I'm asking y'all for your personal opinion from play.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying,
right.
what do y'all see as the clear number 2 from actual play? But y'all are telling me, I don't mind y'all telling me that y'all think the organization. I think I already know what the organization is going to do, but I want to know the panel's opinions.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll give you my opinion then.
You can give me your opinion and then say what you think is going to happen. Let's do it that way.
Okay. I could. Yeah. I'll try
Now
to.
you want to change the question.
I'll try to do both. All right.
Okay.
After the first preseason game,
Mm-hmm.
Shedeur Sanders was both my number 2 and should have been the Cleveland Browns number 2, but he was the Cleveland Browns number 4. My view and their view is going to run in parallel. All right.
Okay.
After the second preseason game, my number 2 was still Shedeur because he did not play in that game. I was still going off of his performance from the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Gabriel was number 3 because although he managed the game, he still had 2 turnovers that were very costly, including one that a quarterback certainly cannot have, which is a fumble on the handoff to the running back.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my running depth chart, right?
Okay.
However, even though I still had Shedeur at number 2 after game 2, I think Shedeur then in the Browns' mind remained the number 4 quarterback. Okay. So he didn't move, even though Dylan had those mistakes. They always had him penciled in at number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Now, after a preseason game number 3, based on the performance on the field, Shedeur is my number 3 quarterback. Dylan is my number 2 quarterback, and Flacco is obviously the starter. Now, Shedeur is in the number 3 spot right now based on an unfair evaluation.
Okay.
Because the reason for him moving down in my depth chart, he had things that he could control. However, there were things that he could not control that impacted my moving him down to the 3rd spot. What he could control, throwing the ball away. What he could not control, the other 11 guys that he played with. And I'll give you guys an example because I'm trying to take this out of Shedeur because it's all theory when you're talking about somebody else's life. You guys ever play pickup basketball?
Mm-hmm.
And when you get your guys on your pickup team, you know you're about to win.
Okay.
But you get a bunch of
depending
guys
on who you pick, right?
Right. But you get a bunch of guys on your team and you already know you got to call next after next.
Yep.
I got picked last all the time. So.
I'm not surprised.
You know, I said this on another. I said this on another show earlier. You could tell in Shedeur's face that he made the same face that we've all made when we are on a pickup squad, where 3 of the people you know you can't pass it to them in the post, they're gonna already double dribble and shoot a brick. You ever play pickup basketball with people like that?
He's cooking.
You already know I'm about to call next after next because this is about to be a waste of my time. That is what I watched today.
I see what you're saying. I was wondering where you were going for a second there, but I see how you brought it together. Okay, let me bring on Todd Smith. Todd Smith, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing today, man? Thanks for calling in. Dallas is in the building. Put some respect on Dallas. Go ahead.
What's up, man?
Thank you for having me on, man. To the rest of the guys on the panel.
Hey, salute to you, man. We're gonna go to Wild Dog, and then we're coming to you, Todd Smith. All right, man. Wild Dog, who's your number 2? You can give me both. You can give me the how common sense just laid it out. If it runs concurrent with the organization's thoughts, but I want to know your opinion. Who is your clear number 2?
All right. I mean, so they've got to make cuts by Monday afternoon, right?
Tuesday,
So,
right?
Nah, it's
Monday night.
Monday, 4
night.
p.m.
Oh,
4
okay. So it's
p.m.
Monday. Okay.
And Waldo, say who you cutting to.
So many guys are gonna come in Monday morning with a note by their locker or whatever, or by their whatever they got. So, man. So with all things considered, and what I've been able to go back and remember and watch. So if it was me, yeah, Flacco is my number one, but going in number two, I would go ahead and make that jump for Huntley. Because what I've seen from the rookies
Okay.
is what I expect from rookies. So to have either one step in as my QB2 is not where I would go right now.
If you're trying to win.
What I've seen on tape from Huntley, he's a qualified vet to be able to manage stepping in should Flacco have to step out or even to finish a game. So that's Wild Dog being Wild Dog.
Okay. All right. So DC, I'm gonna come back to you in a second because I don't know if I got your personal opinion and you are J.R. Smith. I think y'all were kind of aligning with the organization, but I want to know your personal opinion. So Todd Smith, your personal opinion, if it aligns with the organization, fine, but I want to know your personal opinion. Who is your clear number two?
Okay. Aligning with the organization, Dylan Gabriel, he's been consistent at what he do, whether that's throwing interceptions or not. He's doing the little things that the organization wants to see that Shedeur is not doing, and it clearly showed today. But who's my number two? I would go with Shedeur Sanders. And the reasoning why I would go with him is because I've seen what he can do against the ones defense with the twos in that Carolina game. Unfortunately, he didn't play against the Eagles, but he had a bad game today. But he suits everything that a NFL quarterback looks like to me, as far as pocket presence, as far as accuracy, ball placement, all that stuff. That's how you're gonna win and make it to the playoffs, or better yet, a national championship. Not saying that that's gonna happen at the moment, but I'm just saying he has the intangibles to be that second, if not that one, given the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I know I hear a lot of people, saying that he was set up. I just don't know what Stefanski and the Browns organization wants from Shedeur, because if you want him as a quarterback, if he doesn't get cut on Tuesday or Monday or whatever, I heard the commentator saying it was Tuesday. If he doesn't get cut on Monday or Tuesday, or traded or whatever happens, and he's fourth string, like what the heck? What would a Shedeur do as a fourth string quarterback?
Practice squad.
What will he be doing as a fourth string? It doesn't. It's not making a lot of sense. But okay, fine, we got that. All right, so it's very frustrating.
Harry, but ask another question too. What would he do as a second string quarterback?
Well, second string, Joe Flacco is not gonna. Joe Flacco is going mid-season. He's out of there, so that means he's going to be playing soon. So
let's use our imagination here. What would Cleveland do if he made second string? If he was the second string quarterback?
No, second string is like being the vice president. You're one bullet away from being the president. So one injury away. Joe Flacco, I don't know if you watched Joe Flacco for long, but Joe Flacco does not finish a season. So,
he probably won't.
Well, look, if you're a QB2, you get regular reps against defense one.
Right.
So you get consistent reps. you get consistent reps continually, and you get to prove your case against first team defense every day of practice as to where you're at. Now,
So
if you're a QB 3 or 4, you're just holding your jockstrap up. You're holding a clipboard, dog.
Right. You're
But
not even getting. You're not
the
getting the
reason I
reps.
asked that question, Harry, goes to what you were saying before. Just let him play quarterback. Let him do what he's been gifted to do. Let him
What do
play
you mean?
quarterback.
What do you mean?
But
Like, what are
but
you speaking
Yeah,
of?
I mean,
I don't know what
you
that means.
said earlier that brought that question up to mind because let him. I think somebody was saying, well, the organization. This is what the organization wants. Okay, what the organization needs to do. Explain to him what they want. At the same time, let him play quarterback because guess what? Shedeur is smart enough to figure it out.
But what are you speaking at? I don't know what you're
That's
speaking.
not how it works.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
Yes, it does.
No, it
He's the
doesn't.
fourth
Nah,
It
string.
works like that in the real world.
He's
no, it
getting
doesn't
fourth
work.
Nah, it
This
don't
is not
work
the
string,
like
real
that,
world. We're talking
man.
about the NFL. This is not the
and
real
it's
world
In the
here.
getting
NFL,
fourth
the difference between a running quarterback and a quarterback that don't run. Lamar was a running quarterback.
No, we're talking about pecking order. We're not talking about life lessons. We're talking
your
about
pecking order
pecking
determine your
order.
reps, Dennis.
Here's let me tell you, here's the reality, folks. We can say whatever we want to. I got what Willie is saying. But at the end of the day, is you only have by their rules, they only have so many reps they can do.
Right.
So if you go, let's say you have 20 reps that you can do, and I go 5 Flacco, 5 Pickett, 5 Shedeur, and 5 Dylan, then guess what I'm going to have?
And 500.
Nobody, right? Well, do we break it? Then nobody is prepared. You
Right.
have to understand that. So you can't do it that way. Whoever's your starter, you're gonna have to give them. And then that's generally how it goes. The second round, and maybe Wild Dog and I have seen something different, but the second person, let's say for example, they got 10 reps. The first QB may get 10, and the second one would get 3, and that third or fourth, they're gonna have to get in and fit in with a fourth probably is on the scout team, and that's where that person's playing against the first team defense, and if that person's balling out on the practice team, that's generally how people jump. So I get what people are saying, but folks, to keep it real, once you got to where everybody showed up. Once you got to into training camp, whoever you saw getting the most reps, that's how it was going to go. How it's going to go. Now, if you're looking for an avenue of how Shedeur can get to QB1, that's a different discussion. But
But
as
DC,
far as
can I ask you something?
go ahead,
So my question to you will be, I'm gonna piggyback off a common sense question.
okay,
After his first game, right? Based
okay,
on his performance, right? Logically, you will say if it's really a competition, because let's bear in mind they're both rookies, right? So if it's
hmm
truly a competition, based on his first game, would you have kept him fourth and kept him at the same amount of reps? Or based on what you saw, because you evaluating performance, you don't care what somebody is drafted, right? Would you have placed him second stream to get more reps based on the performance of the first game?
Well, consider that Dylan Gabriel was out with a hamstring, so he was getting more reps, and Dylan wasn't getting those reps. So it's not to, so I get what you're saying, but we got to make sure we look at the whole
Yeah, but that
context. Is
that
that
was for the first game, right?
well, what you were
Right.
asking?
Dylan had issues with his hamstring. That was
Yes.
prompting Shedeur to play, right?
So that
Uh,
wind up getting Shedeur
right.
to
But
play.
this is the
Absolutely.
question I'm asking you, and I'm piggybacking off a common sense question.
Right.
Based on the first game performance, right? Would you have said, hey, this is looking feasible? Let me insert him back. Let me insert him at the 2 to see if there's a level of cohesion with the 1s and 2s, or would you have insert him back to 4?
I would have kept him where he is at that point. Not after one game, you're not going to, because while he did have some great stuff he did that first game, let's not take away from that. There were some things that, if y'all heard me, and last time I was kind of on the live talking about it, we kind of had a good go at it, but it was because I saw some things in there that was like you heard me, even you heard me say, Harry B, is that you can't do that. This is gonna get you. And then you wind up getting to a game where you had a defense playing a different style. I mean, they were blitzing. I mean,
But
they
this
basically were
is why
saying,
I
"I'm
asked
coming
you
in."
the question, DC.
I
I'm
answered, I wouldn't
asking you.
move them.
I'm
I
asking you
wouldn't.
the question because there's 6 quarterbacks on that team, right?
Yes,
You have to cut come Monday. Could
yes.
we honestly say that the roster or the quarterback room was shuffled through the best data to make the right decision?
I
Because
would. I
if you
can.
say yes or no, common sense analysis becomes right because this my guy. I'm sticking with him. Nothing else matters. The reason why I'm leaning to common sense point of view, when Dylan Gabriel did the whole a birdie told me third round, they didn't expect Shedeur to still be there. So they are holding on to their guns because it seems like they built the team to fit that already, and they wasn't changing regardless of what happened. So if you were saying and I think I heard a commentator say this, his mistake was saying we are evaluating all the quarterbacks.
They
So
were always evaluating.
we
They
as
are
the fan
evaluating.
base was thinking that meant a fair share for everybody.
No, it was never
Okay.
going to be a fair share. But let me respond to something,
Mhm.
because in this conversation, we're talking about two rookies and Flacco. Now let's
Mhm.
just go ahead and say that no team in their right mind is going to have Flacco, who may not make it all the way through the season, and your backup is two rookies. Generally, it's not what you want to do. So
Right.
we gotta put Kenny Pickett back into this talk conversation, because if I'm sitting up here and care, you asked a personal question. If I were doing it, because
Mhm.
truth be told, I would hope this is what I'm hoping they're doing, but I would tell you I definitely would do it. Is that Shadeur is raw talent. He is absolutely a baller. You can't keep a playmaker on the bench, but I also realize there's some things I got to do it. And y'all been hearing me say the whole thing is that it's going to be hard for Shadeur to be successful because the Browns don't have all the weapons that you would need to be there. So if I were to rack and stack them, even after that game, as you asked Panda, I would
Remember
go
just the game one, right?
Flacco,
Mhm.
Pickett, I would have Gabriel, and then I would have Shador. But my caveat would be, if I was sitting there talking to my OC and QB coach, I'm going, hey, look, you got some raw stuff there. How can we expedite? What can we do to fast track them? I might not be able to give them reps and move them up necessarily on the official chart. But what can we do? What are the things that we need to do to kind of, make sure that he's developing? Because I see he's got a lot in him. That would be the conversation I'd have.
So then let me put that question to the panel in the chat. Knowing what we know now about the Browns approach and Kevin Stefanski's approach, Shador being in practice, and now that we're going into the actual season, do we see a true plan to have Shador being a quarterback with the Browns at any point in in his career or in their future? Do we see that from how? And let me clear it up. Let me clear this up because this is very important. Because now we're going into a season where he's going to be fourth string. Nobody carries a fourth string quarterback. It don't even make sense, right? So we got three quarterbacks in front of him, and we're saying that, oh, the Browns still have a future for Shador. What does that future look like? And can it ever be fair if they went through the whole preseason without a fair situation? So what does that look like moving forward? I'm going to start with JR Boxing. Everybody get 30 seconds. Y'all got
Yeah,
these big monologues going, guys. Let's try to short it down a little bit.
yeah. I mean, I can agree with the Browns somewhat having a future for him, right? Look, they don't have to keep him as the fourth quarterback. They could cut him. He's a fifth round pick. Fifth round picks are expendable, so they could easier enough cut him, or they could put him on a practice squad for another team to pick him up. But if the true test will be on Tuesday. If they keep him on a 53-man roster, then that means they want to take the time to develop him, and that's okay, in my opinion.
Okay.
Does he have trade value, JR?
You changing the question. We're not ready for that yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's keep the conversation gets out of hand. So Panda, we're coming to you now.
Now I'll pass it to common sense. I think I made my point.
Okay, so DC, I'm coming to you. What does his future look like if they didn't treat him correctly the first go around? What does a future Shedeur on the fourth string look like?
Let me make sure for this year or as development of his career.
I would just say period. Like, yeah, point blank period. Like, what if you're not treating him with any type of, oh, let me see what you got. Let me give you a real shot to see if you can be my future. If you're not treating him like that, then what is the point or the reason for you to keep him around? And what does that future look like?
I would say if I was talking to Shedeur, it would be you at a point right now where the season's about to start. Moving him will mean he'll just start completely over. His best bet right now is to sit in there, learn. If they keep him, that would say to me, I agree with JR, that they're trying to develop him. Sit in there, learn, eat the film room, and basically spend this year acting and operating as if you are the starting QB.
Okay. All right, Tennis. If you can, what does that look like?
Clearly, the world sees it doesn't make any sense, and the Cleveland Browns have been known for making decisions, particularly on quarterbacks, that doesn't make sense. The organization, but clearly, you got the best quarterback in your organization on your squad, and to sit him down or make him put him on a just say make him fourth string, that doesn't make any sense. However, if I was Shedeur, like I said before, I'll go to Canadian Football League, get my money, come back to the NFL later. That's my opinion.
I'm not sure if you answered the question.
I did answer.
He didn't. He didn't answer the question, but come on.
Thank you. I did. Yeah, he knew I answered the question. I just gave him more than what he was.
Because I'm not sure if that was the question.
I gave him more than what he was expecting.
Harry B, I speak Willie. Let me translate for you.
Don't do it, yo.
Harry understands. Harry's from Liberia. I did a study on Liberia.
Oh no, I know Liberia. Don't do it. Don't do it, Willie.
Yeah, I did.
Contrary to what Donald Trump thinks, we're pretty smart in Liberia. I don't understand what
I know you are. That's why y'all got to get it together with that rainforest, man. We all depending on you guys to get it together for that rainforest.
Rainforest? Are we Brazil? All right, okay, common sense.
Come on now.
Okay, let me give DC a chance. You say you speak tennis. What is really? Can you translate for me what tennis was trying to say? Because he lost me.
It's yay, Shedeur. Shedeur awesome. Shedeur can turn water into wine.
Okay.
Go to CFL. Right. Basically, he needs to just basically leave and go to the CFL. That's Willie.
Y'all ain't gonna ruin me, man.
Thank you. All right, Willie, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Huh?
Come on, dog. Chill out.
All right, common sense. Your turn. What does the future Shedeur look like if you're not giving the dude a chance in your preseason and whatnot, why keep him? Like, what does the future look like?
Yeah, this is my first time. Shedeur is a pretty upbeat guy. Always, there was some very, very bad times in that 2023 season where Shedeur could have really put his head down, got discouraged. I mean, what did they go on, like a 6-7 game losing streak?
Oh yeah, it was bad. It got bad, bro.
He
haters
never
for us like nobody's business, bro.
He never looked the way I saw him look today.
Yeah, today was different. Man, he looked dejected.
I mean, if somebody could go on a 7-game after starting the season like 3-0, all the hype, the whole world, fracture your back and all of that, I've never seen that man look like this.
I've never seen him put his head down.
his head down. And you know what I think
This
it
is
was?
the first time I ever seen Shedeur put his head down.
Let me tell you what his options are in Cleveland. Either he gonna have to get used to the disrespect because it's purely what's on display, or he might as well just accept because they're not gonna let he's trying to fly too close to the sun, bro. You're gonna just have to get used to what we tell you are, and you are a 5th round pick. No matter what you tell yourself in the mirror with your affirmations, and you get up and you do all your workout, you stay out. You are a 5th round pick to us, and that is a sad situation for any man to find himself in. That you have to get up every day to go to a job and just expect disrespect, bro.
He's not even a sous chef. He just bringing in the vegetables from the
bro. I would not wish that. Yeah, I would not wish that on any man, bro. And nobody on this panel will say. And again, it's the NFL. And a lot of people will say, "Shoot, I gotta deal with that at Walmart." You could deal with that making $4 million in the NFL, but there's something about a competitor, something about an athlete that you just don't want to see that happen to the person. So, I mean, what is his future in Cleveland? He's just going to have to be a man that reconciles with himself that this is how the job, the place where I work feels about me. And how can I get in where I fit in until I find a better opportunity? I think that's what most of us would do. We would get in where we fit in. We would stack our bread and we'll try to figure out what our exit plan is. I don't think he had an exit plan because you see people like that, in order to perform at your best, you can't have a plan B. So you got to be all in. But from what I saw, body language wise, etc., I've just never seen from that young man. So it's going to be a tough road, man. How he bounces back from this is going to be something to watch. But I don't know if Cleveland is the place that he's really going to blossom and prosper like he should.
Okay. I think I can second those sentiments. This is a big panel, so I'm not going to give too much of my takes. Ty Smith, your thoughts? JR Boxing is moving around, so you lost my order, JR Boxing. What are you doing over here, man? Okay, so Ty Smith.
My bad, dog.
I think you skipped Wild Dog.
Hey, did I skip Wild Dog? Okay, Wild Dog, please.
Oh, go ahead.
Wild Dog, you go, and then I got Ty Smith.
All right. The key thing for me, you said, was Stefanski. So when you said Stefanski, and I'm going back in my mind, images on the sideline. Stefanski, I saw him engage with every quarterback except who? Shedeur. So Shedeur wasn't Stefanski's pick. Didn't want to draft him. And from what I saw today, was treating him like a redheaded stepchild. I only got to deal with you because my boss is making me deal with you. And common sense is breaking it down like, hey, you got to be a professional. And the way he looked today, he was playing with people. He didn't even know who the hell they were. I don't even know you.
Very valid.
Let alone family, let alone teammates. I don't even know who the hell you are. I don't even know who the hell I'm throwing to. You know? And when you third, fourth string, that's the life. You're trying to live your dream, but that's just a reality of it. When you're a 5th round pick, the NFL tradition, you have a set trajectory. And DC brought it up, so I'm going to address it. You have to address Kenny Pickett. The only reason Kenny Pickett still has a job is because he's a 1st round draft pick. If he wasn't a 1st round draft pick, he'd be bagging groceries somewhere already.
Give him better than the grocery bagger.
Yeah, I mean, like, can we just please at least at a car rental?
I mean, his name is Wild Dog now. He's wild.
He'll be selling insurance, man.
Right, at car rental place, like maybe Walmart.
As a Steelers fan, you shouldn't. I'm being generous anyway.
Oh,
don't press me. Don't press me. As a Steelers fan, I'm being quite generous and holding back on Kenny Pickett.
Good job, Wild Dog. He goes to Winn-Dixie.
Hold on, is there even a Winn-Dixie still open?
There is a Winn in Louisiana, yeah.
Man, I'm all Winn-Dixies, yo.
All right,
somewhere deep in the South where you can't drink the water.
Wow. Never. Let me get Ty Smith in here. Ty Smith, what are your thoughts on his the idea of, does he even, like, at this point 4th string, and it seems like 5th string, because Snoop is in there, so I don't even know what they're trying to do. But what are your thoughts, man? This is kind of weird to me.
Okay, I got a little bit of a different perspective
All right.
on things, and the way I view it, or well, hope to view it, is Kevin Stefanski. I think that Shedeur is his saving grace. And the reason why
I'm sitting
we
up
all
for this explanation.
we all talk about, we don't think Joe Flacco is going to make it through the entirety of the season, right? We don't know where Kenny Pickett faith lies with the organization. He could be traded Tuesday. He has draft capital. There are teams out there that can use a solid backup quarterback like Kenny Pickett. All based off of how they evaluating their quarterbacks in this preseason, because I've seen some bad quarterback play from some teams. So he has draft capital. Not only that, they still have 2 first-round picks in their bag. So with that being said, I feel like the season is finna start. So all this preseason nonsense is out the door. Now it's finna get real. We're not gonna see third strings matching up with third strings. And who I think has the higher ceiling is Shedeur Sanders. So you can put Dylan Gabriel out there against live Pro Bowlers, first team starters. They're gonna expose him quickly. And I feel like that's not going to be a good look for him. That's why I feel like Shedeur Sanders is going to be Kevin's saving grace. But I think he has a future in Cleveland, and I think he's going to shine in Cleveland.
This is the only thing I'm thinking.
I guess I gotta give my point, man, because I don't see a future in Cleveland with being a fourth string. Because number two, you're in the season, right? Fourth string is practice squad. They're not looking at you at the practice squad. They're not looking at you. The only thing they're doing for you is.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Go ahead.
They do bring people off practice squad and play them in the game. So that I just want to let you know that.
But okay, I think what you're talking about is a normal organization, right? I think the Cleveland Browns have not shown us that they are a normal organization. So if they were really looking for a true quarterback or those rookies, the way that they moved was weird to us, right? It was just like, it doesn't make sense where the way that they handle business is, they don't make sense the way they handle business. So I'm thinking if we are preseason, there's no games going on, and this is your opportunity for you to really see who you got in your locker room, and you don't take that opportunity to see who you got in your locker room, then what motivation do you have during this season to do that? At that point, you're really trying to week for week, trying to get guys ready for a game, an actual game that actually means something. So that means that
Harry, unless they don't intend to win, because you have 4 good quarterbacks coming out next year, unless they're planning to tank.
I don't think they're planning to tank because they got a really good defense. So I don't see them trying to.
They had a good defense 4 years now, Harry.
Well, let me just finish this thought. This is just this. I'm talking about Shedeur and his future in Cleveland. You don't have any. You didn't really try to see Shedeur. You didn't give him no first team reps. You didn't give him no true reps for him to be able to just show it. Whether you had the reps to divide or not, a lot of NFL analysts and previous players, they said it don't take that long for you to see what a player got. It doesn't take that long. And then we had a game where Shedeur showed out. But then in this third game that we are evaluating, he didn't have a protection. So from what Panda and others are saying, if you don't really give this guy a first team opportunity to see what he really got, like give him the first team wide receivers, give him the first team tight end, give him the first team O-line to really see, okay, can he really do this? Can he really lead these guys? If you don't see that in preseason, in practice, then you're not going to have enough time to do that during the season because you're going to be focused on 1 and 2. Every week is 1 and 2, 1 and 2. You're not looking too much at the practice squad. So now the NFL is going to go through a whole season of seeing their golden ticket go to waste on the sideline because this organization he's with, they don't care about him. So I don't see no future in Cleveland.
That's what I'm saying, Harry.
No future. There's no pathway.
I really think
it's 2016, Hillary and Donald Trump. I don't see a pathway for any kind of future. I don't see it. They didn't show me in the preseason, so I know for a fact they're not going to do it in the regular season.
So do you have to? Let me ask you a question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you feel so, you don't feel like because this is the NFL, people get hurt, so players could start falling like flies, and he'll be the next man up, and then he can showcase his talent. They're gonna then at that point they don't have no choice but to put him in the right position.
But Smith, he's technically fifth, yo.
But it doesn't matter.
So look, Tim, they're not preparing him to be anything. That's the point I'm trying to make. They're not showing us that they're interested in his preparation because
that doesn't necessarily matter though. He's on the team. So if people go down, then they're going to have no choice but to bring him up to speed. So I could care less if he's going with the ones. I could care less if he's going with the twos. But if he's out there participating, he's getting reps and stuff like that. Yeah, the time and the rhythm and all that stuff may be off if he does get a shot, but still he's in the game. And
yeah, but you're hoping you're hoping for a fourth. So let's say guys start to go down. So you're just thinking that 3 guys in front of him are all going to go down before we get to number 4.
And then how many guys went down in week 1 and we seen Shedeur start against the Carolina Panthers?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that's a possibility, but we're talking about your preparation for number 4. You're number 4. So you're not getting as much preparation as you are for number 2 and number 3. So number 3, and then you're not going to get suited up for games.
I'm not saying. Look, I agree with what some of you saying, with some of the stuff you're saying, Harry. But look, again, the Browns don't have to keep them on the squad. They can cut them, right? Speaking to what DC said, the NFLPA, look, they got all these stipulations about how they can practice during the season and how reps can be divided, and they got stipulations for all of that stuff. The good thing is, if Shedeur is the 4th string quarterback, and I know this sounds crazy to say like this, the good things, he'll get unlimited amount of reps. Like Joe Flacco gonna get his reps because he the first team quarterback. Whoever's gonna be second and third, they're gonna get a few reps. As the 4th string quarterback, he's gonna have to go out there and give the first team or second team defense a look regardless. They're gonna need his arm, so he's going to give the look. It's up to Shedeur to improve on the things he needs to improve on. And when your opportunity comes, you gotta be ready for it. Like, you gotta be ready. You cannot make a false step because you're the 5th round pick. The narrative is already written for you. No matter how we feel personally, the narrative is written. You're the 5th round guy. 5th round guys don't stick around a lot in the NFL. So you go in, you get your money up, you get your weight up, you work out, you in there, you got unlimited access to the quarterback coach, get with the quarterback coach, and then when you're in the season, you take every single practice reps as though you are the starter, and you don't discredit yourself. And when it comes time, whether it be injury or bad play, if you get an opportunity in 2025, you make it happen. If not, then you waiting until next year to make it happen.
I agree with everything J.R. Boxer had to say, except for getting with the QB coach because he's an Oregon Duck. Screw the Duck.
Come on now.
Screw the Duck.
Wild dog.
Come on.
Real talk. Screw the Ducks. You didn't know he was a Duck? Screw the Duck. He goes golfing with Dan Lanning. Screw the Ducks.
You gotta let that go, wild dog.
No, never. I've been a Buck since 1989. Who you talking to? No, dog, miss me with that. through the dust.
Let it go.
That's why he's
Let
having
it go.
problems over there. That's another reason why he's having problems over there. The
That's
QB
not
coach,
why they're having
Mr.
problems.
Fancy,
Now, come
don't
on.
even want to talk to him. Go back and look at the sideline body language. Go back and look at the sideline body language. I brought it up. Take the time and go back and look.
But
See
let
who
me-
they
let me-
dealt
let
with,
me-
who they didn't deal with.
Let me say this. If we are talking about him having the potential to be inserted, say week 7, 8, right?
How? Where?
No, but
What path?
Harry, I'm breaking down your point for them. If you are saying that he has bad foot mechanics and the mistakes that he's making, those don't just clean up, right? That means that you are intentional about nurturing that quarterback because you see him as the future. Based on what they did, they are telling us they do not see him as that. That is all I want you all to say. Everybody is having this kumbaya fairy tale, Rudy moment. This is not a Rudy situation. Rudy actually got to play.
Rudy played one play, right?
No, I'm talking about actually.
Hey, he made the best of that play though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
He got a sack, didn't he?
But
He
this is
got a
what I'm
sack on
saying
that
though.
play.
When you really look at it though, you are really taking somebody who was projected in the first round, and you are not even giving him the opportunity. So, which is saying that you have your mind already made up that he does not fit what you all want. My scare is a lot of people is saying trade, go for a trade, go into the office and say you don't want to be there. To be honest, there isn't a lot of places for him to land.
Actually, there's a few places that he can land. Like there
Hey,
actually is.
Name 3
Okay.
places he could land.
Harry,
Well, hold on.
Harry
Let me ask you a
Beard.
question. Let me ask a question. Because Panda, you're saying that. So we say first round pick. I'm not finna sit back and talk about the talent. We got to look at what went down. So only 2 quarterbacks went in the first round, right?
Correct.
Cam Ward and Jackson Dart.
Right.
So far in preseason, it should do or play better than any of those.
Yes.
What's that?
Which one, Harry B?
He
Give him
played
the
pretty much the same as Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart's been cooking, but Shedeur cooked in his first game. So what do you
And
mean?
Ward had a terrible game.
Whoa. We looking at totality.
No. You
Nah,
just
that wasn't the
Uh,
original question
But
you
you
asked.
can't. You
got to
are
can't.
you
rephrase the
are you
question.
going to let me finish this question or not?
But I answered your first question.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I disagree with you. The bottom line is Cam Ward
It
has
was your question. How you
played.
disagree?
Okay,
That was your question.
because the bottom line is you're right. Right. So you answered it. You answered it
Oh my
exactly how you
god.
felt. I'm just going to respectfully disagree. But let's go with that. So let's
So
go with that one
if
real
you
quick.
compare their 2 first games, they were pretty much equal, right?
What I would sit back and say is you probably could have a case for Cam Ward. I don't think you could have much for I would not buy that for Jackson Dart. But the point I'm trying to say
they
is
were playing with better O lines, bro.
Yeah,
okay.
and their preparation is different.
They
Okay.
were
Shedeur has
playing
not
as
taken
Man,
one first team rep. Jackson Dart and Cam Ward have been
Stop, folks.
consistently taking first team reps.
all the rookies look like rookies. Stop the cap.
Stop.
All the
That's where
Exactly.
rookies
I'm
look
But
like
coming
some
from.
of them
rookies.
get that
This
some
is where
point.
I'm
But
coming
some
When
from.
we
play better.
stopping? Why are
All
we
the
stopping?
rookies look like
Stop.
rookies.
Because
Stop the
at the end
cap.
of the day is you can't sit here and say, well, I need first team reps when you have when you're playing with third and fourth players going up against third and fourth and UDF players. You're playing against the same talent.
No, that is not true.
What?
Shedeur
Okay.
did not play against third stream defense when he played. So you are wrong and you need to apologize right now.
So you telling me
What
he
do you
didn't
Shedeur
mean
play against
in
today?
other
He didn't
teams?
Carolina,
play against third
he
string.
played with the first team defense.
You see, DC,
Carolina, that was
you
their
need to
first team
repent.
defense.
DC, you need to repent.
Are we just looking at one game? Because then I can back about the
That's all he
conversation.
had. He didn't have
Come
a lot of
on,
games.
bro.
He only
Come
had one
on,
game.
DC.
He had this
Bro,
game was
hold
his
on. Let me
record game.
just hold on
It was
one
only
second
2
because
games.
I'm not trying to insult nobody
Hold
at this
on,
point. I'm
hold
really
on,
not.
What
y'all.
do you
Hold
mean
on.
install? Why we get into insults?
Hold on.
Because go ahead.
Hold on. They got
You're
Will
asking
Shepherd
the
out there
questions, and
returning
I'm
punts,
just
bro.
answering the questions.
Yeah, I see Will Shepherd out there doing.
For
Yeah,
I'm
he
just
out there
Arizona,
saying.
returning punts, man.
The point I'm trying to sit here and say is this:
I mean, he on
I
special
get,
teams.
I get what everybody's saying, but what I'm saying, you are dealing with when you're coming to a point. It's like this. If we're looking at all of preseason, I definitely think that Jackson Dart had a better preseason than Shedeur. And you can go
Was
look
he
at the
playing
numbers.
on the
His
same
Me
type
fit
preparation has
level?
been different, DC. You got to look at that. Why are you always discounting stuff when we say it? It sounds
because
like you're like, oh, what you say is like it ticks precedence. But
this is
think
why we
about
this
his
is why we
preparation and
hold
how they've
on
been treating
hold
him.
on one second
You don't
hold on one
think that's
second
important?
hold on one
It's
second hold on one
the
second. This is
support
what
that he's gotten.
hold on
That
one
doesn't
second.
matter.
Hold on one second. This is how the conversation generally gets derailed here. It's because you're looking at it from a standpoint, okay, preparation, they got this and they got that. Now, mind you,
Preparation
you
doesn't matter.
no, what I'm saying is that the NFL, the way we were talking about, we'd like for it to work. That is not the way that it works. So what you're saying, because what we got to understand this is that no team is going to sit here and go, I'm drafting this guy, even if you just clearly see he was the next Brady. They're not going to take a fifth
Nobody said
round.
anything about Brady. You're the one interjecting that. We're just talking plain
DC okay, man?
talk. Nobody said anything about Brady. You just said that.
You also cut me off, brother. I'm just basically was saying
You
is
asked me
that
a question.
So
I'm
even
let him
answering
if
finish
it.
to see if the
even
Brady thing
if they
didn't happen.
felt even if they felt that he had the potential to be there, they're still going to do their process. Because you are forgetting that there's a thing is
What was
if
your
I'm
original question,
He
DC?
changed the question, being
Yeah, what was
split.
your
It got
original
cooked.
question? You
I,
said
He
my
who was
changed
original
it being
better.
split.
You
my
said which one
original
of those two?
question
You
my
started off with saying there were two first round picks, and then you asked me who which one of those two did Shedeur play better than? And I
Right.
told you
That's the
both
question.
of them Shedeur played pretty much the same. So if based on the way that you try to lay it out the first way is that then that means that Shedeur should have been a first rounder just like them because he played exactly just like them. And guess what? He was lacking. He was lacking the preparation that they got on their teams. So that's
okay.
important to also evaluate. But it seems like Shedeur doesn't get a break because of how he is drafted and his positioning, which limits him from getting the same respect that they're getting. So we understand that. Nobody said anything about Tom Brady. All we're saying is keep the energy the same way. That's it.
The energy for a fifth round pick is not going to be the
That
same
is
way.
correct. But
You just compare them, bro.
We
Let me
remember
rephrase it. Let me
we're not
rephrase it.
talking
No,
Let me
about
no,
the
it
rephrase it.
wasn't.
Let
Nah,
me
technicalities.
it's too
rephrase it.
late, man.
We
They
weren't talking
debunked your
about the
question
technicality of
No,
because
how
that
the
no,
was
no,
NFL
no,
works.
no,
Shepard,
no.
We
DC.
were talking about play. That was your question.
My
Play.
question wasn't debunked because at the end of the day is
So then where were you going with that question then? Why
That
would you ask
wasn't
me that?
your original question.
Right.
You
my
did.
question.
You
Why would
moved
you
the
ask me
goalpost,
that
No, I
DC.
question
didn't
if you
move the
didn't want
goal.
the answer
You
to that
did.
question?
Bro, just
I'll
I'll
say
let you
look,
guys
you
finish.
wrong, bro. It
DC.
ain't that hard, bro.
DC. This was your question. You said,
It ain't
at
that
what
hard to say
point
you was wrong, DC.
did Shador play
Please.
better than any other quarterbacks drafted in the first
For the
round?
whole preseason.
And when
Harry
Harry
said,
said, well, he played better than them the first game, then you said, well, hold on, we talking about the whole picture. You just said at what
but well
point.
then
You
then
didn't you didn't you didn't give a
if
whole
I said
critique of the
at what
question the
point,
first time.
if
That's
I
what you said
said
at
at
what
what
point.
point, even if I did say at one point, you can't see. I would just have to respectfully disagree. Maybe
But that's all
on
you can
Cam,
do.
but I certainly can't sit here and agree on Jackson Dart. I think he looked good in all three of his
On
games.
both
We got them
quarterbacks,
Jackson Dart.
if Shedeur did not play better than them, he matched their performance. On
Okay.
both quarterbacks. I'm just trying to
That,
let you know on both quarterbacks, if he didn't play better than them, he matched their performance. So
Yep, for
what
one
I'm
game. He
interested
did
in,
that.
is understanding where you were going with that.
well, that's what I was
What
trying to
point were
do.
you
The
trying to
point,
make? No,
the
but
point.
stick on that point. What exactly when you said at which point did he play better than them? And now that you know the answer, what was the
Okay.
point you were trying to make?
Okay. So here's the thing. I'm gonna ask the question this way: for the entire preseason,
Okay, so
did
we're
Shedeur?
changing the question then.
No, because this was the point. This is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
During the
You
entire
can't make the point
preseason,
from the last statement, huh?
I just
I
wanted to know
can
where
make
you
it.
were
I
going with
can
the
make
first
it, but
question.
I can make it. But
Before
I
you
understand.
change this question, where were you going with the first one?
Right.
The first one, what I was trying to
Good
sit back
journalism, Harry.
and say is that I was trying to establish: are we looking at the same thing? And right now, I think there is an opinion point, and then when when I tried to dig down to it, we got into the preparation. So I understand that, and what I basically am trying to say is that at the end of the day is while I can disagree with what I believe Jackson Dart played up better than Shedeur did. I don't agree. At the end of the day, a fifth rounder is not going to get there. The point I was ultimately trying to make is that if you look at just from the Titan standpoint and the Giant standpoint, they're satisfied with their picks. And I think by the play,
They
it
should be.
should justify. Then we get into the second round now, and that's where I was gonna go. That Tyler shook, I could absolutely disagree with you. But what I'm saying is that we kind of do the first round talent, and I understand where we're going, but at the end of the day, is there's not a whole lot of slots for Shedeur to fit in. Like, for example, I'm sitting up here watching Miro, and he does not look good. Do I think Shedeur is better than Miro? I absolutely do think there's better. Do I think both of them should be
Shadeur's
starting day
better than
one?
Cam and Dart.
No, I don't agree with that
I
one.
mean, that's
But
the
he is like
my.
Shedeur. If he's not better, he's the same. He matches their talent. I think he's better than Dart. But
I got a question for DC.
that's the
Go
thing.
ahead.
But hold on. Hey, could you write down your question? I don't want you to miss your
Oh no,
question.
I remember it. Go ahead.
Okay, you
I
remember it.
remember
But this
Yeah.
is the thing that I want to really get at, because when you say, hey, those are two first rounders and they don't get the same kind of they don't get the same treatment, and I understand that, right? I'm not naive to think that, oh, first rounders are supposed to be treated as fifth rounders. I think some of the arguments that we have, it gets lost in that the evaluation, because if we start the conversation with saying talent, who did he play better than, right? And then we end up with saying first rounders don't get. Then that, I feel like we're not having the same conversation. I feel like we're having two different conversations, because you can't start with play and end with technicalities, right? Because that's not the same thing. Because at the end of the day, you're trying to discount preparation. The Giants are treating Jackson Dart differently than Cleveland is treating Shedeur.
Let me
Yeah,
ask
hold on.
I'm not discounting
The first,
preparation.
well,
I'm not
you're
discounting it.
kind of downplaying it, because when I brought it up, you're like, that doesn't matter, because first, then you go back to the technicality of fifth rounders. So I'm saying, if preparation matters, then we got to consider it. The reason why you may see a difference in the play, or how they handle, or how they even went down with the at the end of their preseason games, the totality of their preparation probably prepared them properly to finish strong. Shedeur's been playing from behind, trying to work with dudes that are cutting the grass, the guys that mow the lawn. He's been playing with those guys. So and then in his last game, he's playing with guys that he ain't even seen before. So how do you think the consistency of somebody who's been playing with first rounders, Jackson Dart, Cam Ward, how do you think that doesn't work in totality of how it all ends?
Well, the thing is, I think we're under a false assumption
Okay.
that just because if all things were equal,
Mm-hmm.
that Shedeur would be better than them. That's an
Yes, it would
assumption.
be.
But
It's not a
That
fact.
is not
That is an assumption.
that
That's
is
not
not
a
an
fact.
assumption. We see that's where I want to stay. Let's stay right there. Let's stay right there. Now I got to become tennis, because you're thinking that it's an assumption.
Hey, yo.
The assumption
It
that's
is
not
an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. We saw in college.
You
That's the
tripping,
only
bro.
preference.
So
The
now I
only
gotta
free thing
become
that we
tennis.
have is the college game. You're thinking it's an assumption. If you think it's an assumption, that means that you did not watch them play in college where they just came from. We're talking about rookies. We're not talking about guys that's been there before or guys that have never played the game of football before. The evaluation that they have.
Are you
is coming
questioning my
from.
football IQ?
What do you mean questioning your football IQ?
Are
We
you
both watched
questioning? Yes or
Shedeur.
no?
We both
Yes or
watched
no?
Shedeur play in
Yes or no?
college.
I know. I
If,
saw it. I
if
saw it
Harry don't
too.
want to say,
Let me
I am
finish talking.
questioning your football IQ. Because
You
you're
are
saying-
questioning my
you're
football
saying-
IQ because
I'm
I
not
saw
gonna,
the games.
stop. We're not going to change this question because I'm going to stick you right there. Let's stop right there.
You're wrong. Now go ahead and finish telling me how wrong you
We
are.
got to finish this thing right here that you just said.
But if you question
Let's
his
finish this
IQ,
right here. What you just said. You said
Yes.
it would be an assumption if
Chill
you
out,
think
Pat.
that if all things were equal,
Don't do that,
that
Pat.
Shedeur Sanders would be better than those
You're
two.
crazy.
But we already have the evidence of that. We have their college career.
Bro, stop. Right now, at the end of the day, is you sitting here saying that, but they also have to a point where I told you from the get-go how it was gonna go. With it being more than likely, they would pick Cam Ward
You're
as
going
well.
back to the technicalities again.
But
That's not what we're talking about.
Hey,
We're
Harry
not
B.
talking about how
DC,
it would
can I
go.
ask
We're
May I
talking
ask you
about play. You're
Harry B. Harry
questioning
B.
about speaking about play,
Harry
but
B.
then you
Harry
go
B.
back to the
Harry B.
collusion.
Harry B. Can I just go ahead and so we can move on? You are never I saw the same people play that you did. I probably watched Jackson Dart a little more than you. I don't know. We probably
And
watched Cam Ward the
did all
same.
of the analysts have on their board as
But
going
listen,
first round?
but you're right. They did have Shedeur up there. But here's the thing I'm sitting up here saying to you is that you can sell me on as good, but you're not gonna sell me on better.
nobody
fine.
said better.
I don't even have
No,
to.
I'll say better. If
That's
Shedeur had played for Miami,
I'm
if
saying
Shedeur had
better.
played for Miami, they would have won that bowl game. That's better.
Y'all,
Oh, yeah.
so hold on one
But
second.
DC, the point that we're trying to make here is this is where you're at with Shedeur, right? This is where you're at because we make an argument for Shedeur's play.
I'm talking about the play too.
Relitigate the draft. We're talking about play. Your question, your initial question, and what we're talking about right now is the seabed of that is play, is ability. We're not talking about what collusions happened. If we're saying opinions on play, who's better, and you're gonna put it out there and say, well, you're saying if all things were equal, then you're trying to tell me that Shedeur would be better. And I'm standing on all 10 toes, not like his dad with 8. I'm standing on all 10 toes saying yes, but you cannot discount preparation. You saw a totality of the young men, the two young men ahead of Shedeur, Cam Ward and Jackson Dart. Those are the people we're talking about right now. You saw the totality of their preparation and not having to go through the turmoil of dealing with the mental gymnastics he had to deal with Kevin Stefanski not giving him first team reps just to see if he's good or not. The organization coming out and saying we didn't want him. None of those two players had to deal with that. The red carpet was rolled out for those two players. So mentally, they've been in the best space to just play football. Shedeur has been playing way behind the entire preseason. So you want to sit here and tell me that, if all things were equal, then Shedeur would not be better. Yes, he would, because we saw it in Jackson State. We saw it in his high school play. His resume says, yes, he would be. If not better, he would be equal.
Okay, Harry B. Now you said that we should never ever have to have that conversation. What I'm going to sit here and say, because we're talking about those two QBs that I also watch, and I also watched them at JSU every game. I also watched them at Colorado every game. I've watched a whole lot. I'm not discrediting to you, but I think we got to respect to a point is that what I'm saying is not to diminish Shedeur, but
Yes,
it's
it
what
is. But wait, Harry, let me ask him when he finishes.
Hold, let me finish.
You're diminishing Shedeur. Yes,
No,
you are.
I'm not diminishing the Shedeur. I mean, I'm sitting up here
bro.
talking.
Yes, you are.
No, let him finish, Harry. Let him finish.
I just said back. I just said back. Well, if you feel like it's diminishing, then that's just be something where we'll respectfully disagree. Because I hadn't compared him to none. If you heard what I said, I only talked about the 2 first-round picks. I have just sat back and said that I felt that he was better than the Tyler Shook, and I was getting ready to go down the road
Leave
of
Tyler Shook out of this. We're talking about Cam Ward and Jackson Dart. Forget about Tyler Shook. I want Cam Ward and Jackson Dart. That's what I want. Forget about that.
And
I don't
you
want you
brought
to
that up.
make no argument about
You
lesser
the one
talent.
brought it up.
I
Tell
want
him,
Cam
Pam.
Ward
man,
and Jackson Dart.
let me tell y'all something.
I
If both of
want
y'all
Cam
was
Ward
standing
and
up in
Jackson
the
Dart.
ring,
Today,
come on,
I got time
you
today,
get it.
DC. I got time
get
today.
it.
I want
You
Cam
get
Ward
it.
and Jackson Dart.
Me
Okay,
too. Me too.
DC, let me ask you this question real quick.
go for it.
If you play Shedeur behind the O
Hold on one
line.
second. Hold on one second. Do
Wait.
you know any other QB besides Shedeur?
Wait, yo, bro, stop trying to
Any?
change the question.
We're
Just answer
talking
my
about
question.
Shedeur.
Go
If
for
you
it.
play Shedeur behind Oregon O line or behind Miami O line, does the numbers or the performance increase? Or let me flip it. Can Cam Ward go to Colorado and produce like Shedeur did?
Yes.
You know what? Talk done. I have nothing else to ask you, DC.
Right.
Your
Listen.
football IQ
Listen.
is
Hey,
up.
let me jump in real quick. Let me
Go
jump in
ahead,
real
common
quick.
sense. Go ahead.
I didn't say he was
Here's
better.
the
I didn't say he
here's
was
the
better.
crazy thing.
You said, can he do what
Hold
he
the line.
did? Cam Ward can. Go ahead, CSB.
Yeah. So here's what the NFL. I think when you boil it all back down, the NFL knew that what I'm about to say was going to happen. Dylan Gabriel just had his best game of the season. And guess who all the reporters are around in the locker room?
Who?
I don't know.
Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur. They talking to Shedeur about his performance. They asking him questions.
It is on ESPN. What other 5th-round quarterback who had more sacks than completions has their
No,
locker
he's
room
outside.
interview on
Hey, common sense.
ESPN?
You're changing the color of what DC's trying to get at.
No,
I'm trying to give my brothers the
he-
breathing
Oh,
room.
no,
I'm trying to give my
no,
brothers
because
some
No,
time.
he
Let
said
the
something.
man
He
breathe.
said
We've been
something.
dealing with
He
DC
said
for how
something. He
long
took it
now?
a little, but I like
We've
I
been
don't
dealing
need
with
no
DC
breathing
for how
room.
long
I don't
now?
need no breathing room because I can stand up
Nah,
on
we've
everything
been
I'm
dealing with
got a
saying.
DC for
question,
how
though.
long
I
now?
can
Because
stand
we're
on
not.
everything I'm
Hey,
saying
common
because I
sense.
can sit.
What you're doing is you're that stuff is the stuff that the football people don't want to talk about. We're gonna leave that alone. So get straight to the football point.
No,
Because
let's get
DC's
on
not
out.
interested.
Let's
No,
get on
because
out of
then you're
here.
gonna change the question, and
No,
that's
I
what
got
we
a
always
question.
do.
No, we not. I'm gonna sit
Man,
here.
y'all
I'm gonna
putting
sit
the
here and
pressure
tell
I
you
on
still
my
me.
got my
data.
question.
We're gonna
I
change
still
the
got
question.
I
I
The
still got
question
my
is
gonna
about
question.
change the
play.
question.
I want
Come on, DC,
bring
man.
Cam Ward to the front of the line and bring
Go
Jackson
ahead.
Dart to the front of the line.
They
Forget
right
about
here.
popularity.
They
Forget
right
about
here.
jersey sales, and let's talk talent right now.
Could they
Okay.
I still
produce
got my
in
question for
Colorado?
DC.
Could they have
Go
went to
for it.
Colorado with
We ain't
that
finna
O
use
line?
Colorado. We ain't
Yeah,
finna use Colorado.
I'm not worried
We're not
about
gonna
college.
use Colorado.
No,
Because
because we're talking about the O line.
because hold on one second. Because here's the thing. What I'm saying is that this is why these conversations be derailed. I got your love, Shedeur. I'm not dissing them, but y'all got to get to a point where somebody can actually sit here and talk about something else, and it not be to a point where just because you're saying, hey, this person they edge them out a little bit. It doesn't mean that Shedeur is bad, and I've never said that. But
No,
what happens
You're
is,
not gonna get out of this with that kind of talk. No, I
but
want
that's what I
Cam Ward
mean.
and I want Jackson Dart.
What way
DC,
you get them?
don't
Because
do
right
that.
now,
Let's go. I'm
let's
ready for
go
you.
then. Let's
Let's
go then.
go.
Let's
Hold
go
I
on,
then.
don't
man.
want no other stuff.
Let's
Let's
go.
go. We're
Here's
Move
talking
my
out the
about
way,
question.
talent.
JR. Move
Here's
out the
my
way.
here's
Move
my
out the way.
question.
No, he
Come
want to get the
on, come
bull ring.
on, man.
He want to
I
get the
want
bull
Jackson
ring.
Dart
Everybody
and
move
I
out the
want
way.
Cam
Come
Let
Ward.
on.
me ask
Bring
my
them to the
question
front.
to
Let's go,
Come
DC,
son.
on.
man.
We're
JR,
gonna
step
deal
off
with
to
it
the
today.
side
Let's
because
get
he
it out
been
the
wanting
way.
this smoke. He been wanting this smoke.
I want
Let's
this
For a
smoke right
long
now.
time,
Let's
huh?
go.
so
Let's
come on,
go.
get it.
And if
So
listen,
That
if
boy
you're on the
DC
tell me
panel
look
why.
and you
like
Tell
can't
me
listen,
Jesse
no no.
if
Smollett
Tell
you're
in the
on
me.
the panel
documentary
and
right
you
now.
can't
DC.
add to the
Tell
conversation, I
get
don't
out
mind.
of the
Not
way.
Jesse
Tell
Smollett.
me. You tell me
I
now.
want
Right
all
Jack-
the
now.
smoke right now.
Jackson
Let's go.
Dart is the great white hope in New York. That's all.
I ain't saying you the great white
Common
hope. What
sense,
I'm
you
saying
wild,
is his
man. I
numbers was
watched that
better.
documentary. You
Listen.
wild.
So
Let's
my
talk about
question is
talent.
this. So you felt
Hey,
Shedor's flipping was correct. based on what you're saying, you are saying Shedeur flipping in the five.
That's crazy.
What I'm gonna sit here and tell you is this,
New
Panther.
York ain't never
I
had a
want you to
black
stick on the
quarterback.
question.
What
You
I'm
are
gonna
Jacksonville's
sit
a
saying
here.
great white hope.
Shedeur
What I'm gonna
flipping
sit
in the
here.
Guys, we can't
NFL.
all talk
Let
over
me
each
tell you
other.
something.
We can't have side
Let me just
conversation.
keep it real. Just being all jokes aside. Now listen, I am not dissing Shador at all, but if that's how folks want to believe,
Get
fine.
to it, bro.
That.
No,
What
Just
I
ask the
no
question.
butt talk. Just get straight to it. Get
but
straight
at
to
the
it.
end of the day is I can back up what I'm saying. That's
Okay,
why I
so
can
back
say
it up.
it.
I'm waiting. Go ahead, back
Okay.
it up.
Well, no, you the one sitting up here saying your
You
guy
brought
got it
this
was
up. I'm ready for it. That's all I'm trying to say.
all right
I didn't
then.
bring this up. You
So at the
did.
end of the day
This is your
is
conversation.
so at the end
I'm
of the
just
day
ready
is
for it.
right. So at the end of the day is you
Jackson
can
Dart is
validate
better, and Cam Ward is better.
they have right now. Now I would sit back and say Cam Ward not so much because he hadn't played a whole lot in preseason, but as far as the end of the preseason,
And you didn't see them play in college. Like they're new
I saw
people.
all of them play.
These are new guys. Like they got new talent. They got new legs, new arms, new brains. This is the only thing we can that we can evaluate is just preseason NFL. That's the only thing we got.
No, that's
Based on
not.
how
You
he's
want
talking, he's
that's
saying
not.
that Shedeur wasn't supposed to be in the first round. You are literally making that argument by your statement.
He wasn't going to be in the first round because those do play.
Oh my
They
God.
play
So we're
better.
talking about talent. Let's talk talent.
Right.
I'm trying to hold
So
you
you
to
are
the
saying
fire.
he's not a first round quarterback. Go ahead, prove your point.
What I'm sitting here saying to you is that Cam Ward. Well, I told Harry this. He ain't. You go look at them numbers,
I'm
and you
waiting.
go look at some of the awards and some of the teams he played against. Cam Ward was better. Same with Jackson Dart. We're gonna take his preseason. He played better. He's got better numbers. He had more consistency through each game. Was that true or not?
No, it's not true. That's false.
You telling me that Shedeur got better numbers than Jackson Dart? Is that what you telling me?
With the
Bro,
O line he got, yep.
if
No. We're not gonna
DC
do that now. We're not
Yes,
gonna
we
do because
are. Yes, we
no,
are.
we're not
Because
finna
it
sit here and do
matters.
that.
Yes, we are.
That is a part of it.
Okay,
That's a
then
part of it, DC. You
so
don't want to do that, but you
so the
keep
Titans,
thinking that football is just
so
black and
watch
white.
this. So watch this.
There are nuances that you
So
gotta
watch this.
consider and
So
why
watch
somebody.
this.
Hold on, DC. Let me hold up 1 second, DC. You cannot do that because Panda asked you a question. You're telling me Shedeur's path versus the Ole Miss and the Miami. Where did Cam Ward go? Incarnate Word, Miami, and where was right before Miami was what?
Washington State.
Washington State. Okay,
Yes.
so you're telling me
Yes, I'm telling
that
you that.
Colorado, be quiet. You're telling me that the 1-11 Colorado team and the Jackson State team, Jackson State path that Shedeur took, you're telling me that none of this stuff matters as if we're going to be judging the totality of somebody's a record or what they were able to put on tape. You're telling me that none of that matters.
I didn't say it didn't matter.
But that's what you're trying to do right now.
I'm saying that ain't the only thing that matters.
You got a first round draft pick, right? They're not the starter. Jackson Dart is not the starter.
Right.
But Jackson Dart also got first team reps so they can see what he got. Every single analyst, every Stephen A. Smith, all of the guys, including all of the podcasts, the guys that actually played the game of football, they said, why is Shedeur not getting first team reps so they can see what he got? So you're telling me that Jackson Dart's numbers do not reflect the fact that he took the path where they're treating him the way that everybody is saying you're supposed to be treated. That has nothing to do with why his numbers in his total numbers are better than Shedeur. None of that matters. You're telling me that none of that matters.
There are factors, absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. So when we're giving you the argument, we're telling you, hey, DC, if you take the college game and you say, okay, is Shedeur supposed to go first round? It's a unanimous yes. He's supposed to go first round. That's the talent.
I'm telling you that, remember, when they were all in college, we never saw. Remember, I told you, I felt that Cam Ward and that Jackson Dart
Whatever you felt,
would
it
edge
doesn't
them out.
matter. Whether you felt doesn't matter.
Yeah,
What I'm
but you
telling
just
you-
said he
what
wasn't a first rounder, though.
What I'm saying that Shedeur Sanders is a first round talent.
You
So
are
and
saying
then
he's
we're
not.
going back to say if all things were equal, where Shedeur put up the same numbers, we would say yes. We're sitting here making this argument, but DC, you're not the only one. You're
I
not
don't
the
have to
only one
agree
because-
with it though.
No, I know that. I'm just saying that my venom and my anger, my energy is not just for you. It's for a lot of people that I deal with because I run this channel and I'm dealing with a lot of people. It's not just for you.
But I have love for you, Harry B.
No, I'm
Why
not
do
saying. Listen, man.
why
Listen,
you have venom for DC? I'm just so
because-
nice and warm.
Stop playing with me. This was part of my open letter. This was part of my open letter on my live. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. This was part of my open letter. The way that you feel about Shedeur has nothing to do with his abilities, right?
It does. It does.
Well, okay, fine.
It does.
You don't feel that he's first round talent. You don't feel like he's first round talent.
Listen to what I'm about to say to you. Okay, I want y'all to.
We know that he's first round talent.
Gather round, children.
If Shedeur
gather round,
Sanders,
children.
regardless of
Yes,
how
yes.
DC, let me finish. Let me finish my thought. I'll give you the microphone. Regardless of how the draft turned out, regardless of that, we understand it. 5th round, we get it. The talent that we're talking about, if all things were equal, Shedeur Sanders will have either the same numbers or even better numbers because he will have the first team out there doing their best. He will have the first team tight end, the first team tackle, the first team guard. Those people will be protecting him. That matters because you know what? It gives you a few seconds. It gives you a few seconds for you to be able to make your reads, for you to be able to do what you do. If you don't have that, you're having to work backwards. Cam Ward is not having to do that. Jackson Dart is not having to do that. So if you put everything together, Shedeur has always been taking the path of the most resistance. You see what I'm saying?
No, because that didn't
State,
happen. No, that's not how it was at Jackson State. See,
Jackson State was the FCS.
right? But to understand the talent he had.
So then Jackson
and they were running the ball.
Ole Miss is what? Ole Miss is what?
I know that.
Ball in Jackson.
And I know that.
What? DC. Ole Miss is what?
SEC.
Come on, DC.
Okay, Ole Miss is SEC, right?
Yes,
Jackson
it was.
Dart was at Ole Miss, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you come from the FCS. Your training level starts at the FCS. That's one level down from the FBS, which is Football Bowl Subdivision, right?
Harry,
he spent 2 years there. Then he comes back.
You making DC point now.
You sure
not,
is.
dog.
Go right
I'm not,
on.
and
Go right
I'm
on and
gonna
make
tell
it.
you,
I'm not,
Just
and I'm
go
about to
right
tell you why.
on. Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not,
you
and I'm about to
making
tell you why. Because this is how it works. If you play 4 years in the FCS, I mean, if you play 2 years in the FCS and you play 2 years in the in the SEC,
Do tell.
which one of those people would you say had the better preparation for the NFL?
I wouldn't be able to really sit here and tell you which one had the best because you can
I'll-
make the
I'll say Ole
NFL
Miss.
from any of them.
I didn't say make the
I'll
NFL. I
say
said
Ole Miss.
preparation. I said which one of those conferences would you say would have better prepared you for the NFL?
That's
the
an
you
easy answer, DC. Come on, bro.
The
Yeah,
FCS or the SEC?
Yeah, but if I answer that question, it
DC
kills Harry's
is an
argument.
easy answer.
JR is right.
Yeah,
Kill my argument. Kill my argument for me.
It's
Don't
gonna
kill it.
kill
You making DC point.
I'm not
Harry.
making his
Come
point.
on,
Just
man.
tell me the answer.
But he's not. But he's
Tell
not.
me the
He's not
answer.
really making it.
Tell me
He's
the answer.
not
What's
really
the answer? Which
playing
one?
playing in the SEC would make you more prepared for the NFL.
Okay, so Jackson Dart has had the preparation for the NFL, right?
Yes, he has.
Shedeur Sanders took the route where he went to the FCS, then went to the FBS, right?
Well,
And
did
then-
he have right? Go ahead.
Okay, then he
had
went to a
offers
team,
for
and then he
SEC.
went to a team in the Pac-12 that was 1-11, did not have an O-line, and he's had to do those things that he's been doing. So his entire college career has never been with a team that was considered to be NFL ready team that can prepare you for the NFL. So Shedeur has always had to do those things that he's doing right now. So he comes to the daggone Cleveland Browns, and he's still going through all of that and still having to play the way that he's playing. So the preparation has always been better for those players that I'm talking about.
You telling me you telling me you on the
DC,
Harry? You telling me you're on
he
the
had
team with your
offers
hold
to
on?
go other places.
Whoa, whoa,
but
whoa,
as he
whoa!
was
DC,
Hold
don't
on,
do
hold
it.
on,
DC,
hold on,
DC, no,
hold on,
don't do it,
hold
DC.
on,
No,
hold on.
DC,
So
no.
you telling me
No,
that you on the
DC,
team with your
no.
own
Don't
daddy,
do it.
a gold jacket,
Harry,
and
this
you
is what
ain't
I was talking
prepared?
about,
No. Let
man.
him say it. Let him say
No,
it. Go
that's
ahead.
not what he
It's
said.
been
But
said.
Listen,
DC, one
any,
Don't
thing,
do it.
Let him
It's
say
Don't
it.
been
do
Go
it.
ahead.
said.
DC, there was a knock on any kid coming from HBCU schools.
Please
That
don't
was
change
the
the question.
knock. They passed that
Let
word out.
DC go. Hold on. I'm sorry, Willie. Let DC go. Please kill my questions. Go ahead.
The question is killed because you saying he wasn't prepared. Though, if your own
I never
father
said
can't
he
prepare,
wasn't prepared. I
you
never
said who would
said
be?
that.
You said
I
who would be
said
better
the people
prepared?
that we are putting him against.
He would be better
Listen to the thread.
prepared.
Listen to the thread of how it's going. Everything that we're talking about, and we're saying, oh, look at talent, look at everything that we're looking at. I want you to understand the narrative that is been going. Shedeur's path has always been difficult. These other players' path is if you put Shedeur in their path, Shedeur will supersede them. Shedeur will be better than them because Shedeur's path has been way more difficult than these other players. They're just having to do exactly what they do because if you have a decent team, you just need a serviceable quarterback, and we know that Shedeur is way better than a serviceable quarterback. So just put Shedeur on a decent team. Put Shedeur on a decent team where he's not having to deal with nothing, and he will produce. It's what I'm trying to tell you. Shedeur's with the freaking Cleveland Browns, and they suck.
Okay, but
And
here's
then
what
he's
I'm gonna
playing
say
with
to
the
you.
third Cleveland Browns team. The third team. He's playing with the third team and running for his life and trying to throw to receivers that don't know how to get open.
Hey, can I jump in real
show
quick?
them an open jar of jam and they have peanut butter on their toast, they will not know how to take the jam out of that peanut butter jar. They don't know how to get open.
Common sense.
And he's having to deal with that. Shedeur he's been having to deal with that his entire career versus these other guys who have had better situations and Shedeur. So I'm trying to tell you, if you put up those kind of numbers, put them together. If all things are equal, Shedeur's better.
No.
Before you answer DC, let common sense get his piece and go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, DC. I mean, not DC. Harry, should I stick on this point? Are we going to go on this point for a little while longer?
I want to make sure that we get an understanding about the talent that we're talking about because I don't think DC understands. He wants to disagree that Shedeur would be either equal or better. He wants to disagree, but if you put all the elements together, I feel like yes, Shedeur would be either better or he would be equal, and he should be getting the type of respect that those guys get because he is that talent. Talent, not what happened. Talent.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and question his path or his tenacity because I think it was awesome. But what I am going to sit here and say is to all in the community is that we have to look at what could have and what should have, and if we're looking at what we see. I do believe
Hope I
that
don't understand how you come to that conclusion.
I come to that conclusion.
Ain't nobody say anything about
I come to that conclusion. I come to that conclusion, Panda.
Talent. DC,
Panda.
your original thing is talent. We're talking about
the reason,
talent.
right?
Talent.
And what I'm trying to say, what at the end of the day is, what I would sit here and say this. I'm not once did I ever sit here and say that Shedeur didn't have as much talent or more than those QBs. I never said that.
You said he
What
wasn't a first rounder. That's what that means.
No. But see, we're not just talking about talent. Harry just kind of cooked himself with the thing as far
I didn't cook myself. I don't know how you coming to that conclusion that I cooked myself.
If you say somebody's not a first rounder, DC,
right?
Explain
You said he doesn't have first round talent. I'm telling
I
you,
didn't say he wasn't a first round talent. I never said.
If you
No, I
put
did
those
not
two,
say that.
if you said
Stop.
I asked you that question.
If you put those together, who would he be better than? That's what that means.
No, that's not what that means. You're assuming what I mean. I'm saying it exactly how it is. I am not saying that Shedeur does not have raw talent. I even sit back and I've said it several times. What it is that I think sometimes our brain
everything though. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. You got a butt for Shedeur. You don't have.
I don't have a butt for Shedeur.
You don't have a butt for Dylan. You don't have a butt for Kim.
I do have a butt for Dylan.
No, you don't. You don't have a butt for nobody but Shedeur. And
that's not true.
It's always the butt.
That's not true.
Yes, it
well,
is.
I'm sorry, Harry B. I'm sorry, Harry B.
You just said I'm still on your first thing, talent. You came up with the talent thing, and I wanted to address it. But
I didn't come up with the talent thing. What I asked you was, no, I did not. Y'all not listen to what I'm saying.
I specifically asked you if he was a first rounder. You said no. You get to be first round based on talent.
You know why? You know why I'm saying that? Why don't you say instead of saying this, because I do think we need to move on, is because I'm not changing my mind. Okay, at the end of the day, I've watched well enough football. I've watched it, but I'm not dissing.
All right, let's agree to disagree.
And I am going to do that. Let's move on. What I'm simply sitting here saying is this. Okay, folks, here's the reality. Here's a key thing of what I'm saying. I think Shedeur has great talent and upside. But what I'm saying is that in this year, in the first round, as far as not saying another year he may have been a first round QB, but I think these two QBs were better prepared. The key thing that I've been saying, and I'm going to continue to say, which we saw today,
literally saying it again in different words. You are literally saying it again in different words.
Well, you're free to assume what I mean, but I say what I said. I mean what I'm saying, with nothing else behind it. What I'm sitting here saying,
in this draft, maybe he could have been in another draft. You just said in another draft.
Here's the reason.
Could have been a first rounder.
The reason why I'm
first rounder in this draft. He was a first rounder in this draft, DC.
Y'all got
DC, the goalposts you have wheels on it.
I'm telling you, them just got skates and oil and
y'all got
oil.
it.
All right, real quick.
Y'all got it.
Y'all got it. Nah, you're not gonna do that, DC.
Nah,
you ain't. Then here's
get us to goal box because you just got cooked, bro.
Then here's the easy way. Here's the easy way. Hold on.
So let common sense go. You said you're not gonna agree.
No. What I'm gonna sit here and say this and be done with it. Okay. Because let me just go ahead for me. I am not saying Shedeur. I don't know how many times
he's a good player. No, you're not saying he's a bad player.
What I'm saying is.
That's real tired.
All right,
I ain't saying Shedeur ain't good. I'm just saying everybody else is better.
We get you, DC. You don't agree.
Go for it.
Common sense, go ahead.
I don't agree. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Common sense, go ahead.
Go ahead, common sense.
Yeah, I've been listening, and I think here's what I'm hearing. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong.
All right.
You're wrong. I'm messing with you.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
That's why you get put on trial and get sent to Guantanamo, DC. That's why they do you like this. All right. So there's a group of people that believe that Shedeur Sanders is a first round talent and deserves a first round talents treatment.
Mm-hmm.
There's a group of people that believe Shedeur Sanders is not a first round talent and he got drafted about where he needed to be drafted. Mm-hmm. All right. And then there's a third group of people that says, we don't know who's right. We need to find out on the football field. And we feel that the way he is being handled right now is cheating us of that judgment.
Thank you.
That's all I heard everybody just trying to say.
And there's one more point you missed out, Common.
Oh, yeah, you can add to it.
He's on an island by himself.
What the true football fan is trying to determine. Yeah, 1 second, I'm going to let you add that. What the true football fan is trying to determine is who is right and we feel the way that he is being handled, we are being cheated out of that. So I'll stop
Thank
right
you. Yes, and let me elaborate a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. This is where I'm at with it because people try to accuse us of, oh, he should be Tom Brady and he should be number one and da 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 da. We're being cheated because Jackson Dart, who is a first rounder, all right, who was a first rounder, got picked before Shedeur. Jackson Dart is getting the first team reps, right? The other people that got picked late in their draft, quarterbacks, they're also getting first team reps and they got treated the right way. When you go to other teams, they're just going to put you out there with the first team just so they can see what you are and what you have to add to their room. And if you're good, if you're that good, then they'll be like, oh shoot, let's take a look at it. But there is a narrative going on in Cleveland. We're not saying that he wasn't drafted at the 5th round. We're just saying we never saw what we see at with other teams, where they just put the talent on the field and let them play. We never saw that with Cleveland. I've been screaming this, but you, for some reason, I don't know if you just keep beating people on the head like, oh no, he was 5th round, don't get that. 5th round, don't get that. Like
They
I don't
don't get
know
that
already. I know that, but we never seen what people who are drafted late, how the other teams treat them. Cleveland did not treat Shedeur that way.
Watch this. How has Jason Milroe, how many reps is he getting in practice? Or Tyler Shook? Or how about Cam Miller? How many of them? Do you know?
Stop, DC.
You don't know because the only person you've looked
Y'all let
at
it go, man.
is
Y'all let it
Shedeur,
go.
not anybody else. So you don't know what those, and it's not to diss you, but
First
I
of all,
can't
the New
say.
York Giants on my team, so
But
I know
here's
what's going on over
okay.
there.
How many reps
Y'all let
did
it
he
go,
get?
man.
How
Let it
Because
many
he's
go.
still
reps?
gonna be second string. But here's the point
Right.
I'm gonna say. I'm
But
gonna
did
sit
he
here and
get
say,
first? Do you know that Jackson Dart got first team reps?
yes, I
He
do.
should. I mean, he was a 1st round pick. They gonna
No. But I'm
Exactly.
just saying, but Jackson Dart with the New York Giants and the New York Jets, this is what they do with their draftees. This is what they do every year because I live here and I've seen it. I watch all of those little videos that they put online. They put everybody out there to see what they got.
That's
Only
cap.
you.
They ain't putting no Tommy DeVito
That's
out there
not
with
cap.
the first team.
That
They
is
ain't
not
doing that,
cap.
dog.
I promise you, I've seen it year after year. I've been
Tommy
They
living
didn't
in
put
New
no
York since
DeVito out there like
2006.
that.
Tommy DeVito. Tommy DeVito getting
No.
first team reps. Cut it
No,
out.
I'm not.
Harry, stop.
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. When the New York Giants and the New York Jets or the Buffalo Bills, when they get their draftees, within the first couple of whether it's rookie mini camp or not rookie mini camp, but what it is like the when everybody gets together with the OTAs and whatnot, guess what they get to do? They get to see what the talent is. When the camp starts, they're also gonna let you play with the regular talent to see what they got. I've seen that with my own eyes.
And Shedeur got first team reps
When?
during training camp.
Nah, stop, bro.
Stop.
He did.
Yes, he did.
No,
He
he
did.
did not.
He did get first team reps.
Stop.
Shedeur
got
did
first
never
team
got the first team
Stop.
reps ever.
He did get first team. Now he didn't get.
Beat reporters
10,
for the Browns
but
complained
he
about.
got first team reps. But he
Shedeur got
Reporters for the Browns
no.
complained about.
But he got
Shedeur
first team
got
reps, dog.
Shedeur got second team reps against the first team defense. Let's make it clear.
So
Second team reps against the first team defense.
Browns beat reporters complained about him not getting the first
team reps
even though he's
ever.
going into the game.
Ever.
He
So
got
stop.
first team reps.
He did
No,
not
he
get
did
first
not,
team
bro.
reps, bro.
Y'all cut it out.
The
He got
Browns
first team
beat
reps.
reporters said he
You
did
know why
not.
you saying that? Because it's
Even the
it's
woman who don't
customary
like him
for the
said he
NFL to
didn't.
do that. You're like, come on, it can't be true. There's
He
no
got.
way.
Even the woman who
He
don't
got
like
first
him
team
said
reps.
he didn't get the rep.
He
Second
got
team
first team
reps
reps.
against the first team defense. Second team reps against the first
Bro.
team defense. Let's
And
be
that's why
clear.
he looked different. He had a better receiving call when he went out to the first game.
So is that not first team reps?
You know what?
No, those
You
are
have
not
a
first
one-
team
Come on,
guys.
JR Boston. Come on, dog.
What I'm saying
Come
is,
on, dog.
Wild Dog
Do
said.
not
Wild
confuse
Dog
the community.
said he got.
Do not
Wild-
confuse the community. Do
Wild
not
Dog
confuse. Do
said-
not be disingenuous. Do not be
Wild Dog
disingenuous.
said he got second team offensive reps, the guys that he's been repping against, with the first team defense, right? So at what point in the preseason games, the 2 games that he played, did Shedeur ever go out there and rep with the first team in a preseason game?
Never.
So what benefit would that have done? Let's
What?
say Shedeur got
You know what? You know
let's say
Now you're moving the
hold
goalposts.
on.
Now you're moving the
Hold on.
goalposts.
I'm not trying to move the
You
goalpost.
done
I'm
moved
just
the
asking a
goalposts.
question.
You done
I'm
picked
just
it up
asking
out
a
of the
question.
ground and put it on the sideline.
If
No, they got wheels on it.
if Shedeur got first team reps, but we know going into the game that they're not going to play the first team people during the Panthers game because they didn't. He didn't play the second game, and we knew he wasn't going to get first team reps during this third game because they already named Joe Flacco the starter. Then what would it have mattered? What
This
would it
is
have
what matters. Let me explain. So the reason why you have reps boxing is to get the timing down with the center and get your synchronization with your receiver, right?
You just killed your
Let me
argument.
finish. He
Let
asked
him
what will
finish,
make
DC.
it. And when he went out today, he didn't even play with those. He played with a totally new set. So how do you expect the timing, the synchronization, or to even know
Well,
who is your hot
the
receiver?
reason he looked
sticking to your-
really bad today is because he didn't
to your
get any reps. He's been injured, so he didn't get any reps. Zero, zilch. That's why I'm kind of
If you're not
surprised.
getting any
DC,
reps and you go into the game,
Injured my
and then
butt.
you're playing with
why
guys that
Injured
you
my butt. That's a whole nother. That's a whole
thing.
nother
But
section.
that's why I'm kind of
Injured my
surprised.
butt.
DC said
You are
preparation
tripping.
doesn't matter.
Injured my
I'm
butt.
surprised at you by
Why
that.
does it matter? I explained to you why it matters. You have to deal with the snap. You have to deal with the synchronization. You
if
must
he-
know who your receivers are.
But
If you
if
have
he's throwing to
rep,
Jerry Judy at practice, but then going out there and throwing to a receiver that wears the number 36, that's still not the same synchronization. 36 don't run as fast as Jerry Judy. It just don't.
that's the point
bro,
we're making.
that
So
is
he
why
wasn't.
you are
So
proving me right.
so we have to get past
You
the
are
point that
literally
we have to
That is
get
literally
past the
the
point
point that we're
that
making.
no, we have to get past the point that, well, if he got first team reps with this people, if he got the first team reps in training camp, but they didn't put the first team people out there with him in preseason, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. His
Bro,
timing still
he
would have been
went
off.
out there with the third
So
and fourth
his
O-line. He
his
went out
best
there
game.
with the
Hold
cut
on, let me finish.
O-line.
Hold on, let me
Yeah,
finish.
Panda,
Do you understand that?
Panda,
Juan?
one at a time, one at a time, Panda.
Let me finish, Panda. His best showing in the preseason was against the Panthers. You know why? Because the guys he took the reps with, he started off the game with those guys. Because everybody was like, well, Dylan Gabriel down and Joe Flacco and this person, why is he not getting first team reps? Why is he not getting first team reps? They didn't even play their first team people against the Panthers. So if he would have got first team reps and then went out there against the Panthers and they like, well, you got the second offensive line and the second receivers, he still would have been off.
Okay, so can you stop right there? Let me tell you this. Let me make sure I get my thoughts right. This is how we look at this, right? You're arguing the second point of this argument that we're making. The second point. It's like when a cop arrests somebody and says, "We are arresting you for not listening to us for when we try to say we are arresting you," right? I forget the term that they use. DC, you a cop? DC still here?
Resisting arrest.
For resisting arrest, right?
But you had no probable cause in the first place.
Right. You're arguing the second
DC
point,
being a cop
and
makes so much
you can't arrest somebody for resisting arrest when they were. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're arguing that second part of it. We're saying first team reps prepares you better than second team people or third team people. What you're arguing is the other part of that, and saying obstruction also is another thing. You're saying that, well, what difference does it make, because he needs to practice with the people that he is going to be throwing with or that he practiced with. That's two different arguments you're making, my brother.
That's not two different arguments.
It is.
It's not. Y'all brought up the
JR,
fact.
can I say something to you real quick?
Go
If
ahead.
you are playing with ones and twos, does that mean that those players have more talent than threes and fours?
Does it mean they're more talented? Absolutely.
Right.
Okay,
So nip that. So if he's playing with a better talent or a better receiver core, the chances of better completions will rise. Yes or no?
Yes. If he's
So if that's
he'll have more time.
You just said if.
Let me finish.
You just said if, right?
Let me finish,
if
bro.
he's playing
Let
with
him finish his thought, and then you can talk.
Remember the if.
Let me finish the point. So if that's the case, better personnel equals a better chance of completing passes and moving the chains. If I'm placed in
a better protection,
that's the next point I'm going. If I'm placed in a situation,
remember the if.
Let me finish.
We're not gonna forget the if, but don't interrupt. Let me
finish, bro. All I'm saying is this, right? If you are calling plays as the coach, Stefanski is calling plays that require development for receivers who don't have the talent to get open. Then you are placing me behind a line that is not giving me the 2 seconds that it requires to get. So we are going back. That's why he looked like he was in Colorado all over again. So you call plays for the other guy that exploited his strengths. And then you call plays for me that exploited my weaknesses. And you place me in an O-line.
Okay, hold on, Panda.
He done moved on to a second point, but I'll address the first if, right? I'll address the first if. You said if he plays with the talent in the game, but he didn't. He didn't play with the first team talent in the game. So there can't be an if because he didn't do it. I could say that too. I could be like, man, if he had the opportunity to rep with the first team, man, he would be good with the first team, but he didn't rep with the first team. So the first team players didn't play with him. So the players that he played with, you got to make do with what you have practiced with. Unfortunately, Shedeur did not practice. He didn't practice. He didn't do no reps leading up to this game. I think he had like minimal reps like the last two days or something like that.
Let me handle some business.
He missed pretty much a whole week of practice, like doing no reps.
We got it. Let me handle some business. Hold on. Let me handle some business.
Because you got to read this.
Go ahead.
Let me handle some business. C.A. Anderson, thank you for the super chat. We'll deal with this in a second. It was the Browns who announced a fair QB competition. We wanted to see it. What's the competitive? What's if competitive if things are equal? We'll answer that in a second. Go ahead, finish your thought, JR.
Yeah, so if he got first team reps in practice and played with the first team, then you have your perfect scenario. But he didn't have that perfect scenario in training camp.
I'm not basing it off of that.
So to what DC and I am saying is that you can make the disclaimer to say, well, if he did this, you can compare it to this. My only thing against DC is the preparation part. Like, yes, preparation matters. It does matter. He clearly didn't have enough preparation going into this game. But he didn't have time to throw to these receivers that he's going to throw to in this game.
And whose fault is that?
And that's unfortunate. He was injured. That's unfortunate.
Who is calling the play?
It don't matter about the
head coach.
About the timing.
The head coach is calling the
plays to exploit my weakness.
It's about
my fault.
It's about the timing. The play is the play. Regardless, it's still about timing.
Let me finish, bro. I'll let you cook. If the coach is calling plays that is different for two rookie quarterbacks, and when they are called, we are seeing the noticeable difference of the O-line response. So one have a better O-line, one have the third and fourth stream O-line that is being cut tomorrow.
How do you know? Well, hold on 1 second. How do you know that one QB may have been moving his protection and the other one wasn't?
Because
you don't know that.
Look at the play calling.
No. You also have to look at
was Dylan always on the center?
Listen.
What's
Listen,
that
I'm not.
play calling?
Listen. I'm not trying to be rude or disrespect nobody. But what I am
Stop
sitting here
saying that
saying
before
is,
you make a statement, bro.
Yeah,
It's
why you
not
keep
that you
saying that
should.
before you
I
make a
keep saying
statement?
it. I
Giving me
keep
a
saying it
prerequisite.
because what I'm about to say is that what I'm about to say can be insulting. It's to a point where you're not
Because
looking
y'all
at
so dumb, y'all don't
everything.
even know what y'all looking at on this football screen.
No, I'm not trying to say you
He ain't
dumb.
trying to say that.
What
Come
I'm
on, man.
trying to
Don't do him
say,
Y'all
like that.
so slow, y'all
No,
don't
this
even
is
know
Why
what y'all
would
saying.
no.
if you make
What
why
a
I'm
would
trying to
statement,
DC
say,
why would
and I got
DC
to, what I'm
insulting
trying
you?
to say, and then even to a point where Wild Dog now, and I'm gonna get on the Wild Dog just for I'm gonna include him in now. Wild Dog, you know some of the stuff you saying that ain't the way it goes. You know good and well, and we know this. At the point is, everybody ain't gonna get. There's not enough time to get everybody to get first team reps. Somebody's got to get second team reps, and somebody gets to get third team because they all gotta be prepared. So sitting here saying, well, if he have got all that, that was not going to happen. To say we would like for it to happen, I agree, but that's not. But I'm also gonna
I
sit here
gotta
and say
address
is
this
that
if thing y'all keep trying to get my man Panda on. This
What
if
Panda
thing is the
said if. That's what he
yeah,
no,
man.
said.
I know, but he said if, but y'all are dealing with the if differently.
No, I'm
Y'all
saying
not
this.
dealing with
No,
the
you
if
got
the
we
way that Panda meant it.
I
no what
get
no
I
no 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 no
explained
no
what
no.
I meant, and
You
they
can't do that,
answering
Harry.
something
You
different.
can't do that.
I
Yeah,
get
y'all taking
I
the if,
literally
y'all trying
explained
to
what I meant,
litigate
and
the
y'all are
if in a
answering
different
something
way
different.
that he's actually meant to, meaning that if. That if was not for y'all to try to take that if and try to spin it.
can I keep it real?
Panda saying if as though the situation is perfect. If he
No,
got
that
the
is
No,
time
not
to
what
do
I'm
no,
this,
that's
saying.
what I'm
if he got,
saying. That's
That is
not
it's
what
not
he
not
going to
was
what
be a
trying
I'm
to
perfect
saying.
say.
situation.
That
It
is
never
No,
not what I'm
was.
saying.
that's not
See,
what
what
he
is
was trying to
happening?
say.
You heard if, and you're held on to the if. You are
Right.
I'm
not
not
going to
holding on
listen
to
to
no
my
if. Hold
explanation.
on. I'm not holding on to no if. What I'm sitting
Okay,
here
I
saying
think
is,
what Panda was trying to do with the if was you give the first team to Shedeur. It's not like, oh, what if? You see what I'm saying? Like you're thinking like, what if everything would have been perfect? We know his situation was his situation. But what you need to consider is the fact that Shedeur never had the same things that Dylan Gabriel and Joe Flacco had in practice. If
can
you
I say
have
this
those
to
things
you,
in
Harry? Though
practice,
Wait, DC, wait.
if you get those things that Dylan Gabriel, and then that was my bigger argument I was trying to make with Jackson Dart and all these people. If you give Shedeur those same things that they have, then the results are
Wait,
going to be different.
well,
But
so
well,
did
hold
y'all
on
Dylan
one
not
second.
Gabriel
considering that.
Hold on one
did
second,
Dylan
Jr.
Gabriel have
Hold
a
on one
first
second.
team
O
running
line.
back? Did Dylan
They
Gabriel have a
did
first
not
team running
even
back?
have the same O line. Is the point
Whoa,
Hold
whoa,
I'm
on
whoa,
one
whoa,
making.
whoa,
second.
whoa. Did Dylan
Forget
Gabriel have a first
forget
team running back?
forget the ones. Forget the ones. I think that
Did
is
he?
He didn't.
confusing you.
I mean, but that's what you said. You said if
Forget the
Shador got
ones.
this. So
Listen
did
to what I'm
Dylan
saying,
Gabriel have a
because I
first team
realize
running
you all are
back,
confused.
DC?
So let me
No.
clarify.
Agree, J.R.
Did
Boxing?
Dylan
How can you agree
They
with the
did Dylan
did
Gabriel
preparation
had a
and then
first
argue
team?
against your own thoughts?
Did
You said you
did
agree with
Dylan
the
Gabriel
preparation concept.
have the first team offensive line when he played against Philly? No, he didn't. He
did
had
Shedeur have the
one.
second
He
team?
had one left
Did
tackle.
Shedeur have the second team offense?
Did Shador had a second
See,
team
I'm
offense?
being very
Why
clear.
would
It's
they
not
put the?
confusing.
Why
Did
would they put
Shedeur have
the?
the
But the
second team
question
offense?
is, why would they put the second team offense in the preseason game
Because
in the
they gave
third
it to Dylan.
quarter? Why would they do
Because they
that?
gave it to Dylan. You just
That's
In the
the
third
guys
quarter.
that are going to be on the
because
team.
you
Why
gave
would
it
they
to
do that
Dylan.
at that point?
You gave
Well,
him
Why?
here's
the third and
Why
second
would they
team.
do that?
Prove my point.
That's not
You
football.
literally
Come
hold
proved
on,
on.
my point.
guys.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jr. I got it. Here's the thing. I say this. Do y'all realize that if is no better than but? They're the same things in context.
No,
You
but
can say
but
if.
could be bigger
Whoa,
than
whoa, whoa,
if.
whoa, whoa. No, yeah, I sure can. We can have a smile
Oh
too.
Lord.
But you don't trust it. The,
You can have a bigger
And
butt.
let's, and,
that's
and
right.
let's, and let's stop comparing apples to oranges. That's
Well,
the
see,
Oh,
but
problem.
right, but see, but now, Wild Dog. Now you know when
God.
you play football,
Y'all
man.
heard y'all
You
gotta
know
bring
good
him
and
on.
well. Everybody ain't get reps with the ones. The second and the third QB hardly ever got reps with it. I
But yeah,
understand in
y'all arguing
theory.
the
I
technicalities
under,
again, man.
but hold on one
Why,
second.
But
But
that's
why,
the
hold on.
technicalities
why,
of
why
it.
why are you calling me out? I know how fifth round picks are treated. I'm not confused. I am not confused.
I know, but Wild Dog.
But
I
it's
am
not
kind
the
of messing with you.
same. Why are we arguing about the first round? It's not the same.
That's what I'm saying.
Even your career trajectory is totally different.
It's
You can
different.
have a
That's
It
all
better
we.
is.
That's all we trying to say.
you can
It's
have a
simply
better
gonna be
player. You can
different.
have someone you can have someone with better talent in the seventh round than the first rounder, but his life is totally different.
It's
It's
Totally.
true.
totally different experience.
It's true. The point, I think but I get,
A guy that's
this.
on the team already and don't have to worry about his position is playing way different than a guy who's about to go be collecting trash tomorrow. So I mean, come on. But anyway, let me handle this business. C.A. Anderson, thank you for the super chat. She said, I'm actually a woman who is listening to you all argue over a league unapologetically trying to break this young man. Consider your sons. If you destroy the boy, you kill the man. So let's handle that real quick because we didn't handle the first one. So she's paying for another one. Let's go ahead and handle that one real quick. So listen. Whether you want to believe collusion or not, whether you want to believe Eric Dickerson or not, you have to understand that in the history of the NFL, most of your analysts that have you on the first round do not see you go fifth round when the draft comes. So there's something there that we need to consider. All right? There's something there that we need to consider. We all know and we watch Shedeur play high school, college, and now in NFL. The talent is the evaluation of high school and college, and mostly I would say college, right? So if we are arguing talent, Shedeur has never been in a situation where some of these guys are playing on SEC teams with really good O-lines and they get the protection. Shedeur has never had that. If all things are equal, there's no way you're telling me that Shedeur is not as good as these guys or even better. Can y'all please answer, or whoever want to take this would let one person touch this? I don't know if I want it to be Tennis or Panda, because then
I've been listening and just chill.
Do you want to talk to C.A. Anderson? Do you want to
Yeah,
answer that?
this is something I've been talking about because I've expressed how I came up in a black settlement, but then I also grew up around the military. And it was two totally different experiences. When I was back home in Griffeytown in Kentucky, I better know my place and how to conduct myself, and it'll get you far. When I'm back at the military base, back at school, around the military, hell, I can hold my head up high. I don't care what race you are. We got people from all over the world. I'm an uppity Negro, and I conduct myself accordingly.
All right, bring it home. Bring it home, because you're losing me.
When I grew up as a man, I paid the cost, Harry B. But I did it knowingly and willingly that I'm going to hold up my head up high, know my rights, fight for my rights to whatever end, whatever it costs me. And I learned to smile. And in the end, people that believed in me benefited from rocking with me. And that's all Shedeur has to do.
Can I answer her question?
Yeah, but this is the thing. I feel like we are treating him bad for this. He slipped in the draft.
Hold on, real quick. Somebody wants the link. For you to join the show, just email jointlplive@gmail.com. Jointlplive@gmail.com. And my Cash App is also right there if you want to help a brother out. I thank you for all the super chat. Miss Anderson, thank you so much for blessing a brother. But my Cash App is also right there. $TLP Sports Club. $TLP Sports Club. But to join the show is jointlplive@gmail.com. And DC, you're wrong. Anyways, I just wanted to sneak that in there.
I love it.
Yeah, but this is the point we're missing, right? It's the first time in an NFL draft that somebody pranks calls a first rounder.
Don't go to the prank call. Come on, man.
No, that's not the first time. It happens quite often.
We're talking about
stop the prank call because now you're playing to the base. I don't want to play to the base.
Yeah, that's moving the goalpost.
Yeah, man. Let's leave
No.
that stuff alone. Let's go straight to what we think. Look, Panda, this is where I thought you was going. This is the first time in the NFL draft where the analyst has somebody on their board, and he went to as a first rounder, he went to the fifth. If you can get on that line, I'm fine. But don't go to the other things.
Let me use that
other things line. Is a trigger for other people, and I don't want to. I don't want to do that.
Let me use that line.
Please use that one.
The reason why I disagree with DC, you are saying all the pundits, all the scouts, everybody who goes to colleges and scout, who scouted him either 1 to 3rd in that particular draft, right? Before it was 1 and 2. We could say that the BYU game created some ruckus in the evaluation coming down to the end, right? If I give all those things, we can't turn around and say we have ever seen somebody go from 1 to 5th.
Oh, did I forget about him? Hold the line. I'm sorry, him. I left you in the green room. What's up, man? How you doing, brother? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you calling in. Thanks for holding the line also, man. I appreciate you. You still there? he like, dang, Harry, you forgot about me in the green room. Yo, him, you still there?
He probably washing dishes or something. He's like, man, I ain't got time for this.
He said,
man.
yo, Harry,
He'll hop on in a second.
Probably on the barbecue pit. By
Hey,
this
Harry,
point.
Harry,
Harry D, you have a question up on the board, and the response to that is that GM Andrew Berry
You gotta read
had
it.
the ball.
I gotta read it. Let me handle that business. Thank you so much for truth and true. Okay.
I was trying to answer it. I was trying to answer them.
No, but I gotta read it. I gotta read it. Truth ain't true. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. If the owners remove Shedeur off the board, the draft board, how did the Browns get him? Let's go to DC for this one.
All right, real quick.
I'm picking on you tonight, DC.
Bring it, brother, because it's all love. You know it.
Hey, thank you guys for being good sports, okay? I mean, none of this is personal.
No.
We are just spitting opinions, okay?
Man, military be like 10,000 times worse. Here's the thing I'm going to say. First off, just going to touch on the first thing that lady said as far as trying to break somebody. I would say let's unpack
so you're going back to Miss C.A. Anderson?
I want to go back and just say that. Well, let's unpack
I ain't going to answer that question yet, DC.
Well, here's I just wanted to touch on that because sometimes, like, I'm going into extremely white places being a pilot, and sometimes there are things that are done. What's that?
Not as a cop.
I'm going into that as well, but I'm saying it's to a point where I've been in spaces and I've seen how stuff, and sometimes there is a system, then sometimes there is a gray area, then sometimes we go in because we're so anticipating it that we see it that way. I don't know what happened in this draft fall. Because I'm using that to go over into this one, the second question. I can't say that. So, for example, I'm not unapologetically black when I go into these spaces. I've literally.
Is that because you're light skinned?
Oh, well, hey, at the end of the day is I have sat in there and had to pull somebody into the room and tell them you got one more time. And if you got one more time from me, you really get out one more time. You'd have pressed it. You have pressed your luck, and I'm about to sell it to you. But you got to go into those spaces at the end of the day because freedom ain't free. And so the other thing I'm gonna say that gets in here is that
are you taking truth now? Can we get the truth?
I'm speaking truth for what I'm saying.
No. Can we get the truth ain't true?
Yeah, I'm going to how he got to the Browns. I don't know.
If the owners wanted to remove Shedeur off the draft board, how did the Browns get
That's
him?
what I'm about to get to him. Right. I don't think that they wanted to move him off the draft board. I'm under the impression that there was some people did not like the circus. That was obvious. And they didn't want to deal with it. But then there's
DC. Okay, DC.
Whoa, don't step on it.
We have confirmation otherwise. No, we have confirmation otherwise.
Wild dog, you cannot step on the Wild dog. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
Showing evidence. We have new evidence.
Hey, Wild dog. I'm sorry. I gotta mute.
Wild dog.
Listen, man. Let somebody finish their thought, and then we're gonna give you an opportunity to finish to get your thoughts in.
But that's all I've been doing the last 20 minutes is letting people.
I'm gonna give you the opportunity. So, but let him. He was in the midst of talking, and then you just stepped on it.
He asked me to say.
And sometimes, like when somebody's in the midst of thought like that, they can lose their train of thought when we do that. Go ahead, Waldo. I'm coming to you.
My thing is, I'm not sitting here calling it a circus. They're just very enthusiastic fans. Some of it is a circus now. Now, if you want to see him fight me on that one, Wild Dog, we can get in the ring. But not all of it is. Some people are just enthusiastic. There's some people that are just very enthusiastic about Shedeur. There's no shade on that one. But then there's something that has gone on, and I understand you're gonna go to what Eric Dickerson said.
Stick to the
But
coach.
I'm sitting up here saying is I have to be honest. When I'm watching Shedeur drift back instead of climb up in the pocket, I could easily see how some teams would be concerned with that accuracy of the arm. So what I'm saying is I'm not dissing it. I don't know, but I do know some teams because you heard there was people that said like Boomer Esiason said they didn't really want to deal with some things. I ain't saying Boomer is true. I understand what Eric was saying, but what I'm saying is somewhere in there, I think the messaging got lost, and instead of people talking, they stopped talking. And I really think if Shedeur had an agent, that may have been able to kind of cool some of this stuff down.
So you snuck in
He
something that
answered his own
I've
question.
been
He
no
made
hold
a
on.
question and answered.
You snuck in something that I try to hold you to. You snuck that in,
What was
but now
that?
it feels like it's coming out. Remember
What's that?
the whole first round draft talent that we talked about. You didn't really. You said, "Well, yeah, I think he was a first rounder," but now it seems like you're adding a lot more to your meat, to the bone and the meat, and the bone is getting a little fatter.
Hey, whoa, pause.
Pause.
Yo,
Okay,
My,
pause.
my
hold the
bone is getting
beat.
fatter. I
No,
was
no,
sitting
I'm
up.
just saying, like I feel like we started off with. I know I stepped into that one. I feel like we started off with just saying, well, we don't really know what's happening, but now we're critiquing plays and we're saying, well, if he's moving back in the pocket, then maybe that whole maybe people are right by when I'm
You
seeing
know
things.
why? You know why I can say what I'm saying? I'll tell you why I can say what I'm saying.
Hurry up,
Because
because I want to get Wild Dog in here. I want to get Wild Dog in
And
here. Go
I
ahead.
was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, go to Wild Dog, please.
Go ahead.
let me just say this last statement and be
Nah,
done with
Wild
it.
Dog, go ahead.
Nah, let Wild Dog
It's
go,
real
man.
quick. It's real quick.
Let him,
It's
let
real
him,
quick.
let him get it in,
Wild
guys.
Dog
Come on,
needs
come
to
on,
It's
address
come
real
it
on.
quick.
first.
I'm just
I
saying
always
Go,
come
because he
to
go,
already
you.
go.
asked
Go
me.
ahead,
He
Wild
already
Dog.
asked me.
Come on,
Here's the
Hey,
Wild
let
Dog.
thing.
me
Wild
in.
Dog,
Let
go.
me in,
Hold
bro.
the
Let
line,
me
guys.
in.
Wild
Hold the
Dog.
line, guys. Hold
B,
on.
I'm
DC,
saying this, and I
you
promise
got
y'all, I
10
shut up.
seconds. Go ahead.
Right. I saw articles and I even heard some stuff on other places with scouts that were talking about that they saw Shedeur maybe a third to fifth round. I did see that,
Okay, so
but
what's your
people
point?
dismissed it. So what I'm saying is, when we say first round, I'm saying is that there were scouts out there, there were people that were saying he's not there.
Yeah,
I
but
did.
YouTube channels
Were
with
they
8
in the
subscribers don't
majority
count.
or the minority?
Can
YouTube
you put it in
channels
the
with
back
8
chat?
subscribers do not count. So we're talking about TV people. We ain't talking
It
about
wasn't.
YouTube channels. Name a name. Give me a name. Give
Put
me
the
But
one
article.
but
Put
name.
the article in the back chat, DC.
but
Yes.
10 said, yeah, we'll get into that. Wild
Let's
dog.
go,
I
Wild Dog.
digress.
Oh no, you're gonna skip that? No, I
Nah,
want to
let
know
Wild
that.
Dog go. Let
Was
Wild
there
Dog go.
somebody with a YouTube channel with 8 subscribers, or was
No,
there somebody official?
you know I don't fool with stuff like
Right,
that.
but was there somebody official before we move off of this?
I found it to be somewhat credible. We'll just leave it at
Who
that.
was
Okay.
it? Phil Yates?
Yeah,
Who
I
was
want
it?
names after Wild Dog. I want names. Wild
Phil
Dog, go
Yates?
ahead,
Had to be Phil Yates.
and
Man.
nobody interrupt Wild Dog while he's talking too.
All
Wild
right.
Dog went to eat.
All right. So if some of you don't know or remember, I work for the NFL. I know how they operate. So look at here. He was not on anyone's board. I repeat, he was not on anyone's board.
What does that mean? What do you mean he wasn't on anybody's board?
Nobody picked him to draft.
He was to go undrafted, Harry B.
Huh?
He was to go undrafted, Harry B. He was not on anyone's draft board.
Oh,
Period.
you're not talking about pre-draft stuff. Okay, I see what you're saying.
He was not on anybody's draft board till he was to go undrafted. GM Andrew Berry.
I thought that's what once we got to the 4th round, I said, oh shoot, he's not going to get drafted.
Yeah. So GM Andrew Berry had the balls to say, I'm going to pick him up. And this is why Haslam had to come out, give the clarification, throw Berry under the bus, and clear himself out of the way of any collateral damage. GM Andrew Berry had the balls to say, I'm taking him.
Bro, I don't believe that though.
Nah. He right though.
I don't believe it.
Nah, he right. And
And if it hadn't been Andrew Berry, at some point, 5th, 6th, 7th, before the draft was over, someone else would have had the balls
to say, look, Shedeur Sanders, I'm taking him.
Hey, Waldo, can we use balls on the channel?
No
Yeah,
Diddy.
you're good. Yeah, you're
Nah,
good. You're good.
balls was cool because the
Balls
context
is
of
fair?
how he used it was not a
Cojones,
pause.
No, I'm not saying it's pause, but balls is that with that clear?
Because you directly against the grain of owners in the NFL, and you putting your whole reputation, your career on the line.
Waldo, I want to challenge you real quick. Do you believe that whole circus of oh, he said, she said crap that they did? Because I don't believe it.
It's the
That's a fair
Browns,
question.
brother. It's the Browns.
No, don't use that. I want a fair answer.
Do
you believe? I
can only go on what I know. But I've been trying to find.
I want to know your opinion. Do you believe that he said?
No. I heard Harry B. I remember a clip. I have a photographic memory. I got a lot of problems, but I have my photographic memory. That's how I operate. That's how I function in life, is with my photographic memory. There's a clip I saw of Haslam coming into the war room and saying, "That's long enough. Get Shedeur," because they had issues internally and the whole interference externally when it came to Shedeur Sanders. Now I've been scratching trying to find that video clip, and it's
that's
been
long
scrubbed.
enough.
I cannot find it anywhere.
Why would he use the words "that's long enough"?
Because they colluded, bro.
That sounds like collusion.
Pause.
He came into the room and said,
Nobody
"That's
was
long
thinking about
enough."
pause until you said pause, bro.
Hey, man, I'm just clearing the air.
Because it's internally, like Haslam said in his press conference, it comes down to GM Andrew Berry's call. So enough arguing, bickering internally, enough of us having interference externally from the NFL or other owners. Make your call. It's long enough. Pick up Shedeur. And let me find it. I haven't stopped looking for it. Let me find it. Because I watched it. I watched it multiple times. I watched that clip over and over.
But
like, what the hell is going on?
Dog is right. This is why Wild Dog is right. They went into the draft already with picking up Gabriel. That's why Gabriel did the video with the whole bird thing. A birdie told me I'm going in the third round, and he called the exact slot. They wasn't deviating from that. What happened is they thought somebody else would have had the
Hold on. I need you to go what I think is what happened. Because you don't know that,
video
Panda.
of this, sir. There's literally a video of it announcing that he's going in the third round. He dropped the video before the draft was finished, bro. So
that's what agents are for, man. So his agent could have told him that.
Can I say, here's what we DC. You said nobody knows. Here's what we do know, DC. That young man was done foul. There's something stinking in this mark. Either the NFL or the 32-member team or 32 owners, but we know that's why we having this conversation, because everybody that's in their right mind know that this young man was done foul. It's stinky, okay? For whatever reason, they did it.
DC don't believe that because he thinks like Shedeur is not first round.
Dennis, this is what I think happened.
But you cannot deny that he was done foul.
Shedeur didn't get a agent, and everyone said, "Oh, they ain't trying to share the money, and Dion trying to do this. We gonna box him out." His brother was gonna go not have an opportunity. His brother said, "Dad, this ain't gonna work," and he went and got an agent. He got a call right after that. So we have evidence to support that. Let's be honest, we didn't think that his brother was going to go higher than anything else. We can concede that, so we don't want to get that lost. What happened was the brothers told his dad, we have it on video, "Dad, I gotta get an agent now. Forget that." He made it as a joke. He went, got the agent, he got the call right away. This was hey, y'all don't want to play ball? You said that you're gonna go somewhere else. We gonna show y'all we the bosses. And they did an excellent job of showing that we run this.
Now we're just throwing a whole bunch of stuff together, man. Let's leave this
I'm
alone.
sure. I'm telling you,
Yeah, man. Everybody's like,
I'm
this
not
is not going
saying
anywhere.
I'm showing you based on evidence.
Well, here, let me throw my 2 cents in.
Okay, let JR Box
Yeah, I'll go crazy.
This my 2 cents, and
Please
this
tell
always
me you're not putting another narrative in there. Lord,
yeah. This
Why
my
not?
2
We've been
cents.
on that. We've been doing that. Go ahead, JR.
Yeah, this my 2 cents.
I think it was an African that did it.
It goes back to Coach Prime. When Coach Prime was talking about some of the NFL organizations, more specifically, he said some stuff.
Oh Lord, you're doing stuff again.
Look.
Oh,
he
come
said
on.
it. He said it, and it's on wax. So the NFL, they learned from that mistake the first time. Because who was the first prominent family to do that? The Manning family, exactly. And
John
the
Elway.
Chargers said, we gonna draft him anyway. And Eli didn't come out. That was embarrassing for the NFL. Totally embarrassing. You got a whole big production. Your number 1 pick don't want to come on stage because the organization that he did not want to go to drafted him anyway. That was embarrassing. That's the first time the NFL ever experienced that.
What's going to happen to that kid who going back to play college football?
Who? Maurice Claret?
The one who had the bad contract for the.
He was at Texas A&M and he left, but I think he.
A&M?
But no, I think
that's unprecedented.
I think that
he signed his contract, but he was just
threatened to go back.
Yeah, it was language in the contract that he wanted all his guaranteed money, and the Bengals were like, "Nah, we ain't giving you this because you got a story pass." And he was like, "You shouldn't have drafted me then." So, but my thing with the whole Coach Prime thing, and then I started to listen to what the owner said. The owner said, "Look, if you ask me if we draft Shedeur that Friday night, I say no." And he probably meant that, like, "Nah, we ain't drafting him." Whether it was he would have been available or not, but he like, "No, we're not drafting him." But we had a conversation, and the right people are on the phone call, and so me personally, I think Coach Prime was probably on that phone call. And he probably had to, hey, look, I'm not trying to downtrot your organization, but I want the best for my son. And the track record of the Browns, it hasn't showed great for quarterbacks. And Coach Prime stood on that. He even said that he would red line his son. He said red line specific, and we all know what red line means. That means I will halt, I will stop. Coach Prime said that.
Did he lie though?
What, about the Browns? No, he
about his evaluation of the Browns.
He's not lying.
Okay.
But then again, you can't, to me, in my opinion, if I own a company and Panda, you speaking out against my company, I'm not going to endorse you. I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to be like, yo, we may need to cut this off at the bit.
Several players have done that in the past.
All right, guys, we got different players. Yeah, this conversation.
But the Chargers disagree with you. The Chargers
who accused of our.
Listen, man, none of us know what happened. We got to leave this conversation there.
But did he go to the man? And did he?
I got a question though.
You know he didn't go out on that stage.
Hey,
and the Tampa Bay
until they traded him.
And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers sabotaged Bo Jackson.
All right, listen. Look, I got a question. I got a question. I want to end on. I want you to tell me best trait, worst trait for the two rookies, so we can get up out of here. Best trait, worst trait. Panda, you go first.
Nah, best trait. You gotta let me go last. You know that.
All right, DC, you go first. We're gonna do it backwards. Right. Best trait. Todd Smith is still here. Best trait, worst trait.
Okay. Best trait.
Two rookies. Best trait, worst trait.
Best trait for Dylan. He does his reads pretty quick. Third, he's pretty fast with it, and he takes the ball where it needs to go. Worst trait, he's Keebler Elf. The best trait of
he's too short.
Yeah, he's Keebler Elf, man. I feel like I want some cookies when I see him out there, man.
So what does that mean for his game?
I put it to you like this: if he was 6'2", he would have been a first round pick, like Shedeur. But the point,
you know what?
You took a shot. I didn't even realize you took a shot.
I know I did that. Look, I love. Hey, it ain't gonna be no
Hey, you
fun
got
if
that one
everybody.
in there real clean too.
I
I
know,
gotta
man.
give it to you.
See
That was your
why.
first. That was your cleanest shot. And you know
Man,
how
you
you be
ready for
doing
that
those?
one, too.
You go to the gun range. Yo, that
Yeah,
was your
yeah,
cleanest shot you took. I
yeah,
didn't even see
man.
that one coming. But go
No,
ahead.
seriously though. It
That
won't
was
be no
good.
fun if everybody agrees with everything. I like to throw a little sauce into it, have fun.
Absolutely, I love it. I
All
love
right.
it.
Shadour's worst trait. Let's start with that. Is the not climbing up in the pocket and
Notice
going.
how he starts with Shedor's worst.
No,
He
because
started
I'm
with Gabriel's best.
yes, because I want to give him his best at the end.
Anyways, yeah,
I'm
right.
saving the best for
For
last.
like,
See,
yeah,
I'm
sure,
saving the
sure.
best for last.
Sure.
Shador
Oh god,
needs to
this is
climb
gonna
up
be
in that
hard for you.
pocket.
I don't want
Right.
you to grow a pimple. I know it's
Oh
gonna be
no,
hard for
no,
you. Go
no,
ahead.
no, because y'all gonna like this one. The
Mm.
pros I like about it. And the other thing I don't like that he's
Oh
trying to
my
go for the
god.
big play versus you don't have to do what you did at Colorado. And I think we all agree with that. Just take what the
Wait,
defense
are
is
you giving
giving
him
you.
2 and you're giving Dylan 1? What is going on?
You see what
Because
he doing? You see what he doing?
You
I,
you said the pocket and then you give another bad. Like
the,
dang.
the only reason because we want to talk more about Shador than anybody else. So I'm
No,
trying to
I
give
No,
you the
asked
I
for
didn't
love.
ask
two.
you that. I
He
Right.
said
asked for one of
worst
each.
trait, best
Okay.
trait. That's all
Right.
I said. But
Well,
you took it upon yourself to give Shedeur some
because
extras.
it actually kind of goes all together.
No, they
Number
I
don't.
one.
see.
You
Okay.
Yes,
changed
it
the
does.
question as you
Yes,
Harry,
it
want.
does.
I
You
Yes, it
told you
changed
does.
to
the
slap him,
question
Harry.
as
You
you
done
want.
this. I told you
Woo!
to slap
But
him.
you
Here,
have
first,
no
here's what I
you have
like now.
no bias.
Listen, here's what I like. Here's what I like.
Wow,
Insane
DC.
accuracy.
You just showed your
Insane.
true colors.
I didn't show it. I'm trying to give him some the flowers now. I like his extreme accuracy. I like that he's a playmaker. So that's two. And that if you can take that stuff and basically give him the preparation and develop him, and
Uh-oh.
with his branding,
Wait a
I,
minute.
I'm being this ain't no fluff because y'all know I'm not gonna say it unless I don't believe it. If you take his accuracy, his give him the preparation and develop it, and
Mhm.
then you add in the fact that he already comes with a brand, I do think you have a huge franchise QB. He out of all the QBs I've seen with the past couple of years, he definitely has the potential if you invest in him that he will absolutely make you a money making franchise QB and win.
But just not with the Browns.
I think he could do. But to be honest with you, I really think you could do that more so with the Browns than most of the other teams.
That's interesting.
Nah, not the Browns.
All right, let me
Well,
let me
no,
let me
go
let me
ahead,
ha-
but that's
let
it.
me handle this business. I appreciate you, CA Anderson. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the super chat. Y'all killing your sons. It's hard to see you brothers and fathers doing this much. Love my brothers, but you use his name to monetize him this hard.
Whoa.
I don't know what this
Let me
means.
answer this, Harry. Don't answer it. Let me
Y'all
answer this
killing
question.
your sons. Hold on. Let me try to understand the essence of what is being said and not jump to conclusions. Y'all killing your sons is hard to see. I think okay, so she said in the first one, what she was meaning to say was the fact that we got to lift them up, we got to lift them up and not tear them down. That was one of the things that. Oh, there goes him. Him is back. Him, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing today? Thank you for calling in. Just hold the line
I'm
if you're
good.
there.
I'm
Just
good. Go ahead.
all
I'm
right,
listening.
hold the line. Okay, thank you. All right, so if you're still here, right, CA Anderson? So you can clarify what you're saying, but I think what you were saying by killing your sons is you were saying that instead of us tearing them down, we got to build them up, regardless if they're doing good or bad. So okay, who wants to take that first?
I think you mischaracterized what you heard. I think for the most part, we were just pointing out the areas of inconsistency and stuff like that. I think she was trying to call in earlier, and I think she missed when you post the live, the email, which is
Oh,
join.
let me put up the email again because I think somebody else is trying to call in as well. Join TLP live at gmail.com. Join JOINTLP Tango Larry Peter live. Join TLP live at gmail.com. Let me make sure I got the email. Somebody tried to call in and I sent them the email. They never came on.
So
Hey, but I
There was a
haven't heard
D.
not one the real reason why Shedeur
But
looks it bad.
wait, bro.
Hold on,
Let's
hold on, hold
be
on, hold on. We're trying to handle some business real
I'm
quick.
just. I ain't saying that. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna get you in. Don't worry. I know why you came. Trust me, I know you. I already know when you
I
come
just
up here.
been
I know
listening. I
what
like to listen first.
I know,
Everybody
I
get it
know. I
out,
got
then I
you.
like to go ahead.
I like your style. I like your style. So, all right. So, who Panda? Are you gonna do this justice, or are you gonna like fumble it? Because this is we
No,
gotta
no.
adjust this.
I think she has a valid concern in terms of what she's seen happening based on the culture of the NFL and stuff like that. But what we was trying to do on the show, we was going through several different points, and we were going in a roller coaster about different points and issues. So it wasn't a direct critique on Shedeur to turn down. There were several different parts of or several different segments that we were critiquing the play. We were critiquing him having the best place in the best opportunity to win. So I think I'm not sure at what point you came on, but we actually were more pro Shedeur than negative. DC is just a unique case. We have to pray for him and lift him up because he's special.
DC,
DC
you
in.
gotta fast for DC.
Right. But really and truly, it's been really diverse opinion based. Everybody coming back to the conclusion that today's performance wasn't his best, but at the same time, we could acknowledge that the organization at itself didn't place him in the best of situations, or even coming from the draft, it's been a struggle for him to get to this point. So I think that your concern is valid, but I think based on where you inserted onto the show, I'm not sure if you got the full picture.
All right, we got him on, but we're gonna bring on L. L, what's up with you? This is DJ L. What's up with you? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you calling in. What's up with you?
Peace to the panel, man. I definitely love all the work you do. I've been watching you since actually we started looking at what Dion got to Colorado, so I want to salute you first.
Oh man, you've been here for a minute.
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna just get to the point. Y'all can take this and do whatever you're gonna do with it.
All right.
I got some family that works for the McCaskies. That is the Bears ownership group. I'm gonna just put it out there. So I got the full story of what's going on. I'm gonna just tell a little snippet of it. Y'all want me to go a little deeper? We can.
Okay.
You don't want to get your family in trouble now.
I mean, we don't care about
He ain't
nothing.
said no name. He ain't showing no faces. So just talk.
We good.
This is the situation, man. Deion Sanders know this. A lot of the other insiders know this. And really, Eric Dickerson coming out with it right now, a lot of people, it's just at this point, it's just getting too out of hand. So essentially what happened is this. They had the little agreement, the freeze out was going to happen. What ended up happening was when that boy dropped that, when he put out that video. Now, okay, so I'll get to that. I'll tell you about the video first. But remember, the video came out where he prank called Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
What Bucky was recording it, and the dude released it. His dad was a defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. Once that hit the net, Roger Goodell and them, the league office start panicking because the public was like, "Oh shit!" I don't want to cuss. I know it's just right. It was like, "Oh,
that's $5."
Okay, $5. Yeah. You know, I want to talk. I want to talk my talk. I'm from Chicago.
I know, but not this show, bro. We're not gonna let it loose. Just say it clean, please.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So,
all right.
Everybody started panicking, like, man, y'all doing this boy crazy. So, the Cleveland Browns took one for the team. They never wanted them there. So that's why I feel bad for them, because really, they never wanted to even deal with this situation. Roger Goodell was calling front offices trying to see if somebody would pick him up. And now it's just blowing up. I'm going to tell you, I could go a little more in depth because I don't want to take up the panel. He's going to get cut. And they're trying to figure out a situation. It's really, you know, they didn't know that he was that popular. I tell you that much. They did not know that the black community and other communities. You said what?
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
Clueless.
I didn't want to cut.
Clueless.
I
Now
can't hear
he's
what you
just
said. I didn't
saying
want to cut you
clueless.
off, bro.
Was that Wild Dog? Wild Dog, what are you saying?
Clueless. He's just saying clueless.
Oh, Clueless.
Continue,
Okay,
man.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. They didn't know he was that popular. And now, like I said, Cleveland. See, this is the thing. Cleveland is getting an unfair shake because they did a favor for the league. They expected him. See, they trying to set it up what he to because really, even with this situation, you could kind of see Shedeur is kind of like he losing patience. Like even when they just pulled him out in that moment, you could see like it's like you can't keep it can't keep raining on you like, oh, it's all good to shower on. Like it's hitting a fever pitch and they trying to play it right. What I'm hearing, you take it however you want to take it. None of the teams are going to pick him up. If that happens, Dion is going to move with the collusion lawsuit. They got people already. He being quiet right. They just got to let the whole situation play out because at this point, it's a coordinated freeze out on that board. Now the NFL gonna come back and say, "Hey, well, we got your other kid down there," so that's why Shiloh's gonna make that roster. But I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you, this is bigger than sports. Monday, I mean, really tonight too. But you got all these prominent people. You got to understand, Deion Sanders got some friends in that league that you don't understand. Look, they was calling every front office and trying to just get him picked up because the optics is crazy right now. I'm telling you. So look, y'all can take that. It's gonna come to pass. Shedeur, I really feel bad for him because what Deion Sanders, I love Coach Prime. He messed up going on Gillian Wallow and saying it's gonna be an Eli. When he said that, they knew what he was on, and they saw it coming, and they planned to play. And it's really unfortunate because the brother can really play, but you know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to continue to see this situation deteriorate within the next 72 to 96 hours, bro.
Dang, tennis. That CFL is looking pretty good now.
No, but
Sheesh.
that
I'm
Tennis
trying
might
to
be a
tell you,
profit.
Hold on, wait.
yeah,
So wait. Is
because
he saying
they got first
Harry?
dibs
Is
on them.
he
You know
saying that
that.
Shador is
Wait.
going to be cut?
no. What I'm hearing is, you know what I'm saying, is the XFL. Now I know that it's seen, but I'm hearing that it's some type of thing with that. I got a couple friends, man, but he's definitely listen, because you gotta understand if he ain't getting no shot, he might as well just soon. Why not? And right now, Deion Sanders know that. And he looking like, okay, what they gonna do? Not draft none of my players from Colorado? See, they gonna have to expose their hand at this moment in time.
So this is going
Goodell is
deep.
trying. Goodell is like, yo, we just got out this Kaepernick thing. We did the deal with Jay-Z. So we trying to kind of clean everything up, the kneel in, and we pass all that. Now y'all run up, but listen, truthfully though, they kind of had to do the Julius Caesar situation with Shedeur and Dion. And I'm gonna tell you why, bruh. The NIL situation is out of hand, bro. It's out of hand. Look, listen. I see the brother just said that it's not about nobody's fault. It's just what it is. The reality is that Shedeur Sanders represented the next era of these kids, and Dion represent, man. If he would have panned out the way we know, I'm talking about like the way that the male Kipe and all them is saying, dude, that boy would have had $1 billion. I mean, they would have just that's what they trying to do.
All
So
right, let me
they
handle some
trying
business
to.
real quick. So hold the line, guys. Hold the line. I'm gonna get your thoughts on here. The first one was from oh, did you change the name? Hold on. Who?
Spiritual
Okay.
war exposed.
The Hope R. Smith says C.A. Anderson is referring to death and life are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. She means speak life into them. Don't make money off of him. So
Yeah,
let me take
they
that.
haven't heard us pray, Harry B. They haven't heard us pray on this channel before for some reason.
I don't know what they talking about. They talking nonsense.
Let
This
me
is sports.
let me handle that. So first of all, let's because people are always saying this.
Take a deep breath, Harry. Take a deep breath before you.
No, people are always saying this when it comes to our color, because when the white folks who have podcasts and television shows and the broadcasters, they're constantly talking about Shedeur. When we do it, then it's like, hey, let's hold up the culture. Let's make sure that we're speaking positively. Don't say that he dropped the ball. Don't say that he got sacked. Always speak positively. Don't say anything negative because you're making money off of him. So it's okay when white people do it, but it's not okay when black people have media channels that at least try to speak positively. We need black media because there's white media out there that they're going to spin their stuff. So always pointing the finger at black media and saying, hey, you guys should do this, and telling us how we should do our business when y'all freely watch those white media channels and just let them do what they do, but y'all hold us at a different, at a different level. I feel like that's not fair. It's not right and it's not fair. We try our best to be equal here. We have different voices. As you can see, we're arguing because we have different voices. So we're not all the way negative. We're not all the way positive. We're just right there in the middle where we belong. We try to make sure that we have different takes to handle these type of things. But
And the Bible also says,
don't
with
change the
many
standard.
advisors, victory is sure. So we can't just hope. We can't build theology on one scripture. With
Right.
many advisors, victory is sure. We have different opinions, which is advice. We could take it. We could use it. So let's
So
not over
I
spiritual.
did send the link to C.A. Anderson. If she decides to come on, she'll come on. So yeah, so just click on the link, C.A. Anderson. I'll send you the link. Click on it, put your name on there, and come on, and you can come on here and we can talk. But yeah, but I just don't want people to keep coming at us when you watch all the other media making money off of their names, doing everything that they do. We're not hiding anything here. We're not saying we're not making money. We're saying we're doing the same thing that every other media person is doing, but at least when we do it, we give it dignity, respect, and honor. That's what we do here.
I mean,
So,
bro, you don't even got to explain yourself. This is a business. People get
I
like it's
mean,
sports.
everybody's in the comments, so we got to give respect to everybody that has a thought. So that's how we do it here at TLP. We try to make sure that at least we respect everybody's comment. And then we got Spiritual War Exposed. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Not Dion's fault. I think DJ L, you addressed this already. Not Dion's fault. Shaking my head. Let's stop blaming ourselves for their racism. JR Boxing, are you still here?
I kind of came in late, Harry.
Oh,
So
Yeah, what up?
explain to
yeah,
me the
yeah,
question.
What up,
yeah.
Harry?
Let me
But
let me
let
get
him rock out
him.
though. Yeah, let him rock.
You wanna address this and then give me your thoughts on whatever you came in for.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so when you say address this, what do you mean when you say this?
What L just said? What DL just said?
What you
Okay,
say?
well, I mean, a lot of that just conspiracy theory, man. At the end of the
Hey,
day,
hey, bro, ain't nothing conspiracy. If I'm
I'm
telling
looking.
you,
Let me tell you how I said it. I ain't talking about what you say. I'm just saying, period. Basically, what happened is this is what's going on. This is what y'all have to just settle down and get ready for. The Browns was never planning on drafting Shador. The mistake came is when they drafted him after Gabriel. So that means Gabriel can go out and have two turnovers, a pick six, or whatever. He's not getting behind Shador unless he is just god awful bad. It's nothing Shador can do to jump Gabriel. It's nothing he can do. As you can see, he had a good game. He didn't jump him, and you're pretty sure he had this game. He damn sure ain't gonna jump him.
You
So,
don't no cussing, brother.
oh
Remember?
well, I mean, yeah, DAM.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah,
so people gotta just we just gotta
Hey,
just sit back. Now
I
today,
paid for you. I paid for you last time. I'm not paying for you this time.
I know, man.
but
You can't
today,
keep covering
Harry,
you, bro.
Harry, today he was set up to fail, and I'm gonna explain to you why. I bet no one addressed this point, but do y'all realize from the Eagles joint practice to today, Shedeur only practiced one time. People don't realize that. So that's almost 2
Well,
weeks
he
he
was
did
hurt.
not
Remember,
practice.
he was hurt.
Exactly. He
Well,
didn't
I
he didn't
meant
practice
him.
last week. Hold on, hold on.
Him. I mentioned it. They breezed right by it.
He didn't practice last week because right before the joint practice when he got hurt, and he only practiced one time this week. So that's in 2 weeks he only had one full practice with the guys that pretty much not gonna make the team. So I was expecting him to have a bad game today. That's just common sense. If you following what's going on, you
Yeah,
understand what I'm
but the
saying?
facts is, bro, but you got to just understand what's really going on. I mean, the facts is that the NFL called to have them pick. They said it basically. They said that they didn't really have a plan. They didn't want to pick them. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to understand, this is the elephant in the room. Is this?
DJ
If
L,
they,
is that does that mean? I'm sorry to cut you up, but I had to. Does that mean that Shedeur was not going to have an NFL career or future?
100%. I'm telling you.
Oh,
What,
dang.
Oh no, I gotta disagree.
But that's
bro,
the point I was
listen,
making earlier.
listen. What I'm
I
telling you,
don't,
bro.
I don't,
Listen,
I
what
don't
I'm
disagree
telling
with
you,
that.
bro. The only reason that Shedeur got picked is when that day, because when that video came out. Listen, you could say
From
Abdul
Bucky.
Carr, other people had video. They did not have the notoriety and
Bucky
of
had
that
the
video.
video.
You said what?
Bucky had the video where the commissioner was like, "Your dad is the
Yeah,
problem."
and the boy put it out too. They
Yep.
both put it out.
Yep.
That's how they found him. So you got to think when that hit social media, you got Meek Mill, and it just was too high profile. It made the NFL look bad, and
So let's
then
break this
they
down. Let's break this down.
And
You're
Harry
oh,
B,
go ahead.
and let me make this comment because I have, I'm in Dallas. I have to be really careful, bro. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've got no pushback on what DJL is saying, and that's as much as I can say.
Okay.
And then from my end, right, he's telling you from his end when the pressure kicked in that this isn't going to work out right the way we thought it was going to work out, right?
man, I'm
Because
telling you,
of the tension. And then
And
from my
that's
end,
what
he
I'm
in doubt.
telling you. When
From my
Dylan Gabriel made the video, he made a mistake because he dropped it too soon. He made a
okay,
mistake saying that, "Hey, a little birdie told me you all got to play it in sequence." What
okay,
DL and Wild Dog is saying is fact. Then when you
yeah.
add the two pieces,
And let me get out of here so DJ can continue. From my end here in Dallas, it's when the POTUS himself inquired about what was going on with Shedeur Sanders.
yeah,
Oh man, I
yeah,
can't
Okay,
buy
guys,
yeah.
that.
hold on
Mm.
one second. Hold on one second. Everybody stop 1 second. I see Anderson. I see you in the green room. You just gotta settle your camera. Let me know what you want. If you're coming on camera, settle your camera, get on the camera and settle down. Or just turn off the camera and then just use the audio.
See,
Hold on.
upload an avatar. Just have her upload a picture, upload an avatar.
Hold on. They'll decide. So either come on camera or put up an avatar, but settle and then let me know when you're ready. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. All right, go
Right.
ahead.
Yeah. I started just saying they can upload a picture, and that way they don't have to worry about where their camera is. Just letting them make sure they knew
No, I mean if they want to be on camera,
Now,
they can be on camera. Don't
let me
worry.
tell you this.
But they can hit the plus sign for and upload a
Hey,
picture
Wild
real
Dog,
quick.
hey, Wild Dog, let it finish.
Because my cousin works for the Bears organization, right?
Mhm.
And this was what she said. She was like, "Man, look, because we was at what's funny is we had a fan reunion about 2 weeks ago, and we was all talking about this, and it just been like this crazy thing, right?" And what she said, she was like, "Man, when I knew that it was something going on other than what America was watching on TV," she said, "It's no way in hell that the defensive coordinators of the Atlanta Falcons' son is going to call the greatest player that ever played for that organization, prank his quarterback star son the draft day, impersonating a division rival, and it just all goes away." She said it didn't make sense. That day, she said that day when all that weekend when that transpired, and the boy dropped the video. She said it didn't make no sense. So what I and the brother being him is right. A lot of stuff is conspiratorial in this, but I'm gonna tell you what I do know. What I do know is that when the video came out and you saw that. Goodell represents the owners, but he also represents the league. They could vote, they could come together to remove owners, everything. That was bad for business because this kid is not like essentially Shedeur Sanders is Black America's quarterback. Let's
Yes,
just be real.
that's a fact.
He is. Like right now, I'm talking about like you seeing like so the thing. So just in conclusion, I appreciate you guys for hearing me out. I'm telling you what's gonna happen. You about to have Shannon Sharp. You about to have Chad Ochocinco go tonight. You about to have all the Dion minions. I'm talking about all the people. I don't want to subject to that, but all the Dion disciples is a better word. They about to go crazy. Stephen A. Smith, everybody. Now, keep in mind, the Browns took one for the league. They did not want him at all. And they felt like, man, you know what? Maybe he won't play good at camp. We could just get an excuse to get him off the books. But he did. He did pretty well in that game when everybody got injured. So now, even when he just pulled him out, man, they know if that boy would have got a touchdown. See, he told you could play. They don't even want that. So now it's like at this point, they can't even be scared anymore. They just got to cut it off at the umbilical cord. They're going to cut Shedeur. They're going to get a lot of heat. They're going to get a lot of heat, but they're going to say, you know what, we might as well just take it because at this point, we can't keep playing the fall guy because, you know, we got a call because everybody got scared and deviated from the original plan. When you
All right.
got the president up there talking about, why did y'all pick Shedeur? So what I forecast, like I said, man, Dion's nuclear button is, you know what? They're going to try to use Shiloh to say, okay, we're going to give him a fair shake. They're going to come with the collusion, man. And they're going to, and the NFL is going to settle out. Shedeur going to take it, and they're going to set some private workouts for him. It's going to cause a
So
big cost.
college bound says Shiloh just got himself cut from the Bucks. What did he do? Did he?
Oh, he just got cut? Oh, what's up now? Oh,
That
it's over
Shiloh
with.
just got himself cut. But anyway, look, let me handle
He
some
was
business real quick.
undrafted now, bro.
Hope R. Smith says, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Truth is required. There are areas of growth for every player. I'm not criticizing you, and I'm not wrong. CA will correct me.
Oh, they
I
sparring?
understand. I understand what you're saying. I
Where?
can speak offline using multiple translations and context. Not sure. All right, CA,
Who
are
said
you
that?
ready? CA Anderson, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All right, here we go.
So they
All
finally
right, C.A.
swapping.
Anderson, welcome to the show. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you
Yeah,
so
it
much
was some shit
for
happening.
calling in.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
thank y'all. Look at me.
Yeah, about some money.
Uh-oh.
hey.
Hey, my brothers, I am not criticizing y'all at all. I am so into following this young man's career.
I think you got to lower your volume on something. There's a feedback. So
Okay, yeah, because it's on my big screen on my
Oh, okay. So
TV.
lower
So
the
am I
big
good?
screen.
Am I good now?
Yes, you're good. You sound good. You
Okay,
sound better.
I turned it off. I'm on my phone.
Okay, good.
Um, what I was saying, okay, so I don't mind. I listen to you all the time, my brother.
Thank you.
And I love the stuff that you're saying. I love what y'all are doing. I really do. I'd love to see black men enhance their profession, their career, and each other. The sad part that I have is this is a young brother, no matter what. I understand he plays a game, and you all are more knowledgeable in this game, and you're more knowledgeable to give critiques. And there's nothing wrong with critiques, whether they are constructive or whether they, are just opinions. What I'm seeing from the media, the social media, and uh, the opinions of people that are talking, they have not been critiques. They have been opinions on this young man's character. They have been opinions on this young man's father. And what's really, really bad is that when brothers like you all get into things other than what he's doing playing football, and you make that a point of infants, I feel like I'm hearing my father be tore down. And this young brother has heard his father be torn down all his life. And now he's in a position to where he's trying to make a name for himself. And don't think not for 1 minute when they say this brother is built for this and he can handle this. This little boy is 23 years old. And I may speak like a mama, but I don't want my 23-year-old son having to mentally try to figure all of this out and everybody tearing him down. And then he has to go out and act like ain't nothing wrong. And that scares me. That scares me for our babies. Look at this little boy, this 23-year-old man, as you all call him. He ain't doing nothing but being out there showing little kids that it's okay to dream. It doesn't matter if they're black, if they're white, if they're Chinese. It does not matter what race, creed, or nothing. But he's showing these little boys who got fathers. I hear little kids going, I love you, Shedeur. They got fathers. But they're putting their trust in somebody that's being real. And then I hear y'all that is going way back and worrying about whether or not this boy is compared to this or compared to that or compared to that. When he had a bad game, he had a bunch of bad games in Colorado. They killing him in the media. They love him, but they're killing him. They're killing him in every aspect. And ain't nobody lifting him up. And they talk about see you aunties, which I am not. I ain't nobody's auntie, but I'm a mama. And I believe this. I believe this. I love the young man that says exposure, and I ain't of no conspiracy theorist at all. But I've been praying for this young man. I've been praying for him, like on my knees. I ain't just talking about it. I go to work, and as I'm talking to the Lord, I'm telling you, I'm crying for this young man because I don't not only want to see him succeed, which I don't even care if he makes it in the NFL, but his mind. And if they can kill this, if they can destroy, and I'll make this and I'll give you an understanding of what I'm saying. If anybody can destroy your son, they're gonna kill a man. Because if your son can be destroyed by anything, he is not gonna grow up to be a man. He's gonna be a sissy boy, or he's going to be a boy that does not try because they've done what they're supposed to do is destroy him. And I am so sick and tired of our black men, and I'm saying it on color now. I'm so sick and tired of our black men being destroyed, and we don't have very many men. So when I put you to the fire to say, don't destroy your son, you don't have to agree with them on anything or on everything. But if it's your baby, I don't care what they do. You're going to walk with them through it. And that's what he needs. He needs fathers, just like his father. But he needs y'all fathers, y'all brothers, to stand hand in hand and say, hey, let's lift this boy up. Let's lift him up in prayer. Let's call prayer meetings for. I'm sorry. I'm just foolish enough to believe that God will
Spiritual.
answer us. Do you understand what I'm saying? It
You
ain't
mind if
about that y'all doing anything wrong. It's just a matter of I need to. I'm sorry. I guess I just need to get this out because I believe this that yes, God has the final say. Yes, He does. But I don't want us to be on the backhand of it saying, see, I told you so. Because what is that good is that? If that boy goes out there because he's internalized everything so much and he tries to take his own life. And then what? We lost a brother. We've lost a son. So that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Stop it. Because he's getting that out there. He's getting that from the new NFL networks. He's getting that from the Stephen A. Smiths. He's getting that. The stuff that they're doing to him in Cleveland, I don't care if he is a fifth round pick, but he's a fifth round pick with a soul. He fell to the draft. Do you know how much the media yeasted that boy up? The media did that. And then they let him fall. Do you want that on your son? Who's trying to just, he just trying to establish his dream. And I watched him. And today is a good example because I've went back over and watched all of his press conferences. And I've watched him go from this young boy who was so unsure of himself to where he was starting to feel a little bit better about himself. And now, when you said he was going to get cut, I believe it. But I believe this that the Cleveland Browns, even if they didn't like him or didn't want him, they built up monuments in their shop to sell his jerseys. Everything they talked about was Shedeur, Shedeur, Shedeur. And they never even embraced him as a person. They tore him down every time they could. Their media tore him down, tore him down.
Sister, you mind if I chime in with you?
You can. I'm sorry. I get off my
No. I love what you're
soapbox.
saying. No, I love what you're saying, sister, and I agree with you. But this is what I'm saying to the panel. You see this sister. I don't know if she's a casual football, or she watched football like that. I
Let
asked her,
me
"Do you
just
watch?"
tell you this. I did not start watching football, college football, until they went to Colorado. So I'm bandwagon. I knew of him. I
BWB all
knew of
day.
him and watched him on TV as a youngster, but I didn't start watching college football until him.
Exactly. So this is the reason why I said that. Jimmy Horn, Travis Hunter, LaJohntay Wester, all them kids that was Dion did a really good job in making those kids famous before
He
they got to
did.
the NFL. So now, I'm telling you, this is bigger than sports because, what the sister just said, the NFL, this is their worst nightmare. This is a public relations nightmare about Shedeur Sanders, and if they don't make the right move, it could really alienate a base that they just spent billions of dollars to get back post Colin Kaepernick. This is a messed up. I know right now and it's just an ugly situation, man. It's really ugly because it's like, yo, you gotta. It's like maybe you could put him in Indianapolis. I don't know, but they gotta get him a team right now because he is so popular, and it is a perceived wrong. I'm not saying it ain't wrong, but I'm just saying clearly people are vested in it, and they're like, yo, y'all doing. Sister, you just say I sit on my knees and pray for shit. You know that type of level of, and you're not the only one. I'm telling you, the NFL, especially after what they're gonna get tonight and tomorrow and probably Monday, they gotta figure out how to navigate this without creating a whole segment of people disengaged from that product because they feel like Black America's quarterback was slighted. This is a bad situation. If you couldn't pay me to work marketing and PR for the NFL right now.
All right, so
You know,
let me address before you go, ma'am. Let me
okay.
address something else you said too, because um I know you don't call yourself a CU auntie, CU auntie, but
No, sir. No, sir.
your
I ain't a part of no group.
I understand. So let me address this because we do have we have you, we have the CU aunties, we have the CU uncles, we have we have quite a few people here that are for Shedeur and not necessarily for the sport. So let me clarify this so that people can understand who are in the same position that you have or have the same thought that you have.
I'm a
We
Seahawks fan, so I do know the NFL. I'm Seahawks all
oh
day.
for sure. But let's address this.
Okay.
We what we do here is called sports talk. All right. I just want to make sure that we understand that first. We do sports talk. Sports talk has a lot of different nuances with it. All right. We're not uh we're not like we're not a channel that talk about, let's say, stuff that Roland Martin would talk about, right? We do sports talk. So, and within sports talk, and the reason why I do my show the way I do it is because I don't want to get caught up in an echo chamber with yes people and people who just say the same thing. It's not fun for sports talk, right?
I
Because
get it.
right. So if I so I give people the opportunity and I give them the respect, and I just say all I ask for is just respect back. So when people come on here and they give their views, we respect it. I'll push back if it's something that's disrespectful. I'll push back, but we give people the opportunity to give us a different view or a different opinion because we want to understand that, hey, are we handling this thing the right way? This is one thing that I don't like in the political range or in the political field. We are on opposite sides and we're screaming at each other. We don't want to hear this person.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear this person's opinion, and we don't want to hear that person's opinion. Where I like is even if somebody disagrees, as long as we can be respectful, I want to hear what they got to say, whether they agree with me or not. So that's why I do my show the way I do it. Like you said, you've been listening for a while. The way I do my show is I want to give people an opportunity to say, this is how you feel. And then I get to learn from that. I disagree with a lot of the guys that are on the panel, but we have developed a bond, a relationship. So now we are able to have conversations, even if we disagree with each other without being disagreeable, we can respect each other as brothers. So I don't want you to get the wrong idea of we're here down to downplay Shedeur or to speak down on him. But what I don't do on the show is to say if it's not positive or if it's not something that is if it if when it deal as far as it deals with football, we talk about that. If it's negative and it's about his personality, you're not going to hear it on the show. You're not going to hear us like down show when it football he made a bad play. It's all fair and game. But that's the sports talk part of it. When it comes to his life and his personal stuff, I rarely touch that stuff. But if I do, I always treat it with respect. That's what I just wanted to make sure I said that so you understand.
And I can agree with that. He's a Harry. That's what he do. Harry don't get into personal. He just talk sports. That's why I
And
cut him
Harry
off.
B. And Harry B. I just want to emphasize that she noted that she watched Shedeur as a kid on
Mhm.
national TV.
We are the bandwagon buffs, and you are more than welcome. This is your place. This is the place for you.
Mhm.
Okay. So when people
This is what I want.
misunderstand or this and that, we understand because you watched, whether it's from afar, this young man since he was a child. Okay. So this is the place for you.
And we don't tear down here.
But
That's
but but
not at
this is what
all.
I want to
We
say,
we
right?
do not tear down anybody here. If
This
it's
is what I want to say. I really want to say this. I think we must be able to express, but we must be able to understand if we are having cultural talk with spiritual tones to it, or if we are having a sports entertainment conversation, right? And every now and then, because we can learn and the word of God interjects into our life, and it's a beautiful thing. But I think sometimes when we don't allow other voices to be heard, we don't get to reach them. Our opinion don't get to reach them. And what Harry is saying, we create the echo chamber of our own voices. That's why you see when in the political realm, you find opposite sides coming into the chats of the opposite because it's no good or no fun arguing amongst their own opinion, right? For the purpose of our show here, in terms of this particular show, we won't downplay Shedeur or the experiences he had. As a matter of fact, what I'm concerned, they claim I have pom poms. So for me specifically, they call me the pom pom sharing when it comes to Shedeur. Shedeur could do no wrong.
because all he wants to do is
You
say
know what?
positive stuff.
Right.
Care Bear,
Hey,
where are the Care Bears at? Show her the Care Bears.
hey, can I say something, guys?
Wait,
What
let
makes
me finish, tennis. So
let
okay?
him
when
let
it
him finish
comes,
tennis.
so this is what they call me. This image is what they show because I support Shedeur so much. I support his father so much, right? No, there's some things that you mentioned that are very serious when it comes to the cultural experience of how they are treating him. When
We
it
have
comes
prayed. We
to
have prayed on this show. We have done all of that.
right, so we are not saying that what you see isn't valid. We are all seeing the same thing, right? And we believe that having conversations of it lends voice to that. When we become we shift the narrative to focus on one side, what it does is dilutes how crazy the issues are. And if you were on earlier, you will hear me identifying the different times that these issues arise and how coordinated it was. So we are not saying that the issues that he's experiencing are imaginary, and we do share your concern for his mental health. I think that was the point that you were stressing. But as a collective, is so much you can do in that space, right? You could cover somebody in prayer, you could have their family support them, but as a sports entertainment show, we are not honing in specifically on that point. We are having a broader conversation. And I think based on where you came in, I think you came in when DC was being DC. DC is a military guy who have a very skewed mindset, and trying to convince them left or right is a whole different experience. But one of the things I think, if we were to go biblical, a lot of times Christ still sat and ate with people he knew that was going to betray him. When we look about
Are you trying
Peter,
to? Are
there
you
was a
trying to put
critique
portray
about
DC as
Peter,
a tax collector?
but there was a critique about Peter hanging with people who wasn't like him. When he
But
invited
that's
them,
not DC, by the way. Let's just clear that up. That's not DC.
no.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
just giving a context
Yeah, you
why
trying to.
we
I was
allow
like, wait
other
a minute, what are
voices.
you doing there? What?
No, I'm just giving a context why we allow other voices. I think
Oh,
a
okay,
lot
yeah,
of
yeah.
times we create an echo chamber of one
Not
particular
eco, but
sound.
echo. Eco is
Echo,
when I'm getting money.
But here's what I want to say, guys.
But,
that what
hey,
makes
listen. I need to get. Let's give her an opportunity because a couple of people have talked and she's just listening now. So before we get another opinion in, let's give her an opportunity to address us. Go ahead.
Okay.
We just said a lot. Let's give you an opportunity to talk back. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank God for my brother who was in the military. I'm an ex-military person myself.
All right.
Um, and I can be kind of rigid in my thought process. Um, but here's what I want to say to you brothers. Um, I trust that what you have been talking about, because I've listened to you on different occasions. Um, I listen to your program even when you're on there by yourself, and sometimes I listen and to some of your programming, and you guys are really funny. When you going at each other, and I just sit back and I laugh. Um, I felt compelled to talk. I was trying to send super chats, and I've been talking to the lawyers. Like, Lord, how can I get in there and I just want to say what I need to say, and I may not have a lot of football savvy. I leave that to the sport, the people who actually play the sports, because I would be disingenuous to talk about whether or not he should have threw or whether or not he should have dove. I just want to see him, throw the ball and it go in and get a touchdown. And
Yeah,
and when he can't do
expertise
that, and when he can't, that's the exciting part to me. Is
is
hey,
not required
he's
here.
gonna
It's
make
not
the game
required.
exciting. And so listening to you all makes the game even exciting too, because you're coming from different levels of what you see and what your opinion is based on what you see, and you guys are going back and forth. That was not my issue.
Okay.
No issue with y'all, but that was not my platform. My platform is that um, I just don't want it to get lost the way he plays, because he stunk up today, man. He was stanky, but I've seen him stinky before.
If I said that, I'll get 3 people to unsubscribe. For
Yeah,
you
yeah,
to
I
say
can
that.
I can say it because they can unsubscribe me, but he did. I felt for him. I
Oh
felt
my
for
god.
him. I didn't want to make no excuse for him because out of his own words was, it don't matter who you send me out there with. It's the twos, the threes, the fours. I'm gonna get it done. So I like that confidence in him. But you know what? Going back to what this young man said about he's gonna get cut. When I looked at that, when I looked at him yesterday, and he started talking about not playing with people because they may be here, not here. I kind of felt that today that he was going to get cut. I don't know it because I don't know if the Lord is telling me that, but I'm thinking there might be some truth to that he's going to get cut. Um, it would be so bad to worry about. I don't know. I just it's just I'm on this soapbox, not because
I
I'm
got a
just
question. I
so.
got a question for you.
Go ahead.
All right, Miss Anderson. When you watch YouTube channels and you watch the television, now when you came in, you were, you sounded like you were about to cry. I don't know if you did kind
Yeah,
of
oh
cry, but
yeah. No, you know
you
why I'm
sounded
about
like
to
you were very
cry?
emotional.
You know why I'm about to cry?
Why is
Because
that?
I look at him. Okay, I had a daughter that played basketball.
Hmm.
And she played D1 at University of Hawaii Manoa. Very good, very good basketball player. So I can get passionate like a basketball mom.
My cousin goes there. Football.
Okay, so I can get in that basketball mom play. I can tell you all about women's basketball. I can I followed that until now she's grown and out of there, and I'm now following football. So I'm I know that there is an emotion that comes with playing this game. It is so different from men because you guys compartmentalize thing and you guys are, buck up and be a man and take this and do this and do but we on the women's side, I can have the Care Bear. I'm gonna think of the other piece of it. Man, he ain't playing good.
You
I'm a nurturer. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a nurturer. So I'm thinking, well, he ain't playing good because everything is against him. He got everything is against him. And one of the things that made me kind of angry with y'all was, and this is prompted me, is because nobody said anything about this young man going into this team organization, and the head coach says it's going to be a fair competition.
I think you missed
And
that. I
I
definitely
did. I
missed.
mentioned that, and nobody
yeah, you
said.
missed that part. We
I
said
think
that.
you missed a couple pieces because I
I I,
definitely
I
missed.
did. Okay, my bad. I am
So
sorry.
based on that, let me
But
ask you my
but that's
question.
what hurt me so bad about this whole situation is I was trying to wait for the fairness because it didn't matter. The young man fell. Can't do nothing about that. If they didn't play him and wanted him to have the clipboard and be on the whatever squad, that's okay too. Because where he fell, got to dig himself up out of the hole. But when you say fair competition and none of us hold them, we gotta understand that.
Yeah, I think it's DC stressed you out. I really think.
He
So let
did.
me
DC, I came in on y'all
D-
wearing DC
but
out. I'm sorry, DC.
DC,
You
that's why
you you missed it.
DC
You
Red
missed it. The
don't want none of
boy
that smoke.
never
DC
got the
don't want none of your
fairness.
so
He never got the fairness, y'all. And so even in opinions where he stunk
all
up
right, I
the
got a
joint
question.
and he didn't play, what do we expect? He got he you
All
know
right,
what I'm
good. I got a
saying? So that's
let me
what I'm
let
saying.
me get my
If you're
question in.
gonna tell it, and that's what if you're gonna tell it, it's not glazing that behind Shedeur, but hold it accountable. He did the best with what he could.
Just pray for DC. Add DC to
All
your
right,
prayer list.
okay, so let me ask you my question then,
Okay.
because I think this question is fair because you are representing the part of the fan base that we take a lot of heat for, and let me
Why?
clearly articulate this. No, I'm going to articulate it so that it can come out the right way. You represent the part of the fan base that we get a lot of flack for
Why?
because you're so genuine and you are a motherly type. You are a nurturer, and you guys are coming into the space because of Deion Sanders, and you guys are looking at it from a different perspective than a lot of us because we are in this place in this space and we have to deal with the DCs, we have to deal with everybody, but they're just football purists. So let me make that very clear. They're football purists, right? Even Surfer Boy 3000, who's in the chat right now, right? He's a football purist as well. Like football purists, they want when we come on here and we talk football, they don't want us to just point out the good. And when they say, hey, but did you look at the fact that he ain't doing X, Y, and Z? The fan base that you're representing right now, you want us to pray, you want us to uplift, and you want us to glorify, you want us to make sure that we're saying what we're saying to make sure that our young men are are held to are represented, right? So here it is.
No,
The space that we're
can't let
in,
you go
we have
there. No, I don't want you to change. I don't want you
no, but I'm
to
no, but
not be in your
let me finish.
football thing. I want you to stay who you
Let me
are.
finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. I got a question for you. So let me finish because like I said, DC represents a big fan base that says certain things, but you're also representing a big part of the fan base as well. And like I said, we catch a lot of flack because we're mixed up together, right? The aunties, they have the same sentiment that you have. So we're having to deal with the surfer boys, the DCs, and the other people who are just talking football. They do not care about the other stuff. Like TLP Sports Club, we have prayed for D. I got in trouble for having a whole prayer, a whole live with my just the members of the channel. We said a whole prayer when we realized that Coach Prime was dealing with a lot of demonic stuff that was going on, because now he was going out there and having to answer people on the internet. That's not his character. So when I saw that, I did a whole prayer, and people came at me and said, "Oh, why are you praying?" And da 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 da. People came at me, but here we do it. We even go into like the stuff that you're talking about. We have times where we go into that. So here's my question: the people that you represent, and you including, what would be your ideal YouTube creator? What does that look like? What is your ideal YouTube content creator that deals in this space? What does that look like?
When it comes to football, or when it comes to spiritual, or
So
when
I'm
it
saying
comes
we're
to
taking the
making
totality,
bread.
right? We're talking right. I'm taking all three, or even add another category, and I want to know what your perfect YouTuber or TV channel person now, or whoever, what does that look like? Because I deal with all of the different areas as well, right? So
Okay.
I catch a lot of flack from people saying, I just said Shedeur was being disingenuous for saying that he doesn't feel or react to anything, but he said he reacted aggressively. So I catch a lot of flack for when I try to hold him accountable for speeding, for doing different things. So I want to know, just from your perspective, because I deal with a lot of people that hold the same sentiment. What is your perfect YouTuber or perfect channel look like?
I think the very first uh word that I would use
Mm-hmm.
for any YouTube channel that was either starting or where you're at is fair, um, then truth, and then someone that, or something that people can trust. So um, I understand your platform, and your platform was probably established long before Shedeur even went to Jackson State. You probably had a platform.
No, no, no. My platform was started when they went to college. I'm here this season. That's how I got here. I got here answering people who were going crazy about Coach Prime leaving Jackson State. When I saw that, I did one video, and then I realized that people actually wanted me to be in this space. And I said, "Oh shoot, if y'all want me, I'm here." So that's how I got here.
Yeah, yeah. So establishing, a fairness, so fair reporting. That's in any reporting.
Okay.
Um, it's a fairness, because I'm about, I don't know. For me, I'm about how other people are treated.
Okay.
that's been my probably problem all of my life from grade school on up is I hate injustice. So I would like, and not a Black Lives Matter type thing. I just want people to be fair. And I want to be able I would want the truth. So the truth is, if this person is like this, then that's the truth, not my opinion of the truth. Because I don't want someone to speak on something they really don't know. But that's what I find is there's a lot of opinions out there about things that people just don't know. You can't. I mean, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, then yeah, we say it is a duck. But
Can,
what if it
can
ain't?
I say something,
Maybe
Steve?
what if they're quacking and they really should be meowing, but they're quacking because everybody else is quacking?
Can I say
So
something?
no, my turn.
It is her turn. So your favorite YouTube channel looks like what? Your favorite
So that's
YouTube
what I was saying. It
in the
has to
state.
be based on fairness, truth, and trust.
Okay. And do you, for
Fairness,
as many times as
truth,
you listen to
and
this,
trust.
so as many times as you've listened to this channel, do you feel like, oh, plus I want to say salute to Coach Hayes. Coach Hayes, word on the street is you want to connect, man. Look, I'm not too hard to find. Like Coach Prom says, I ain't hard to find, Coach Hayes. Salute to you. So give me a second. Let me answer. Let me handle this business. Hope R. Smith, thank you for the super chat. Harry B, as long as you are genuine, whether you are reporting or praying, you will be received.
Yeah,
You said,
that's a good. That's good.
Coach Hayes, you
That's
emailed me?
good. I don't think you're not listening to me. I think you're fine. I'm not what you calling you. But then my opinion too. Okay, you say you like opinions. My opinions is too as a consideration to you and
Can I
your
say to the
panel as you can consider my thoughts on on what I'm saying. So you don't have to ever report on anything that I'm saying, but in your closet, in your secret space, in your secret timing,
Mhm.
where you're by yourself, and maybe you don't even talk about it in a panel. But if you're by yourself, you know, just think of how you would want your kids to be lifted up, whether they're playing little league or whether they're playing in the big league. How would you want it's just a consideration. So that's where that fairness comes in at. And that's where I look, I can't see your heart, but you see your own heart. And that's why I'm speaking where I'm speaking. Consider your heart.
All right,
Consider where you are. And only you can do that. A panel ain't going to do that. Panel ain't going to do that.
all right, one second. Hold the line. Uh, hey, Coach Hayes, join TLP live at gmail.com. I see everybody's email. So if you emailed me, I don't know if you emailed that correct email. So it's just the word, if you're going to join the club, join, and then TLP, Tango Larry Peter, live, LIVE, at gmail.com. It's that simple. If you email me, I'll see the email right here. I'm monitoring the email. Email me. Trust me, if Ron Tate can come on, you can come on. And if Miss C.A. Anderson can come on, you can come on. But email
Hey.
me and I will see the email and I'll let you I'll bring you on. But I think Panda wanted to add something to what you were saying. I just want to make sure that you understand that everything that you're describing, we do here. I just wanted to
So do you
let you know
understand
about
what
that.
I'm saying though? Do you
Absolutely.
understand? Do you
Absolutely.
understand it's not about what your content is? It's not because I believe you're doing a wonderful job, sir, really. And you brothers that are on the panel, I believe you're doing a wonderful job. But sometimes the reflection is not about your panel. It's the reflection is about what's in your own heart. And so not me to just come in here and just make you feel a certain kind of way, but for some reason, I just really am compelled to say it. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Is
Okay.
I'm saying it. Just consider, even in your intake of stuff and your outtake of stuff, just consider that that in your own secret closet, you're saying it because those are your convictions. You know what I'm saying? Those are your convictions. And you
Yeah,
don't have to, and you don't have to have the same opinions or the same convictions. And you can discuss that all you want to. But don't let nobody get you in a place where you start assassinating anybody. Do you understand? Whether it's Dylan Gabriel or Kevin Stefanski or anything. If their actions is wrong, call the action out. But if their action is wrong and they're just and then you say, oh, they're just a degenerate. I didn't hear you say that. But if you say they're just a degenerate, it moves from the truth that they stink to he ain't even worthy to be anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I hear
yeah,
he ain't even worthy to be anything from everybody else.
yeah. But Miss
But
Anderson, can I respond to something you're saying?
yeah,
We appreciate you sharing your heart.
yeah,
I think for whatever reason, God wanted it to come out, and
yeah,
we are glad that you came on and do that. But there are some nuances in the conversation that you missed, and I think the time you came on, DC was in DC mode, and he was saying that he wasn't qualified to even be a first round. And I know how irritating that could be when you're passionate about something and everything is in the ecosystem. But you have to
yeah.
look at it from a whole perspective. And
Yes,
I would even suggest that there are more voices needed in the space, and you should use it as an opportunity as putting your voice out.
Yeah, for you to come on too. Like
And
if you hear DC going crazy, you should be like, Harry B, let me in, let me at him, let me at him.
hey, you know what? I thank you guys for even allowing me to even be on this platform. Like I am like nobody of nobodies.
Nah,
But
you are
don't say all
but
somebody.
you know
that.
what I'm just
You are.
saying, like opinion wise or having that thought process that you guys have. I mean, you guys are, right on. You probably seen this from youth on up, football. And I was probably one when my son was playing. He was so little, they let him on the team. He to play safety. I mean, really, and he got hit, and they ended up calling him Water because when he finally, I guess, came to who he was, he asked for some water. So they called him Water. He was, and I didn't want him to play,
I didn't mean to laugh.
but
But,
but he
but
did, and I wasn't up for it. So I know you guys are probably, have a lot more experience than I do.
So
And
Miss
yes,
so
Anderson,
I
Sister,
this is the
thank
show
y'all
works.
for
Miss
even
and
entertaining me because you could have just said, hey, let me just get your little super chat and you just shut up. Thank you, ma'am. But you didn't.
Nah,
And
but
I
that's it.
appreciate that.
that's what I'm saying, Miss Anderson. That's how the show works. The show
Yeah.
works just like this. So if you hear somebody talking crazy, we want you to come
Send the
in
email.
and you right. We
Come on.
like I said, let me at them. That's why we don't block nobody. All we ask for is for everybody to just respect each other's comments and differences. That's how the show has been working for this last 3 years. And that's why I try to keep it that way because I don't want to be in the echo chamber. I don't want to be because there's a lot of people that I deal with in the comments and they want me to just say all things nice. And I said, I want you to understand I'm a man of God. I only answer to God. I don't answer to Deion Sanders. I don't answer to just one person. So if all you're looking for me to say is nice things about Shedeur, this is not the channel. I always tell people that I'm not in the business of honoring man. I honor God only. So if I say something, because I'm a grown man, I'm almost 50 years old. If I was to say something like, okay, he was speeding, and I wanted to address that, there'll be a lot of people that would say, why are you addressing him speeding? Leave that alone. Lift him up instead, right? But I say, look, you don't understand how many kids are looking up to this kid, to looking up to this young man. If I don't address that, but I'm only saying nice things, the kid that needs to understand that I'm 17 years old, I'm 16 years old, and I just got my driver's license. And one of the people that I love to watch is Shedeur, and he's going 101 miles. If we don't address that, then we're just addressing one of my life personally. So I would never be the type of person that would just be like, oh, let me come on here and just say all nice things about Shedeur and leave it like that. So I just want you to know the show is built just like Coach Hayes is right now, is right here. Let me bring him in. He's right here. He may be at the point where he want to say something and something that he heard. So we let a lot of different opinions on here, and all we ask is just be respectful of whoever comes on here, their opinion, just like we are respecting yours. So let me bring on Coach Hayes, guys.
Can I just say one thing before you address just one thing? Did you all, and I know you guys are men, so I don't really expect you to go this far, but when I heard about the speeding ticket, man, it hurt my soul.
I didn't address that. I didn't want to touch that because
let me just say how disappointed I was in the boy, because it was like, man, everybody's lifting you up, yeasting you up, and we want to see you good, and all they're doing is tearing you down. And now you gave them a reason. And I know he's driven fast before. I know he has.
Okay,
but
sister.
It was a hurt to my core when I
sister.
heard that, because it was further ammunition.
Okay, sister. Don't be hurt. Here.
No, I ain't hurt no more. I mean,
no,
shoot.
sister,
I won't drive 100, but I sure may go 70.
Sister, when I heard that, I thought, is that all? Is that it? Because I've gone much faster, okay, and much lesser vehicle.
But let me feel no hurt, like,
but no,
guys, I have a guest that I need to bring on the channel, guys.
Let me assure you that we are fathers, we are brothers, and that we are about the development of youth, and we are about giving flowers and constructive criticism. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you.
I love it. I love that.
All right, let me bring on my guest, Coach Hayes. Coach Hayes, you've been trying to connect. Sorry, we haven't been able to connect with you, but welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling in. How you doing?
Good, man. Appreciate it.
How come I'm the only one who has a face?
Coach Hayes!
You and I have a face, but so it's all good. All right, Coach Hayes, you want to? We can jump you in, or you can jump in. You heard something? Yeah, speak on the topic you've heard.
I've been jumped all my life, dog. Hey,
man, why y'all got him in our show? Why is this man here?
There you go. They go Tennis Channel right now. That's what I'm talking about.
Man, why?
Will you pick last like Panda? That's what.
Why?
If y'all,
We always gotta have a why. My why today. Why is this legal?
Hey, if y'all think Shedeur tough, I'm twice as tough as him. As much punishment I be taking. Well, I'm trying to tell you, I got big shoulders.
And you taking a lot of punishment.
Oh,
hey,
no,
hey, go ahead. Get your thoughts, man. Let's hear your thoughts, man. Go ahead. You've heard us talk about a lot of different topics. Where you want to jump in at? You can bring up anything from the past, or you can bring something up new.
Yeah. Well, first of all, dog, like I said, I appreciate your platform, man. I've been watching for a little bit. Like I said, I've been in the lab working, and the algorithm just pushing my way. I think when I made a comment, I kind of forget what y'all talking about, but I appreciate your point of view on it. You know what I mean? You have made a point of view. I left a comment. I think that's when I left that comment.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah, let's do something. But I saw what I emailed was the TLP Sports Club at Gmail. I think that's what I emailed. I didn't email to join. So I think I saw it on your site. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'll say this. When I came on actually right before she was trying to get on.
Okay.
And you made a point. And I've been saying this since the beginning. There's three type of fans. There's haters, there's lovers, and then what you call football purists, right? I think you put it in a perfect way.
Yeah.
The football purists fall into the hater category because they don't say everything positive, right? Shedeur Sanders is number 12. He's just another player to the purist, right? Even though he has the fame, the following, all this stuff. For people like myself, he's another quarterback. I don't like jersey sales don't motivate me to say that that's why NFL team is going to keep you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where as I call them, the cult members, and they get mad, but whatever. At this point, I've embraced it. So that's where the problem is, right? And then you got some people that's just straight hating. Fine. But I think the mark that's missed, people don't realize this is entertainment. And what the young lady was saying, C.A. Anderson was saying, was that you're praying for this guy, and as you should. I don't have an issue with that. And I think where the purists have an issue is Shedeur ain't the Jackie Robinson, y'all. He ain't the first dude to go through this. But because you're new to the game, you only see it through one lens. Jalen Milroe today was 13 of 24, 148 yards and a touchdown. And they say he struggled. Shedeur damn near almost had the same numbers. And and he should be QB1. Am I right or wrong, Harry? Talk to me now.
You talking about from today? I don't think anybody's saying he's going to be QB1 from today's performance.
No. I'm saying
we all saying he stuck up the place.
What I'm saying is, no, not today. I said Jalen Milroe today was 13 of 24, 148 and a tub. Shedeur was 13 of 24, 130 something and 2 touchdowns.
What stats are you talking about from the first game?
The first game. Yeah,
13 and 24. I don't think that's the number.
Hey, Coach Hayes, over here we just been trying to get Shedeur over to QB2, not QB1.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Dude, I was just trying to get him on the 53-man roster.
Okay, well, regardless, all I'm saying is when we do this, the purists look at it in its totality, right? That's the same thing when people say y'all know I'm a Kane fan. I only watch Hurricanes. Well, I can't have a real football conversation because you have no other things to compare your football knowledge to if you only know Hurricane football or if you only know Colorado football or Alabama football, right? You got to be well versed, I think, on a lot of things if you want to have true football conversations. Now, if you want to talk strictly that team, then that's the perfect guest. But if you want to have a football conversation, you know what I'm saying? I think we should have vast knowledge. And I think that's the problem with a lot of the quote unquote CU aunties is they only see this and they got an affinity for them because they watched them on the reality shows or they watched them on the Jackson State and growing up in this, that, and the third. And they haven't taken the time to look at it's a bunch of black boys out here struggling.
We love our babies. Stop.
No, but that's the problem. You got other babies out there.
And that's why we want to love them too.
No, you don't.
Because you coach, they ain't mine.
Miss Anderson, who did Jalen Milroe play for since you want to love him? What college? Thank you. So with that being said, this is exactly what I mean.
Give me a chance to answer.
I'm waiting. Go ahead. I'll wait.
I ain't telling you. I know he plays for the Seattle Seahawks today, though.
I know. I said that.
I do know that.
No, but I said that for a reason. You said the Seahawks was your team, but you didn't take the time to find out where that kid went to college at. Because it ain't important to you. But he's one of our little black babies, like you said, that need prayer. But we ain't praying for him.
Look, he ain't the only one. He ain't the only one.
Just call him Alabama.
Yeah, but that's my point. But that right there, Harry, is exactly what I'm saying. Seahawks is your team. You got a little black boy on there trying to make it, just like you talked about Shedeur. And you ain't talking about praying for him when you went to work.
No, I didn't. Because no, I didn't. And you're right about that. You're right. You're right. But God didn't put him on my heart.
God didn't put him on
pray for him like that.
God didn't put him on your TV screen, man.
No. See, let me explain myself to you. It ain't about that. It ain't that I'm not praying for all our brothers and sisters and young people. No,
Yes,
No,
yes,
no, no.
yes,
You're not gonna
yes,
do that.
yes, yes. We
I
identified in what
saw
it is.
this boy. I saw this boy get ridiculed and shamed in front of the world. So don't you tell me about Jalen Milroe and Jackson Dart and Cam Ward. They didn't get ridiculed.
Dylan Gabriel did, and he didn't ask for
And
it.
I'm praying for him too. And I ain't said nothing bad about Dylan Gabriel. And if I do say something about him, what I'm gonna say is I feel so bad for him having to come behind Shedeur and everything that he has to go through because the media is killing and uplifting and doing all that to Shedeur. No, I'm about fairness. I'm not about, I'm about fairness. And I'm
Let me
about
help you out.
truth and I'm
Let me help
about
you out.
trust.
But don't feel
No,
bad for a duck. Don't feel
Hey,
bad for a duck.
no,
hold
I'm
on,
going to
Miss
feel
Anderson,
bad
Miss
because he's a
Anderson,
person.
Miss
He's
He's
a
Anderson.
a
Let me help
duck.
human
you out.
being and he's
No,
got
he's a duck.
feelings.
He's a duck. He has no
Hold,
feeling. He's an animal.
hold on.
Hey,
Listen,
I guess, Oregon is right up here from near close to Washington, where I'm from. So if he ain't got no feelings, whatever. But I'm just gonna tell you, I just it
Miss
ain't
Miss
that with me.
Miss Anderson,
It's
let me help
not
you
that
out.
with
Let me
me.
help you out, Miss Anderson. 1 second. 1 second.
Mhm.
So let me just make this clear. My channel started because of Coach Prime. I've been blessed enough to be able to use his name to make money for myself. So this is one thing I need to make clear. If you are a fan of someone, you have all the right to uplift them, pray for them, say whatever you want to say, and you don't have to do it for the other person. You don't necessarily have to. When we are fans of our team, we don't have to be held accountable for every team because that's not our team, right? So if we're saying we're Shedeur fans, allow us to be Shedeur fans without having to say, well, what about all the other black guys? We understand, like, there are other black college coaches, but we're here for Coach Prime because we get this a lot where people keep telling us, hey, what about all the other black coaches that's in college football? I said, well, I'm not here for them. I'm here for Coach Prime. As long as you know where my heart stands at and where I'm at, then I don't necessarily have to answer for every black person that's ever coached in college football. I'm rooting for Coach Prime. So I think that's okay when you decide this is who I'm rooting for and this is who I'm going to pray for. Then you don't have to necessarily hold me accountable to say I have to pray for the entire black coaching fraternity. I'm
Thank you for
making
saying that. Thank
I'm
you
So,
for
making it very
saying that
clear.
so
because
here, Harry, I'd like to
he's
respond.
killing me
No, I
because I'm
didn't.
praying for Shedeur and
It's not.
I ain't praying for Jalen Milroe. And what college did he go to? I had already just told you I didn't start watching college
Exactly.
football until Shedeur and Coach Prime was at CU. So
So can I
don't
speak to
kill
you, Ms.
me
Anderson?
because of who I'm going for. I'm not killing you because you're a football purist.
No, but you missed the point. And to your point here, you're 100% right. I believe anybody can cheer for whoever you choose.
Right.
But when people decide to play the quote unquote, you got to root for him because he's black. That's when that opens the door for the other players. If
But
you
I
say,
didn't do that.
hold on, ma'am, you did. You clearly say he's a little black boy, and our little black boys need this and need that, and so therefore there are other black boys. What we're saying is, if you want to cheer for Shedeur, ma'am, by all means, please do it. Right? It's the same thing when people come on my channel and they say, they try to put religion into things, right? And I know you're very religious, so I'm not trying to be that way, but this is what happens. And I always try to stop them because, ma'am, you think Dylan Gabriel ain't God's child? You don't think these other people are God's children as well? So please don't open that door. This is a sport. Now, if you want to pray for somebody, by all means, please do so. But when you open that door, then therefore it opens the door to other guys, right? Just like when you don't like Coach Prime because we cheering for Coach Prime to be in that. Well, doggone, we just had Marcus Freeman and James Franklin literally at the doorstep of the Natty, and one of them made it in. But that's what opens the door for me on that, Harry, if that makes sense what I'm saying.
It makes sense. I think if you generalize it, then I can see where the conversation can turn left. If you saying, look, man, but I've always let people know that I'm BWB. Like we started this whole BWB movement. You feel me? And other people try to steal it and say, "Oh, they're
BWB." What's that?
Bandwagon buff.
Bus.
Right? This whole BWB is TLP. Nobody else was saying anything because being a bandwagon is a derogatory term for people who are in the sports area. But I made it popular. Now I got people stealing it and then taking me and trying to go to court and all of this stuff. So I'm like, look, we've been BWB. I made it very clear that I'm a bandwagon buff, and now I'm a bandwagon brown. Right? So I want people to understand that I don't have to like everybody, every person that's black. I don't have to like every single team. Around here, we support Coach Prime. We support all of the Louis boys.
Harry, can you hear me?
Yes. Hold
okay,
on.
Listen. Yeah, y'all on the right subject, but Coach Hayes said something very important. And when he said something about Jackie Robinson, the first black athlete, whatever. But listen, far as fame, Shedeur is there. And that's the problem with this. See, and she has a right to pray for him because look at what's happening. Okay, Coach Prime did the same thing Eli Manning daddy did, right? Coach Prime hurt Shedeur by it. Eli Manning went where he want to go. Now watch this. You got the very next year. This very next year, you got one of the same family members of Manning has done nothing, and people already calling him a #1 pick.
Yep.
That's why you gotta pray for Shedeur because the cards are stacked against him, Coach Hayes. It's basically you know this, Coach Hayes. The quarterback is not a black man position in the owner's eyes. Some
That's
gotta
the
deal
one
with it.
last thing they got to hold on to.
Hold on. Wait, Harry. That's why they were saying Lamar Jackson is a running back when he came out. You understand what I'm saying? See, y'all having a great conversation, but y'all gotta get deep into the facts of it, and don't make it based on Shedeur and what's going on now. It's bigger than Shedeur. Everybody need to listen. Everybody need to pray for him because not only it's bad when the president got to come out and say y'all doing them bad. Think about that. The president ain't say Jalen Miro. Jalen Miro went to Alabama with 5 stars that's always been good for the past 15 years. We don't got to pray for him. He went before Shedeur. He should be doing that. They thought he was better than he got picked before him. Seattle picked him instead of Shedeur, so he should be performing. Don't try to make it seem like a black quarterback. No, Shedeur is God's child. And either we like it or not. You know why? Because his dad was a great NFL player and he has a lot of fans. And what people don't like is the way Dion carried himself when he was playing and the way he carried himself now. And I gotta get this too. Shedeur hurt himself a lot even today. When you getting beat up, you don't walk off from your team. You don't pout. You take your ass whooping and take it like a man and go to the next fight.
No cussing, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. But today he showed me some stuff that I kind of lost some fandom for him. And I'm a big Shedeur fan, but when you losing, you take your L and you move on. We know how they doing you. We know you out there with the fourth string that players gonna get cut, but you go out there, you take it like a man and say, "Hey man, I'm playing with the cards I'm dealt with." You don't pout and walk off from the team and you don't do
Hey,
that.
he actually didn't. They told him he couldn't go back in. So that wasn't him.
Take it
No,
easy because
no. He walked down the sideline and
listen
walked
to
back.
me. Listen to me. Take it easy. He got body slammed onto his head today. He got body slammed by a 330-pound grown ass man, excuse me, Harry B, on his head.
Oh, y'all just gonna let it fly, huh?
But I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna pay Harry B. My apology. He got slammed onto his head, brother. That's a CTE situation. So let's just keep it in context.
Yes, well, go in the blue tent. Don't walk down the sideline and leave your team.
So here's what I'll just say in response to that. I agree with all that. I think that was him that was talking. And people can do what they choose. I totally get that. I think one of the biggest things is that we still think in 2025 the scoreboard is 0-0 when you walk on the field. And I think one of the biggest mistakes that Prime made in this game plan was when, he may have done what the Mannings did, but his execution was totally off. You don't go
And
on
why
a
is
tour.
that? Why is that? Please explain that.
Okay, you don't go on a tour telling people what you're gonna do. You don't give the people your
I would
game.
have
You
to
don't
agree with that.
you don't tell
I agree with that.
you don't tell China we finna bomb y'all at 11:53 p.m. coming out the east a month in advance. You understand me? There's a reason.
But Coach Hayes, watch
Hold on,
this
but the
though.
difference, hold on, him. The difference was with the Mannings, they did it when they got to the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's
They
even
didn't
worse
go
though,
to,
Coach
When
Hayes.
it was too late for them to do anything.
No, that's worse. That's worse. Because you showing your white. No, you showing your white power. Then
but that's
you
my
showing
point.
your
I
white
just
power.
for
Then.
him, I just told you. See, right now, we believe that the scoreboard is 0-0. Do you know it? Not know it say 0-0, but it's 21-0, brother.
That's
Nobody
why we
cares
gotta
that
pray for him.
you can pray
That's
for
why
him,
we gotta
but
pray
we also
for him.
got to be strategic in our approach. That's why they had the Trojan horse. You hear the people inside, gave it to them as a gift, and when they went to sleep, then you came out and slaughtered them. You can't come out there and announce where you're coming from. But because Prime thought he was Prime, and they were bigger than that, and he had got Colorado rolling, that you were one of them. Let me just tell you this. Let's go. And I know you say it's a sports show. Name any black person that has done that and been successful. We can go from Diddy to Bill Cosby.
Bro,
None of them
Kaepernick was
go.
playing, and when
None
he
of them
tried to
go
take a knee,
unscathed. Thank you. None of them. You're not going to go against the system. You're not going to beat the machine.
Only one player, John Elway, he threatened to go play baseball. That was it.
John Elway is white, right? John Elway's not black.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the machine.
only one player was able to pull it off in the history that I can think of, and that was John Elway. Only one person.
And Eli
that was
Manning,
it.
He's a spoke in the wheel though, wild dog.
John Elway did it Prime's way, saying, y'all don't even look my way. I'm either going here, here, or here. He was the only one that did it similar kind of fashion and got away with it. But he had the threat of playing, I'll just go play baseball.
But
he don't
he's
like
white.
none of us.
He's white.
Right. That's
Exactly.
That's my whole point.
Can I interrupt y'all for 1 second? You mentioned Jackie Robinson. You got to mention Muhammad Ali. You got to mention Martin Luther King. You got to mention people that had to pave a way through a system in order for the system to try to change. You got to have somebody that's going to step their foot out there in the water, or you're going to have us being behind here just talking.
Well, Coach
So which
did.
one? Hold on. Let me finish. You got this young 23-year-old boy. Well, I'll just say young man because somebody in your chat said don't call him a boy.
No more boy. He hasn't been a boy since he was 13.
You got a young man that is stepping out in a water he's gonna change a system. And he's gonna take all of this flack because he's got to break through this old system that has to be broken.
What are you
because or you're gonna have Mannings and Elways and those are the ones you're gonna see. That's the power struggle. You're gonna have all these old not coaches, but owners that and NFL folks that's just gonna do what they say because they're the power structure. But you got this young dude. You got this young dude that will dare to step into the water and say, "Treat me any way you want to," but you got a world watching. Watching him get treated the way he's treated. And you're telling me don't pray for him?
I got to push back.
You must be crazy, my man.
First of all,
this is your first pushback. I got This is you're gonna get your first pushback from the.
I don't care. You can push back. You can push back. I don't care. You can push back. But don't sit up and tell me that he's not doing something that everybody else will sit back and talk about.
Ma'am, first of all, I never said don't pray for him. I don't want to say that. I never said you should not pray for him. So I don't want to clear that up.
Yeah,
go ahead, Mary, and then I'll
basically kind of said that.
Nah, I got pushback on Miss Anderson. Hold up.
Go ahead. I'm in here with y'all now.
Yeah, I know you in there. Let's go. You get your first pushback. First of all, Shedeur Sanders, we're not going to compare him to Jackie Robinson. We're not going to do that. Okay?
Warren Moon,
ain't nothing Shedeur Sanders is doing that is comparable to what Jackie Robinson had.
No,
don't think so. Watch.
Wait, Harry,
don't think so. Watch.
Let's put a pause on this.
Don't think so. Watch.
He's popular. He's popular, bro. Popular.
Hold on, we can't all talk at the same time. So let me say it, and then if you don't agree with my pushback, it's customary that you can push back on my pushback. It doesn't matter. But here's my pushback. My pushback is we have to be very careful how we handle this Shedeur Sanders situation, comparing it to Jackie Robinson. What Jackie Robinson had to deal with is not the same thing that Shedeur Sanders is dealing with. Jackie Robinson was dealing with a lot of racism, right? He was dealing with racism head first, because at the time, the sport that he was playing, he could not even go into the stadium he could not even eat at the same diners where his team was eating at. So let's be very careful how we handle this. I don't know if anybody else is African on here, like pure blooded African, not African American, but I'm the only African here. But you guys, you African Americans, you understand the struggles that you had to deal with in this country. So the levels of the struggle are different for Shedeur. Shedeur is dealing with another type of, let's say, enemy. Y'all know, if y'all ever read about war and stuff like that, and how some of these countries won their battle, when they realized that, oh, wait a minute, I can put on their uniform and pretend to be them, and then I can battle them just like the Trojan horse, right? The war that Shedeur is fighting is not easy to spot. You cannot prove collusion with the NFL. We're talking about a whole nother kind of battle that Shedeur is fighting, right? So we're saying collusion, and we can throw out all of our conspiracy theories and stuff like that, but it's going to be very hard to prove. What Jackie Robinson went through, it was right in your face. It was. Hold on, let me finish. I'll give it to you. Give me a second. What he went through was right in your face. People had to, even the owners of his team says, we know what you're dealing with, and we're going to help you deal with this. We believe what you're doing is going to be revolutionary. This is how you handle it. When you talk to the media, talk to them this way. We know they're going to spit on you. We know they're going to do things, but please handle it this way. That is not what's going on here. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I definitely, can I just say one thing?
One at a time, guys.
Can I just say one thing?
Miss Anderson, go ahead.
Okay.
Because the pushback was on you.
So no, your pushback is well noted. It's well noted. I'm not speaking of him in terms of breaking through the color barrier. I'm 66 years old. I know very well the struggle that my people went through, and me going through with it. So I understand that. Okay. But I gave some examples of Jackie Robinson, Muhammad Ali. I said Martin Luther King, and even Colin Kaepernick. I'll just throw him in there. But it's not a Black Lives Matter thing that I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say Shedeur is part of a change that has to happen in order for them little kids coming behind him could see, and even some of us could see, a break in a system that is designed to keep not only us, but others behind because they're so powerful. They're so great. And you can't fight this system. Jackie Robinson did it in his day, and he had to be the one who did it to expose everything that was happening. Muhammad Ali did it.
How does
I
Shedeur do it?
use them as examples. I use them as examples because of the brashness and the I don't want to say arrogance, but the confidence in their abilities is the same that I see in this young man. And he has a confidence in him. Coach Prime had it, but this Coach Prime don't have what this young man has.
Okay.
This young man is not just doing stuff because he's playing in the NFL or wanting to play in the NFL. That's a talent piece. That's how it's coming through. But he is fighting for a nation.
Who?
Can I say, ma'am, can I say something if you don't mind? First thing.
Look at his popularity. You
that's
can't
fine.
fake that.
Okay, that's fine.
You can't fake what he's going through. Not because of who his daddy was, but because now he's standing as a man on his own.
All right. Can I say something real quick? Here's a big issue. First of all, ma'am, okay, let me just say this. Because I want to, because this is not my platform, and I'm not disrespectful, but I want to make sure I'm careful with my words.
Let it fly,
Who's
Coach.
talking?
No,
I already paid into the swear jar. Let's go, Coach.
No,
it's not about swearing. No, it's not about swearing. I don't curse on my show.
Yeah, we're not gonna let nothing fly.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about
I'm really clean. I apologize.
I'm not talking about cursing. I'm talking about. Well, first of all, I think the biggest issue, man, and I think the biggest thing a lot of people have, this is clearly the difference between nature and nurture, right? There are a lot of you all that want to nurture this situation. This is the closest thing you're going to get to a gladiator sport. This is the closest thing to being in war besides joining the military. And we want to coddle these situations, right? And I'm not saying there aren't certain situations that happen, but I think there's a lot of coddling going on, right? My second question into you, Ms. Anderson, is what barrier is Shedeur breaking down when we already got, Warren Moon has already been in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if you know that or not. He's the only one, but he's a black quarterback. This team of the 32 teams last year had starting black quarterbacks. 15, that's 50%. Well, probably about 45% of the league has black quarterback. So my question to you, Ms. Anderson, what is it that Shedeur should be changed? Like Jackie Robinson was changing the color barrier. What is it that you think Shedeur is going to change? Collusion? Because Cam Ward was picked number 1 overall. Caleb Williams the previous year was a black quarterback, picked number 1 overall. Anthony Richardson ain't throw a touchdown in the first 3 games of his senior campaign. He was picked 4th overall. I'm just asking, what is it that you're asking Shedeur to change? Like what are we changing?
Well, if you look at it from
yes, Miss Anderson, let Tennis speak. He hasn't spoken in a long time.
Somebody else.
Get a word in.
I got it.
I've been trying to break in here. Listen, I understand what she's saying, but the game is this whole thing about life and what's going on. It's a game. It's already been rigged. Okay, we're going through the motions playing the game, and to understand what's really going on and what's really behind this whole thing. Listen, the people that have
Tennis, I'm sorry. Tennis, hold on 1 second. Join TLPlive@gmail.com. That is the email. Join TLPlive@gmail.com. Somebody was asking for the link. You got to email that email so I can drop you so I can send you the link. All right, I don't put it in the chat because that's how I control the people that's coming on the show. I don't want anybody to just click on that. So join TLPlive@gmail.com. That's how you get on the show. Go ahead, Tennis. Sorry about that.
And we're talking about the NFL. You mentioned about the system that's been here as long as you and I have been here, and the system is here. You're not going to buck the system. The best you can do is Do what you need to do as much as the system will allow you. This is one of the reasons we don't have black owners. Even in CBS, a couple of guys try to buy, they won't let you in because it's the billionaires, the people that got the money. That ain't no conspiracy theory. That's a fact. I did a research on billionaires, and there's about 11 billionaires in the world. About that many. I'm not quite sure, Harry, but double check me on that.
You said 11?
About 11 billionaires. There's probably more than that now.
Way more than that.
But
It's
there's
way
not
more
many.
than that.
And I don't. Well, look it up and see. I found 11.
I call myself billion, so maybe I'm.
But this is the challenge that we have.
Okay.
Deion Sanders, he's got a lot of money.
That's him.
But this is why they can control the issue like they're controlling it now. And I know it sounds crazy, and then maybe I spend too much time looking stuff up and studying. That's better than not studying and not looking stuff up.
Study wrong because there's 3,000 billionaires in the world. Come on,
well,
man.
they probably are. But I'm telling you, I looked up. Hey, sir, I looked up 11.
Black. It probably mean black billionaires.
No, it wasn't black. Tesla was number one.
So there's 3,028 billionaires in 2025 of April.
Okay, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, we probably got 11 black billionaires in Dallas alone.
Probably got 11 trillionaires.
But listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
You're going to stop clowning Willie, okay? You're going to come down.
That's all of the way the system is set up. And for you to say that
Willie, your AI is feeling you, man.
There's no collusion. If you say there's no collusion, you're delusional. Because there is. There's very much. And it's the people that have the money that rule the world. You got to get
over that 1997 Google you're using, man. You got to update your Google, man. It's not helping you.
AOL.
Well, listen, somebody's out there listening, gonna do the same research that I've done and that I'm doing, in my lifetime here. So at the end of the day, it's like what I said before.
And they'll be just as wrong.
Listen. It's like these people say what these people they did him wrong. The NFL or the owners, they did him wrong. You can get around it all you want, but the evidence is there. Something happened. Now we don't know exactly what it was that happened. We can't say this. But that's what's going on here, and that's why we're having this discussion.
But Willie, hold on, Willie and Miss Anderson. We understand that, but this is what I got. This is the question that I got.
No, we don't have. We don't understand that.
We understand that something went wrong. Listen, Willie, don't jump at me. I'm defending you out there with your bad Google. I'm on your side.
I'm sorry, brother. I get a little excited,
I know you get a little. Hold on, bro.
Okay.
Hold on, guys. Hold the line.
Y'all.
Hold the line, Miss.
Stop.
Hold the line. Miss Hope R. Smith says, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Shedeur is not Jackie Robinson, but he and the attorneys have been masterful contractually. The warfare is different. He loves community mindset of the young. So let me just make this clear. Shedeur ain't fighting no war. I want to make sure this is clear. When it comes to what Shedeur is fighting for, he's fighting for his career. I got to make this very clear. Shedeur is fighting for his career. The war that Shedeur that is against Shedeur, that's not a war, because if you think about it, you don't know who the enemy is. You don't know how to fight this. You're not gonna win this war because, number one, you cannot prove collusion. Understand that. So until they say, okay, here's the lawsuit that Shedeur is filing, right now Shedeur is just fighting for his career. We're not going to spread misinformation on this channel. I just want to make sure that Shedeur is fighting
No. You're right.
Let me finish.
You're right about one thing.
Let me finish, Miss Anderson. You can have it.
Okay.
I want everybody to understand Martin Luther King was fighting for civil rights. All right. Muhammad Ali did not go to. He didn't. What he was fighting for was something different. When
Civil rights.
somebody, Martin Luther King was fighting for civil rights, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying
Correct.
so was Muhammad Ali.
So was Muhammad Ali.
Right.
Both of them
Okay.
was.
So those people were fighting. They made their war, their
So was
battle.
Jackie Robinson.
So right. So this is what I'm saying.
So was Colin Kaepernick.
Let me finish, Miss Anderson.
Okay.
Those people made their battle known. They identified their enemy. And they said, I'm putting it all on the line for this purpose. On this here show, we're not going to start mixing those things up with what we perceive that Shedeur is going through. This is what's happening. He is a product of the racism. He is going through the racism that has always been in the NFL. The same thing that Colin Kaepernick tried to expose. The same thing that a lot of different players have tried to expose. He's being affected by that. Shedeur has not declared his battle yet. Shedeur has not declared his war yet for the community to get behind. The second they say conclusion, and this is what I'm fighting for, Colin Kaepernick's war. Hold on, Miss Anderson. You'll have it in a second. Colin Kaepernick made his war known, and we fought that. We said we're going to fight this war with you. Shedeur is going through something. We're recognizing that he's going through something. He has gone through the racism that is there in the NFL, but he has not declared war yet. So I just wanted to make sure I get this on the record, because I feel like we're talking and we're mixed in a whole lot of things, but Shedeur's war has not been declared by his side yet. We're fighting knowing what he's gone through, but he has to declare war, and we would know where he stands, and then we would say, okay, this is what we're fighting for. Let's go. Go ahead, your thoughts. And let's try to keep the comments short, because I feel like the comments are getting way too long. People are the monologues are getting way too long. And we cannot be here all night, just one person just talking.
Yeah.
I was waiting to see when you were going to rein it in.
And thank you, my brother, because I do have a long wind. Only thing that I'm going to say on this is fighting a war doesn't necessarily have to mean that you are in a court of law. And I can't get with that one, but that's okay. That's of your opinion, and that's fine.
Was not in the court of law, but he declared Colin Kaepernick declared war. Muhammad Ali declared war. Martin Luther King declared war. I'm not saying you have to be in the court of law. I'm saying he has not declared war yet. Yeah, but we're trying to make it that. That's what
I'm not talking. I am not talking when I'm talking about what Shedeur is going through and what he's representing. I look at and this is my opinion. This is what there may be other people that have this same opinion. His war is not fought or is not being fought as I see my enemy, I'm gonna attack my enemy. His war is being fought spiritually. And there is a warfare that's going on. And what Shedeur, wait a minute, hold up, let me finish.
You're being
What
long-winded
Shedeur, you asked me what he's fighting. Okay? If you listen to this young man is talking about fighting a spiritual battle of God and Christ and purity and wholeness and bringing in kids that aren't corrupt with a bunch of stuff, but that they can follow after him. They're praying. He's talking with other teammates that are praying, that are pushing an agenda for the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm
Miss
sorry.
Anderson,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Miss
Hold
Okay,
Anderson,
up. Can
time,
I
you're
just?
long-winded again.
time.
You're being a
Okay.
Yeah,
bit
you gotta keep it
long-winded
short. You
again.
gotta
You
keep
got to
it short,
rein
Miss
it in.
Anderson.
Okay.
We got
But
30
that's
seconds. We
what
can't keep going
that's
for.
it. And if you don't listen to, if you don't want to look at it and listen to it on that, I respect that. I respect that.
He has to
But you're
declare that
not
war.
gonna tell me this boy is not fighting a spiritual battle, a battle. The war belongs to God, but the battle is his.
But that's a battle for all of
And
us.
that's
That's
what
a
I'm
battle for all
praying for.
mankind.
We're
That
fighting that
he
war with
can.
him, but we're
It's a
not.
battle for all
But
mankind.
Harry, the war was declared the night of the draft.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? When
You're not
they
understanding what I've said.
hold on. Let me tell you what I
I think
mean.
you're taking it out of
This,
context.
You're
hold
waiting
on.
for a
No,
minute.
baby.
You're letting
It's
off the.
spiritual.
Harry,
There's a
hold on,
war
Harry.
going on.
We have seen
Miss
players sit in
Anderson,
the
you got
green
to give
room.
everybody a chance to talk now.
We have seen potential first rounders sit in the green room. Yeah, that's normal. We have never seen potential first rounders fall all the way to the fifth round. We have never seen that. Every even late early second round, every football mind saying this guy is a at worst late first, early second. Nobody got him nowhere near the third, and he fall all the way to the fifth. War is declared right there, Harry. That's the point. That she
That's not a
kind of
fact.
said it.
That's not
Let me say this.
that is not correct. That's not
Harry,
a
let me
war.
say this. Since everybody wants to make it a spiritual thing,
Yeah, that is
why
not a
can't?
fact.
Yeah.
But
Just
wait. I'm gonna give a different example. Since y'all want to make it a spiritual
all
thing,
right. I just want to make sure that's not a war. That
but
No,
is
I
since
wasn't speaking
that
everybody
is
want to
not a
spiritual.
make it a
war.
I
spiritual
wasn't
thing,
speaking
let
It's a
me give you
spiritual.
a
battle.
different.
I wasn't speaking spiritual. I
Yeah,
never
I
speak
Okay.
understand
spiritual.
what you're saying, him. But
All right.
since
Go
Miss
ahead.
Anderson is making it a spiritual thing, there is
You asked
purpose.
me.
Let me finish, Miss Anderson. Please let me have my
Miss
point out.
Anderson, you out here duking it. I see you, girl. I see.
Look,
I
But let
look,
appreciate
you're
Chill
you.
not
out,
gonna come after
Harry.
me
Chill
but
out,
with
Harry.
like
you still
I'm
gotta
a
allow me to finish my
this
point, though.
purist.
Harry, chill
No,
out,
I
Harry.
ain't no football purist, but I know
Miss
a
Anderson,
spiritual battle when I
Miss
feel it,
Anderson,
see it.
it takes emotional intelligence to let somebody speak, right?
Yes. No, not all the time. Who is that saying that?
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Panda.
Panda.
Panda, go ahead. You got the mic.
At some point, we got to be honest.
All
So
right.
if you want to use the spiritual analogies, let me give you a different spiritual analogy. When Mordecai prepared Esther to be the queen, she had a purpose. Mordecai had to remind her what a purpose was. You don't know what God is doing in this situation. What you're using is an emotional attachment to Shedeur and spiritualizing the whole thing.
That's
Thank
a
you.
fact.
You gave your
Thank
point. Let me give my point, and I'm giving you spiritual analogies so I could come on your level.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you is purpose. It could be the purpose that it shows the unfairness in the whole system and the apparatus. It could be purpose that God wants him to persevere through something. Every time as believers, we can't spiritualize things to the point that we don't go through things. You have to understand that if we believe in the sovereignty of God, a coach did something that I didn't think you realized happened. He showed you that you're honing in on one brother. There's several brothers that is going through this coming out of Egypt experience. And
Thank
if you hone in on Shador only, you dilute the issues that so many people have going into the system. So if you are saying it's a systematic issue and your heart goes out and it's a spiritual thing, if you zone in and make it an emotional connection to Shador, you miss the ability of the sovereignty of God to lift everything, unmask everything, expose everything. So you don't know the purpose. And when you come into it and you want to make it spiritual only, you miss the football in it. There's a
thank
lot of football that is happening in the midst of it. Was it a situation where we could all agree that nobody have experienced a draft like this, from the coach's son calling him, making fun of him? We can agree that all of it is the issue. But then turning around and saying, in the global space of sports talk, We can't have critiques that doesn't align, or you spiritualize critiques. You run into an issue that we can't have honest conversations. You can't on one hand say, I want you to be yourself. I don't want you to change anything. And then on the same breath say, it can only sound like this. We must at some point understand the importance of balance. When it comes to balance, voices have to be heard, whether we agree or disagree. That's why Christ said, even when you go out and they don't receive you, take your peace and go. Not everybody is going to agree. Not everybody is going to receive. So at the same So at the same time, we must be able to be.
All right, Panda, you gotta keep it short, brother. We told her to keep it short.
Yeah,
I
keep it short,
got
Panda.
it, Harry. I got it, Harry. I got it.
Wild dog, go ahead.
I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying. I don't come at you all with knowing everything about football and everything about what's going on in people's lives. I know this fella is in the forefront of everything.
Oh my God, man!
I know he is, and you know he is. And so my purpose was to keep him lifted up, because he's going through it while we're sitting behind talking about it.
Okay, time.
Hey, Harry.
All right, can I add?
Wild dog.
I got
let Wild dog go. Wild dog go.
Hey, hold
Coach
on.
Hayes.
Let me say, I'm saying something. I'm gonna make y'all laugh real quick. Hey, Harry.
No. Let Wild dog go. Then you can make us laugh.
No, I'm gonna let him go. Harry, I just want to say that picture of that lady with that Bible and that sword. That's her, Harry. You wrong for that picture, bro.
She's a CU auntie for real. She's just in denial.
That is real, man.
Not a
That is
CU
real.
auntie. But here's my Bible.
Harry, you wrong
in
for that
denial.
picture, Harry. You wrong.
I'm not a CU auntie.
So I got it written down, and it's relevant to what we're kind of talking about here.
Okay.
But it piggybacks on what something Coach Hayes said earlier, and then Coach Hayes, I'll turn it over to you. So Coach Hayes made a remark, and then we kind of got off track about how Shedeur is not the first player to go through this. But the thing is, the NFL has an issue. DJL brought it up earlier.
We can
the NFL has DJ L brought up. Let me finish here about the type of players that are coming into the NFL now, right? So, and Shedeur is basically the big example of that. So recently, we have had other players with pedigree come into the NFL, and specifically, I was there even in the early years with Emmitt Smith's son, in which we decided that he would have to learn how to play quarterback so it would make him a better wide receiver, because there's no way he should be a running back, because what that would do to him and his potential career because of his father, right? And we had to coach him. You don't have money. Your father has money. You're broke, right? We had to not break this. We had to not break the young man down, right? Let him know who he was and where he was going in his life, but how to play the game, how to play the good old boys club and what they wanted to hear so he gets where he wanted to go. Okay? So then now you had Jerry Rice's son come through, you had Emmitt Smith's son come through, but here you got prime time son coming through, right? I've got pedigree, I've got money, and I've got family pride. And right behind him, whether it's a year or 2 years or whenever he decides, they're going to have Archie Manning coming. Pedigree, money, and pride. The NFL's got a problem, because these dudes don't have to put up with their nonsense or their BS for rookie contracts. And so the NFL, how are we going to deal with this? So this is the fight. And this is dealing with a black player now. And yeah, we got to wait and see how they're going to deal with the Mannings. And we're making assumptions that they're going to deal with the Mannings differently. But regardless, this is what the NFL is facing. And this is why the NFL is making a hard line now, so they can control the situation. Because Shedeur Sanders is different.
And even though we all know, like the sister here has watched him grow up since he was on national TV as a child, they were still clueless as to how popular Shedeur Sanders is. And they're still reeling and dealing with it on how they're going to control it. Because I would argue that Archie Manning is as popular or more popular, honestly. And how they're going to deal with it. It's going to get out of control.
Not even close.
So here's what
I disagree.
And I'll hand over to Coach Hayes. And I'll hand it over to Coach Hayes.
popular.
Wild Dog kind of touched on what I want to say. The biggest thing I think that's missing, so I'm going to try to keep this real quick, like y'all said. Well, I think everybody on this panel and everybody listening can agree that the NFL is the most powerful sports entity there is. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
100%.
Gotcha.
There's only 32 owners in the world of the most powerful entity there is. And one thing I haven't heard on this channel tonight, since I've been on here, maybe you said it before, and I think we missed the mark, is it's not about money. It's not about his ability to play or not play. It's about power. And what Coach Prime did, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but I think you agreed already, Harry, was when he went out and said what he said, he tried to wield his power. And they say, you're not doing that. We've had it happen before. Right? And where he miscalculated was when he went on that tour saying what he ain't going to do because he miscalculated who he thought he was.
Yes, sir.
And I've said this before, that Shedeur is paying for the sins of his father. Right?
That's a fact.
It's not a Shedeur. Hold on. No, to the channel. Everybody talk. All I'm saying is, what we're missing is, and I think people are missing this, is he's paying for the sins of his dad by doing what he did. Because I guarantee if Shedeur didn't, if Deion didn't go out and say all that he said, can everybody here agree that he probably would have went at the lowest third round?
Yeah.
You think that would be a fair assessment?
Yeah, second or third.
Second.
I'm saying at lowest.
But Coach Hayes, let me ask you a question, Coach Hayes. Let me ask you a question.
You can go when he's done.
No, I don't want to. You can ask me a question. I don't want to finish it. What I'm trying to tell people is, when you try to show power, see what people don't understand. These folks don't care that you're rich, because you're not. You ain't rich enough. Somebody got to play LeBron. That means they got way more money than him. They care that we get powerful. They don't care that we get rich. They care that we get powerful. And these are the things I'm trying to tell everybody. So when they quote unquote, if y'all want to go with the whole collusion, great, fine. Y'all can have that. However, you're not going to, because once you set that precedent, then everybody's going to try to what? Wield that power. So what are we going to do? I bet you won't do that again. Right? I bet that won't happen again, because I think everybody on here
right now.
I'm just saying, and this is what I've been trying to tell people. You're not going to tell these owners who are billionaires what to do. You're not going to tell them what to do with their franchises. You're not. The man just came on their side and want him.
But coach, hold on, coach. But you said something earlier. You said it's not about money, it's about power. I got a question for you, coach. How do they get that power? How do you
by owning the team?
What do you mean? How do they get that power? They already got the power.
To become a powerful man, to become a powerful man or a powerful woman, you got to have a lot of money. That's the only way you have the power, unless you.
They already got it,
sir. You can have a lot of money.
And your own question, Tennis.
You can, sir, Tennis. No, you're missing the point. You can have a lot of money. Sir, hold on, Tennis. You can have a lot of money and not be powerful. What I'm talking about, most of these billionaires, they're movers and shakers. None of these billionaires made their money off their team. This is a hobby for them, dog.
No.
Do you understand that?
Yeah, Coach Hayes, I got a question.
No, I'm not confused. What I'm saying is, you do get money, but you get powerful. LeBron could go as far as he gonna go until he try to do what? Until he try to make a move, right? They'll let you do that in the NBA. You ain't gonna do it in the NFL, i.e. Kaepernick, right? You only gonna go so far. They're not gonna let you be in control. That's all I want to say. Go ahead, Wild Dog. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a question because the thing is, it's like, okay, what war is Shedeur fighting or whatever? But my question to you is like, I label it as pride, but what's wrong with being an uppity Negro? What's
Nothing.
wrong with being confident? Why should my confidence offend your insecurities? So that's
Because
the issue.
okay,
That's
here
that
it is.
that
You're
that
going to get drafted.
that
No,
that's
but I'm
Coach
answering your
Prime.
question.
That,
No, I'm answering your question.
that's
I'm
Coach
answering-
Prime's sin, right? Or no?
Yes, but here's what I'm gonna tell you. It ain't your
You're gonna be
team.
sitting out watching
That's
your
the
boy
problem. Wild
struggle.
Dog. Hold on, here, watch this. Wild Dog, I don't know where you work at. Go into your boss office tomorrow and show your confidence.
Oh, I have, and I paid the cost. And I've known. I said, when I do this, I'm gonna be who I am. I'm gonna be authentic Wild Dog. I know what's gonna happen in here. I'm gonna fight for my rights, but I know I'm already looking for another job. I know I already got to have another job set up. But I'm gonna go in here. I got my lawyer. I got all my stuff filed because I already know what's gonna happen. And I'm gonna tell these white folks about themselves. But I already got my paperwork filed, and I already got another job. So I paid the price. Pay the cost. Now, look, Coach Hayes, when we sat down with Emmitt Smith's son, what did we do? Hey, you got to play the game this way. Say this and do this, so you can play along with this good old boy game. So I've been on both sides of that now.
But isn't that the point he was making?
Wild Dog, that's my whole point.
We coach Emmitt Smith's son to play the game to get in smooth and not have any problems.
I think both of y'all are agreeing.
You know what?
No,
You know what? Can I just say something here, and I'm gonna leave.
Hold on, Ms. Anderson. I want to answer
Okay.
Wild. To your point, Wild Dog, you heard what you just said? I knew what was finna happen when I went in here.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it ain't another team. I mean, ain't another league. It's the CFL or the XFL with Dwayne Johnson. If they got a monopoly on this, you could go get another job somewhere, but you knew you weren't going to work at that organization anymore. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Prime didn't
That's
go
why we told Emmitt Smith's son to play the role. That's why Cam Smith played the role. Cam Ward played the role. I know how to play this role to get number one. I'm going number one. I know what to say, what to do.
Can I just say something? I'm 66 years old. I'm 66 years old, and I listened to my dad, who passed away at 95, out of Memphis, Tennessee, and watched what he said raising his kids. And one of the things that I asked him, because I'm definitely part of the struggle with us. I asked him, I said, well, why is it that black men didn't fight? Because they had to deal with, hold on a second, he had to deal with not only mass racism, but his dad, my granddad, had to deal with slavery. And then going through Reconstruction and all of that crap. I said, why didn't they fight back? And here's one of the things that I heard you say that my daddy said. He said, they took all of that they took, and this is before Martin Luther King, they took all of that and bowed their heads and shuffled their feet because they recognized they had mouths to feed. And if they had a got bucked up because they mad, it wasn't that they were didn't want to fight for their family, but if they fight and they kill them, then ain't nobody gonna take care of the family that they created.
All right, time.
And I'm hearing you say the same thing to your sons. Put your head down, buck up, and take it.
Is that good or bad? I don't know where you're going with that.
That's it.
Thank you.
Not a good thing.
It's their program, dog. You can't make these people do this.
No. Let her answer. I want her to answer.
Not a good thing. Doesn't mean
what is the solution then, Miss Anderson?
Hold on, guys.
What is the solution?
Why y'all can't respect the guy running the show? I'm asking y'all to just hold on. I want her to answer the question. Is that a good or bad thing, Miss Anderson?
Sir, y'all tell me what the solution is to tell your son that he got to bow his knee and kiss a ring. You tell me. I don't have to tell you. You tell me. I fought, and I seen my brothers fight, and I've seen them get slapped down. I'm sorry. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the solution is, but I know what our conversation is. Turn your butt over and let them do with you whatever you want to, because it's their system. It's their ball. It's their game.
I don't think that's what
think
we're
you're
saying.
having
I'm
an
sorry. I'm
emotional
sorry.
response to
I'm sorry. That's
entertainment.
what I hear you brothers saying.
Listen at us
But
And
you
then
talk.
you're
couldn't provide
arguing
an
and majoring over
alternative, Miss
what's spiritual
Anderson.
and what's not spiritual.
Miss
This boy
Anderson, you
ain't
can't
doing
provide
that.
an
This young
alternative.
man ain't doing that.
Mm-mm.
He's taking it, but he's
What is
taking
your
it his way.
alternative, Miss Anderson?
He's taking it his way.
What
Pray
is your
for him because
alternative?
he's trying to do it his way.
What is
You are making an emotional connection.
Yes,
What is
sir.
the
Yes, sir.
alternative?
Yes, sir. Just
What
like with
is
my
the
kid.
alternative? You are speaking on a panel with men who live
I
in this
am.
experience.
I
As a
know.
male, live in this experience.
I know.
With guns pointed to the head, nobody knows I have degrees and all of that. But we are telling you in this situation that you are getting emotional about, we do not own resources. We don't own the music industry. We don't
We
own the
know that.
entertainment
I
industry.
look, it is
If
not
you
you
want to
all. It's that
participate,
you're saying that something's not a spiritual battle when it is. You telling him to do this when a
My hands
whole
up, man.
system is
but
rigged
you still
against him.
can't provide an
can I
alternative. So you are being emotional
can I
about
say
what?
all
What
right,
is
Panda,
the
hold on one
I ain't
alternative?
second. Let
got
me
an
handle
answer, but God do.
let me can I handle some business real quick? I want to say thank you for the super chat, Miss well hold up. Not Miss Envision Wellness Medical Group. Thank you for the super chat. So Miss Anderson, they're agreeing with you. They're saying, I agree with her. Don't minimize bringing God in the conversations. So, okay. So let me address that real quick, and then I'll let you have it. Um, this is the problem I'm having with this. When I said earlier he has to declare war, is because we can't just say Shedeur is, he's leading his generation, he's fighting this war and it's spiritual. I don't see Shedeur as that. I'm a man of God. I'm not seeing Shedeur fighting my spiritual war. I just want to make that very clear.
Big facts.
Shedeur is fighting for his career.
Big facts.
Shedeur is not fighting a spiritual war that we are supposed to gather behind him and say, let's pray for this young man because he's fighting a spiritual war. This is my opinion, and I want to make that very clear. Shedeur makes his music. Shedeur fight for his career. He does what he does for his career. Shedeur has not declared any kind of war saying I'm fighting some spiritual battle, and I want the devil to know that he's not going to win this, and we all need to fight this battle with him. That is not what's going on here. We are making it that. We're saying that. So we understand what he's facing. I want to make this very clear. Let's not act like we don't know that there is racism within the NFL. We understand that. But if we start making this about, Shedeur is fighting a spiritual war and we need to pray for him, then I got to check the fruit. If I check the fruit, it ain't going to return any good apples. It ain't going to return no good pears. It ain't going to be that. So if y'all want me to go there, well, first of all, you're not going to make me go there because I'm not going to go there.
I even tried to show the difference.
Right. I'm just trying to make sure we understand what's going on. As a man of God and as a spiritual man, nobody has declared war yet. Shedeur is not fighting my spiritual war. So I'm not making it that. This is football, and Shedeur is fighting for his career. when Shedeur went through the humbling experience of the draft slide dance, when the NFL showed his racist head, Shedeur was humbled, and he said, when he was asked what did this mean to him and what happened, where did he grow the most? He said, I grew and I got closer to God. He said, my relationship with God got closer. So let's make sure that we understand what that means. My relationship with God got closer, got better.
So what does that mean?
What does that mean is
that a spiritual battle?
If we're trying to make this Shedeur's going through a spiritual battle and he's fighting this spiritual war. If you were not with God before the draft slide dance and your relationship had to get better with God, then that means that this is not a spiritual battle that he was fighting. He was fighting for his career, and his relationship with God got better because God was trying to show him certain things that was going on, and God wanted to get his attention. I made a whole video about that. When God got his attention, he had to pay attention. But we're not.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I'm not really I ain't following that logic.
What I'm telling you is. Okay, so listen. Let me tell you what I'm telling you.
Let's stick it to the football, man.
I'm trying because
that's what I'm getting ready to say. I'm getting ready to come out of here. I'm sorry. I'm the one who started it. I'm the one who started it.
I know exactly, Harry. I know exactly what you're saying. What you
and Harry understand.
I get it. I totally understand.
You and Harry understand the point.
Listen, I get it. All thing he's saying, I know, but only thing Harry was saying was
I just want to make sure that people. I want to make sure people understand Shedeur is not fighting this spiritual battle that we should get behind him for this spiritual battle that he's fighting. What Shedeur is dealing with is the racism.
Yeah, why not?
Listen to me. Let me finish my thought. And
when Harry finishes, I'm gonna give you from a different angle.
That's what I'm saying. What you're trying. Shedeur's fighting for his career, and he's dealing with the racism that has always been in the NFL. That is being further exposed. Kevin Kaepernick exposed some of it, and we know that when the NFL teams want to humble you, they have their way of humbling you. All right, but where we're trying to say is, we're trying to say Shedeur's going through this. He's fighting this spiritual battle, but what you don't have is a declared enemy to say, okay, we're going to fight this battle with you, and this is how we're going to put this thing forward so that we know what result is going to come out of this. That's where you say, okay, we have a war, we have a battle that we're fighting. I don't know why you're not understanding what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, because you just went around. Okay, so what spiritual battle you've seen?
Let me give it to Panda, and then we'll come back to Miss Anderson. Panda, go.
This is what I'm saying, right? Panda. The only parallel I would say with Harry, life is spiritual. Now, regardless of what dimension of it you fall on, life is spiritual. I think the point Harry is trying to make is we can't over spiritualize it to the point where we say, because Shedeur is going through this black experience, the entire experience becomes spiritual. We must say, hey, he's having a black experience with a league that is known for being operating in racism or the systems of racism, right?
Correct.
If when we say spiritual warfare, we are talking about somebody who is an active believer, and the spiritual warfare is on them not achieving the spiritual thing where God put them through. This is sports. Right. This is entertainment. The point Harry is making it, this isn't a life of spirituality where you are afflicted with affliction or you are afflicted with immorality or something like that, where it becomes warfare for the soul. This is
right. For me to
So none of this has to do with your soul. None of this has to do with your soul.
But the point he's making is when we start shifting everything into the over spiritualization category. It blinds our ability to see what is happening with the misses in football, with the systematic of racism, because the racist structure that he's dealing with is not unique to him. Is not unique to him at all.
Okay. Okay,
Miss Anderson,
you got it. You got it. I'm gonna.
Miss Anderson, you cannot at one
America
point
was
Can I
built
just?
want
on
to
slavery.
when
So it's
somebody's
not just
speaking you
NFL.
insert. We can't do that. So if we operating in the fruits of the spirit, there is display that shows that this is the fruit: patience, forbearance. So when we're talking about this whole spiritualizing thing, we can say, hey, even on this platform, we are struggling with the fruits. So in life, it is spiritual. But when it comes down to it's sports entertainment, that system of racism existed before Shedeur. That is the
Correct.
point that coach is trying to make. When it comes down to what is happening to him, we can all agree that is unfair. He didn't have a
Right.
fair shot in the preseason. He didn't have a fair shot. There were things that was weird in the whole arrangement of things. But there's one thing about Christianity that we often leave out: accountability. There were things that his dad did that was the spirit of pride.
Mm-hmm.
If
That's
you
why I
want to
said
go into
I
the
don't know if you want me to touch this,
the
because if I
things,
touch this and I gotta go in, then I'm gonna have to
I'm
expose a
trying
lot
not
of
to make
things
it
that you don't want me to expose.
I could
And
really
now you
explain my
bring out
point.
now you start doing what the Bible also talks about making judgment.
You see,
Oh
Particularly
my
making
God.
judgment
all right,
Oh
over
my
a
God.
Hold
kid.
on, y'all.
We should
Can
never
I
talk
say
about
something
anything.
right quick?
Hey guys,
Can
we
I
should
say
never
something
talk
right
about anything
quick?
Oh
spiritual.
my
We
gosh.
should never
Can I
talk
say
about
something
not
sports
to
right
and
y'all
quick,
kids.
make it
please,
Let's
spiritual.
talk
I'm
fellas?
about
trying
football. Let's just
Fellas,
talk about sports and football.
can I
No
say
God.
something? Can I say something?
We can't keep talking at the same
Stop.
time, guys. Go ahead.
Stop right where you're at, because even in this conversation, we have opinions and it's not working. It's not working for none of us and it's not getting us anywhere. So your platform is the football, and we've gotten off, and I am going to take accountability and say I brought that on.
No, I pray here.
And
Appreciate it.
I recognize
hold
God
on,
every single time on my channel.
let me apologize.
Jesus Christ.
Tony, what I do? No.
I just want to let you know that I speak about God here too. So
Okay,
this is,
but
I don't just
I
talk about
brought this
football.
on, and
I
this
talk
doesn't
about
have
God and I
anything
talk
to,
about religion all the time on this
but it
channel.
doesn't have anything to do with football. And it doesn't
Well,
have
yeah.
anything to do with, I mean, I get where you're saying, and I get where I'm coming from, and I get where you're coming from. And at some point, we just got to go, hey, let's just agree to go ahead and disagree about that, and let's just remain civil. Let's just put it where it is, because, man, I think all of you all are beautiful, beautiful brothers and fathers.
Shante.
I don't have anything negative to say about y'all.
But
Now,
disagreement doesn't mean you're not
what
being
I
civil
want
though.
to say to you now is that I see where they're having the cheerleaders, a couple of them be girly boys. And I'm wondering if there's a place in the NFL for that. And if they allow that to happen, then what in the world are people looking at? Because if they're
Hey,
looking
wait,
at
before
our
we go down
brothers
there, before
and
we
our
go down there,
sisters, our brothers playing football in the same manner that they would be looking at a girly boy
yeah, let's
cheer,
stop right there, Miss
then
Anderson.
there's something wrong with the NFL.
You are
So
going into something different
I
again.
did. That's what
Yeah,
What
I'm
we're
trying to
hold
going
on,
into
wait.
change
Let
the
me say
today,
this,
subject.
Harry, before I
Shedeur is what
lose
we're
my
we
talking
thought. Let
about.
can't
me
do
say
it.
something.
We
Let me
can't
No
say
do
something,
it.
Harry,
diddy.
before I lose
You
my
I'm
are
thought.
trying to
doing
change.
it
But listen,
again,
No
hold
diddy.
on,
and
hold
you
on,
know
y'all. Let me
what
say
you're
something.
doing, Miss Anderson. Stop doing that.
Hold on, hold on,
I
No
hold on.
think
diddy.
Harry. I think the
Too many people
point is
You
talking.
though.
know
Hold on,
what
hold
you're
on.
doing.
Too many people talking. Let's control this conversation.
Listen, I think the problem is, Harry. This is the first, and y'all can try to find one, but I think this is the first black athlete that people that don't even pay attention to sports is rooting for. That's why when I said to Jack and Robinson, I wasn't trying to say what they had to go through. I'm saying far as the black people rooting, almost every black person is rooting for him. And it
But
has
let's put it
nothing
in
to do.
context. What does that mean?
I'm finna break
Let's
it
put it,
down to you. Hold on,
that
wait. I'm finna
doesn't
break it
mean
down
that
to
we're
you.
fighting
Hold
some
on,
spiritual battle.
Harry.
We gotta be very
I'm
careful.
finna
I'm
break
not
it
gonna let it
down
happen
to
on
you.
this
No,
channel.
wait. What I'm saying is, in a way, praying and spiritual, the way is the only way that Shedeur has. Because if you like, I broke it down to you
But he
earlier.
ain't fighting no spiritual
Hold on,
battle, man.
wait, Harry,
He's
wait.
not doing. He's
Listen,
not doing what y'all are
Harry,
saying.
wait, Harry. Yes, he is. Watch
So
this.
Jackie
I'm gonna tell you.
He's
Robinson
Hold
fighting
fought a
on,
a
spiritual
wait.
battle.
personal.
Watch this.
He's
Watch this,
fighting a
bro.
personal
So
battle,
I'm gonna
not
tell
Jackie
what we're
you.
fought a
I'm
talking
gonna
about.
spiritual
tell you
battle.
why. I'm gonna tell you why. I broke it down to you earlier. Eli Manning has the yacht already set up for him, and he has done nothing to earn that. So you're telling me a black quarterback who won a Johnny Unitas Award, every expert in the NFL, college, whatever, had him going no later than second, meaning that he's a good quarterback, proven, get treated like this, and he don't need a spiritual prayer, but a guy who hasn't played a top 10 football school or beat no one that matters is the number one pick, whether he break his knees, leg, or whatever. But just off the name and the color of his skin, some organizations see a future with him. Why is it that way?
So there's two different things going on here. See, this is what we're doing. You're trying to make it seem like we're gonna. And Miss Hope, I think I read all of your super chat. If I missed one, I'm sorry. Maybe the conversation was getting a little too tough or too much, and I missed one. I put it up though. Every time I see a super chat, I try to put it up and not try to cut somebody off. If I miss reading one, please forgive me. But I don't remember missing any of them. But let me know if I miss one, and I'll put it up. But this is. I want to be careful with this because I didn't want to take this conversation there, but we're here already, and I think we're starting to miss each other. Saying don't pray for Shedeur because he's not having a personal spiritual battle. You're missing the point I'm trying to make here. Personal spiritual battles and declaring war and all of those things are different. You have to understand that. Y'all can talk football all y'all want. This spiritual thing is a whole nother thing we're talking about here. And we got to be very careful how we handle this. Because
we can't over spiritualize life.
Right. We got to be very careful how when it comes to God, I don't play with God. I don't. We can talk football and we can all be cordial, but when it comes to God, I don't play around with this. When we start making this thing about, oh, this is a spiritual warfare and this man is leading the charge and he's doing all of this, I want you to be very careful and understand that this is not what that is.
Thank you, Harry.
Is Shedeur having a personal battle that he's going through spiritually? Obviously, yes. He said it himself. He's having to answer things that he's having to get closer to God to understand why this is happening for him. Because I think John Lewis says, don't say, why is this happening to me? You should ask the question, why is it happening for me? So Shedeur is having to go through some growing pains spiritually to understand why God is doing this for him. That is separate from when you say we're having a spiritual crusade. I can't make that any more clear because there are some people that are misunderstanding what's going on. A spiritual crusade is different from when somebody's going through a personal spiritual battle and you sympathize and empathize with them and you want to continue to pray for them. That's a difference. A spiritual crusade is when you gather the saints and you go to war to win a spiritual battle. That's a difference. Don't play with God. We're not going to play with God on this channel. We're not doing that.
Yeah. Y'all you let it get too
Harry,
deep.
can I say this?
Hold
Hold on. I
Your
can
video
lose
got
this
stuck.
entire channel and I lose everything on this channel, all the subscribers and everything. Don't play with God. When it comes to this God thing, I don't care about subscribers. I don't care about Shedeur. I don't care about Deion Sanders when it comes to this here God thing. Don't play with that. We're not
you did
playing
something
with
the other day, Harry. You picked
and
that
I ain't gonna let
Bible up.
nobody play with that.
You picked that Bible up the other day, Harry.
This ain't no spiritual crusade. This is a personal life thing. Tennis, don't interrupt me, please. Hold on.
Chill, bro.
Let him go, chill. No, nobody.
Let me say this. It's important that we get to this part where everybody understands that this is not a spiritual crusade. This is somebody who's going through something personally, and we empathize with them because we have the same skin color, and this has been going on for generations now.
Exactly.
And we empathize.
Correct.
And we pray for them.
Yeah.
And we stand in the gap for them.
Yeah.
I have done that on this channel. But what I don't want, and I'm not going to allow, because my God that I serve is not a respecter of man. And we're not at any point going to make this a spiritual crusade because it is not. Stop that.
I appreciate that. Can I say something?
Coach Hayes first, and then Tennis.
Yo, Tennis, chill, man.
Coach Hayes first, and then
I
Tennis.
just want to say this, and it may not be the most popular thing, but I guess I'm big at looking at things in totality, right? And I look at this, and I appreciate what you said, Harry, because it's not. This is further from this is for a young man fighting for a position. We're not talking about a social construct. We're not talking about the betterment of the Black community or anything else.
We're not.
But one thing I know is that for some reason in our community, we love celebrity. We follow celebrity, right? So that's why you have such an uproar here, which is fair. Cool, I'm cool with that. But I always go back and ask the question, where were the same, I'm going to just make the equivalent, the CU aunties for the Colin Kaepernick, who was waging a war, who was going to lose his career behind this, right? Where was that uproar? Where were the people that said, we're not going to watch the NFL no more because of blah, 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 right? We were just talking. We were there for the moment, not the movement, right? We as a people are putting so much emphasis and energy into a young man fighting for a job. And I'm not saying we shouldn't. What I'm saying, we should also be doing that for people who are fighting for the injustice of our people and willing to lose everything.
That's a fact.
You understand what I'm saying? That's where I'm coming from with it, is that we got all this uproar about a young man who's fighting to play a position, not to downplay it, but he got money. He made a bunch of money. He'll never go broke.
Making money right now.
He'll never go broke. But what I'm saying is, we as a people, why do you think, and I don't want to make this political, but I'm gonna open your eyes to something real quick, fellas and lady. Why do you think they only put celebrity? I got you. Why do you think they put celebrity in front of us in the political arena? You ain't heard from doggone Herschel Walker since he lost. They just put Lawrence Taylor up there in front of the committee. He don't even know why he had the White House, because they know that we worship celebrity.
Donald Trump, the president.
I know, but I'm talking about in our community. We worship celebrity. Who the three people Donald Trump put in the White House? An actor, an athlete, and a musician.
Yep.
Because they know that's what we worship. If Deion Sanders was not his father, he'd be another dude where nobody be having the issues. And to him's point, the reason they're doing that with Arch Manning is because of who he's related to. He's celebrity. He's a clickbait. That's why they're doing that. He's clickbait. His uncles are royalty in the NFL game. So why, if I'm a company here to make money, why would I not start the conversation about Arch Manning being the number one? Nobody cares if they're going to be wrong. But for between now and the time he enters the draft, they're going to make a bunch of money off these stories about Arch Manning. It's entertainment, y'all. We got to be able to separate the two. And that's, to me, that's the biggest issue, Harry. And I appreciate you saying what you said, was that I understand people can pray for who they choose, and I have no issues or qualms with that at all. What I have an issue with is when you try to make it like he's the only young man going through these things, and he's not. It's young men that, guess what? They in the NFL on tryouts right now, and they going back to the projects.
Well, wait, Coach Hayes. That's the problem. He's the only young man who everybody, including the experts, graded him as talented to
And I
get
told
treated
you
like
why.
this.
But I told you why they
To
treat him
get
like that.
treated like this.
But I told you why.
But
Because
no,
they're
this
not
no,
going to
I
allow
agree
him.
with you. I agree
No, hear
with
me
you.
out.
I'm
I
just
know, but I'm
saying this
telling
is
you.
why it's
I know.
different.
But guess what? So was Colin Kaepernick. All he did was tell the police to stop fighting, dog. Like, just stop beating on
Yeah, but
us.
see, the thing about Colin Kaepernick, people didn't really like, and you can
What up?
push back if all you want to, but a
I'm ready to
lot
push
of
back
real,
because I
hold
agree
on,
with
hold
that
on, hold on,
situation.
listen to me, and y'all, I'm talking to everybody. A lot of real black people didn't feel that he was doing it for the real black people. You understand what I'm saying? They thought he was doing it for more as a stunt than a real black fist. You feel me? So that's why his movement wasn't as powerful and
That's
as
incorrect.
loud. And
But that's
wait,
also part of the game,
hold
him.
on,
They
hold on,
want
hold
you to
on,
have
hold on. Wait,
division.
wait, 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 wait. I'm trying to break it down to you. When you and this is why I'm gonna say this for you coming at the aunties, because the aunties don't know Kaepernick daddy. They don't have a reason to pray and root for him. As far as I know, they don't care about football if it's about Colin Kaepernick. But here you have a young black athlete who came up in the 80s, who was cocky, who played two sports, who was good, great at one, better than both of the Eli brothers. And people did not like the way he carried himself to today, and they charging his son for him. And that is what it is.
I disagree. I disagree. They charging him for what he did on behalf of his son when he started making those statements. They didn't charge him for being Dion. They charged him when he tried to go against that shield. That's when he got his head knocked off.
And
And
he did
that's
it
when
in a
Yeah,
prideful way.
but even
I
going back
don't
to the
follow him.
'80s, Dion was one of the only athletes who walk in, run a 40, leave, who came in the NFL with a bunch of juries sitting there
yeah, but he
saying,
also ain't the quarterback either.
"But hold on." The one of the most famous quotes, "Y'all ain't gonna have enough. Y'all gonna have to put me on layaway." That's what Deion Sanders said. That's
But what
what
does
we
that have to do
dealing
with
with.
what we're talking about?
What does that have to
Nothing.
No,
do with
no,
this?
no, no,
It's
no. What I'm
nothing.
saying, well, hold on,
The
listen. What I'm saying
system
is
has a lot to do with it.
some of those, hold on, bro. Some of those same owners and people who he rubbed wrong in the '80s and '90s is still around, bro. They still around. They
It
people
don't.
around. They sons and daughters and stuff is around, and they still Dion done threw water on reporters and all type of shit. It's a lot of people in those state spaces that don't like
But
Dion Sanders.
listen, Dion was Dion, and they let Dion be Dion. But when Dion made that statement, it changed everything for Shedeur.
No, I'm
So
talking about
Dion has
Harry
been Dion
before
for
the
a long
draft.
time.
Harry before the draft, when Dion went to Colorado, there were people doubting him, and you know what I'm talking about. Before
I
the
know that, but
draft,
we're talking about Shedeur. The matter with
I'm saying
Shedeur.
before Shedeur before the draft, people were saying he's an HBCU quarterback. He never beat an unranked team. He hold the ball too much. They've been saying this. Come on, Harry.
But no, they say
I,
that about
I
every
understand that,
quarterback.
but what I'm
Every
talking
Every
about
quarterback
is
No, they
black
don't. They don't
quarterback
say that. They
had
don't
that
say that
issue.
about every quarterback. They don't say that
Every
about every
black
quarterback.
quarterback had that issue. Come on.
Come
bro,
on.
every quarterback gets hate because guess what? Bro, every quarterback get hate. Yeah, everybody hated on Bo
Every
Nix.
quarter.
And I'm gonna tell you this: subconsciously, y'all hate Dylan Gabriel because he went to Oregon, but he wasn't even there when Dan Lannon said what he said about clicks and likes.
A
and
lot
his
of people
his
But
collateral
every
damage.
quarterback,
That's
every
all that
We
is.
don't,
quarterback
we
get
don't care. All, coach, all dust,
quarterback.
past,
Yeah, they
present,
all
future,
get it.
all
They
dust
all gonna
stuff.
get this work.
All dust
Anybody
disabled.
associated, if you anybody associated with Dan Lanning gonna get this work, and that's a
Right.
fact. Hey, let me handle some business real quick. No Face Podcast. Join TLP Live at gmail.com. I think you asked for the link before, and I said the same thing. Join TLP Live at gmail.com. You got to email that email. I don't just drop the link in the chat, but I think I said that Tennis was going to go next. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. But join TLP Live at gmail.com. Guys, we got to hurry up and wrap this up. It's almost 11 o'clock. Some of y'all got to go to church.
10 o'clock in Texas.
it's funny. Somebody been commenting all evening, and now they're asking what the podcast about. So there were people who even was inserting and didn't even know what was going on. And that is the point I'm trying to make. we get so caught up in the emotion of things that we don't even know what the conversation was about. This is a sports program. A sports
Hey man,
program.
stop going at my guest. What are you doing?
No,
Don't
but
be attacking my
it's
guest.
funny though.
What's wrong with
It's
you?
all the
Man,
comments
man,
they've
you
been
leave my
making.
guests alone. Stop
They
attacking my
don't. They're
guests.
not even aware what the
Who
original
cares?
conversation.
Leave my guests
I ain't
alone.
coming
PC
back
Stop
no
was
attacking.
the
more.
one who
I
shifted everything.
started some mess. I ain't coming back no more.
Leave my guests alone, Panda. Hey, Tennis, you said you wanted to
And
say
I've been on
something?
my best behavior. You noticed that, right?
I know.
Yeah, I wanted to say something a long time ago. I appreciate the lady being on here. Because, yeah, this is a men program and we are men. And sometimes we think we are not emotional or we can't be emotional. Yeah, Coach, I
Tennis, what are you
understand.
talking about?
This is entertainment. It is a sports channel and all of that. But, you know, sometimes in the heat of the moment, people get involved in stuff. Okay, we get caught up in it. But when you say, Harry, you confused me on a lot of issues. I'm confused about a lot of things tonight about particularly, you know, well, it's not spiritual.
You
I
said
don't
I'm
even know that.
confused on a lot of issues tonight.
I don't even. Well, I'm confused. Let me put it this way. I'm confused. I tell you what. So we don't talk about God on this program. We don't talk about spirituality. We don't talk about none of that stuff. Let's talk about sports. Let's deal with the sports issue. Okay, and I think that way nobody gets off into any crazy stuff or nothing like that or whatever. I'm satisfied with that because when I realize a lot of people that I'm talking to. I'm talking to a lot of different people that don't have the spiritual walk that I have. You're not the only spiritual one on this program, brother. You're not the only one that's walking with God. God speaks to me too, and I speak to Him, and we
I
get
ain't accusing
answers. We
nobody
get
of
things
not walking
going.
with God, but what we're not going to do
No,
is
no,
blaspheme
no, no.
the word.
Tennis,
The
what's
word. We're
going
not
on
going to do
with
That's
that.
what I'm saying.
how you
No,
end
no,
up
no,
down
no,
in
no.
the alley, Tennis?
Let me say
I ain't
let
gonna
me
sit
say
here and let
what
you
I'm
blaspheme and talk about, oh, this is a
let
spiritual
me say
warfare.
what I'm saying.
It ain't that, bro.
Because
But
I
you
know I
just
did.
said don't talk about it, Tennis, and then you do it.
I said let's not talk about that.
And you
Harry
are
brings
about
it
to
up.
do
Then
it.
you go, and then you
Leave it
went right back
alone.
into it.
Leave it alone. I ain't gonna
Leave it
go back
alone.
into it,
Leave it
but I'm
So
alone.
just
then
That's
why
saying.
don't
right.
you leave it
Well,
alone?
Okay.
but Harry
Well,
B, it's inevitable because, like you said, your channel's your channel's motivation or base was around Deion Sanders, who's a highly spiritual person. He's a believer, so that's inevitable that he's going to draw believers, other other brothers, to him. So I mean, we just are who we are. But like you said, there's certain lines you can't cross. You know, you don't ask a mountain to move just so you don't have to climb it. No, you climb it. You know. Then at the top, then you have a better understanding. Then you ask it to move if it needs to move.
That's what I'm
There's a
saying. Like,
difference.
I
There's a
don't
difference.
understand what when you say, "Oh, I'm spiritual too," or "You're not the only spiritual one," and blah blah blah. So you're saying that, but I'm defending our faith. Since you're saying you're spiritual too, you should be on the same page with me if you understand the spiritual thing that we're talking about. That
yeah,
we're not going to sit around and make something that saying something that is not that it is. You should
but isn't
understand
there
that this is not
isn't there scripture?
how we
Isn't
both
there a
going to be
scripture?
talking at the same time. Tennis,
I
you
don't.
tell me. You're OG. How we both going to talk at the same time?
We can't go ahead.
We talking about a spiritual family.
Right.
That's
So
crazy.
I'm just saying. I said we got to be very careful how we characterize this Shedeur Sanders job situation into a spiritual battle. We got to be very careful how we characterize it. That's all I said. We're trying
But
to
you
make
said
it something that is not. He
That
is
is
having
a
a
fact.
he is
but
having
you
a
did say
spiritual.
some other you did
Okay.
say some other things that I didn't agree with. That I
He's
disagree with.
having a personal
And
spiritual.
Christians do disagree. Don't put it those. So we get you.
Listen,
Christians do
listen,
agree.
Tennis. Listen. I'll give you the microphone, but you got to let me land my thoughts. Shedeur is having a personal spiritual battle. God is asking for his ear and his heart. He admitted to that.
Stop 1 second, Harry. I want you to listen to what Harry is saying, Hope, because you type in a lot of things, and I think he's being very clear. Start over, Harry.
Shedeur is having a personal, spiritual battle. He's fighting for his job as an NFL player. He's not doing this for money. He wants to play in the NFL. So he's fighting this battle to try to make sure that he lives out his dream. The battle that he's having is a personal, spiritual battle. God is asking for his heart, and God is asking for his ears. He admitted that. He said in the interview when they asked him what is the one thing that he has learned from, or what's the one thing he learned so far? He's gotten closer to God. When somebody said, I got closer to God, what does that tell you? That means that they needed to get closer. They weren't close enough to hear. They weren't close enough to watch out for the red flags. So if you're not listening, God can make you listen. So if you're saying I got closer to God and God is speaking to me, God is actually trying to get your attention. He can use situations to get your attention. So I just wanted you to understand that God finally got his attention. So
here, you've explained that the tennis channel like 7 times.
That's what I'm saying. So
I don't know what you always
other people in the chat.
We ain't got to get into this
personal battle.
Okay?
So
you don't have to explain it. Look at it. I'm a man of no. You don't have.
Hold on, man. Hold on. If Shedeur is fighting that personal battle, and we empathize, and we sympathize, right? It's okay that we do that because this is a guy that we like as a football player. So we're feeling all this pain, just like my guy Eric Jackson, who's suing for collusion. Suing for the pain that he felt through the draft situation. We empathize with that. We're all in the same. We're all in the same community, the same culture. So we empathize and we sympathize with that. So we're supporting him spiritually. We're praying for him respectfully, how we're supposed to do as a community. All I'm saying is let's not turn it into that other thing. Let's not make it like the battle that Moses fought for the Egyptians. Let's not make it the battle that Martin Luther King fought for us black people. Let's not make it a battle that what's the name? Muhammad Ali fought for us. We're trying to make it that. All I'm saying is let's not make it that, because he hasn't declared war yet like Kaepernick. He hasn't declared war yet against the organization and point out their sins and say, this is what I'm fighting for. We're going to get behind that. It's a personal battle right now. It's personal. And we're empathizing. We're seeing it happen because we know that the racism that this organization has been for generations. So we're all on board with helping this young man to go through that. We're supporting him. We have channels where we make videos and we say, Shedeur, you're good. I did a whole nother one video, the last video that I put up, and I critiqued his press conference, and I said, look, Shedeur is in a good space. We do all of that to support him. He has our attention. We have his attention, and he knows that we're supporting him. Let's keep it there. When you turn it into that other thing where you start saying, oh, this is God's chosen, we're going to start, he's fighting this God's war. And that's where I have to check everyone and say, stop doing that, because God didn't tell you that. That's not it.
Appreciate that, dog. Appreciate that.
Yeah, can we go on something else?
So tennis, are we clear on that? Are we clear on that?
I think we're clear on that.
Tennis,
I have nothing more to say.
Copy that.
Back to the football.
Final thoughts. Let's get up out of here. It's 11 o'clock.
And I'm cool too, sir, and all of y'all. I'm so enlightened at this point in my life with y'all, and I thank y'all for having me as a guest. And keep each other lifted up. Because spiritually, I think we all fighting something.
There you go. You
absolutely. If I had this many people with my personal spiritual battles, man, look, shoot, I would be winning a lot more of those battles because you got so many people praying with you.
I'll tell you what's up.
But that's why we need each other.
That's what I'm saying. We need each other. So that's what we're doing. As soon as if we keep it like that, then me and y'all, we cool. But if we start saying, hey, Harry B, I need you to I'll be like, well, y'all tripping. I'm African. We don't play with God. We do not play with God.
I just think when some of us
why you just be Stanford, y'all?
I just think when some of us are listening, we are listening for it to sound in the same way, to flow in the, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that becomes difficult. We all
I know people thinking that you're saying, oh, you're crazy. They're calling you all kinds of names and stuff like that. If we're fighting a spiritual battle, then let me know. I know where to put up. I know exactly where to pull up. But if we fighting for somebody,
now here's the other side.
Hey, Peter Investor, what's up with you, man? Hope all is well. You coming late,
here's
bro.
the other side to that.
We've been on here
Let's
for
get
like
off spiritual.
6
Let's get off
hours.
spiritual. Let's get off spiritual and get on football.
Nah, we about to close out the show.
Yeah, let's close out. This is my final thought, Harry.
Okay, yeah, get your final thoughts in, please.
Listen, the ball is in the Cleveland Brown court now.
Absolutely.
For as your starters is Flacco and Dillon. You know, y'all. I don't know if y'all looked at the schedule, but I have. Their first 5 games is real. We gonna see
Give
if
me my bat signal, Harry.
We gonna see if the Cleveland Browns got it right, or we gonna see if Shedeur Sanders will be in by week 8. Y'all got it.
Who talking? Is that Panda talking? I like you.
That's not Panda. That was
that's
him.
Not Panda?
That's Timothy.
Timothy?
Yes, him.
Okay, him. Hey, look. I'm gonna listen to you, but I ain't gonna say nothing until after them 5 games.
Oh, don't worry. I watch a lot of football.
Let me
stop. Is that your final thought?
0-5.
Let me stop
Is
lying.
that your final
I'm
thought?
gonna say something. I'm gonna say something.
If you're a gambling
I'm part
woman,
of y'all now.
Final thoughts or final thoughts? No rebuttals. Final thoughts or final thoughts? No rebuttals.
Yeah, no rebuttals on final thoughts, guys. We get it in. We said our final thoughts. Hold your tongue until the next live. All right, so that was him. All right, Coach Hayes, man, salute to you for finally connecting, man. I got to come on your show. Hey, man, go ahead, man. Final thoughts, please.
Oh, man. I mean, you said it all, bro. To be honest with you. Hawaii just beat Stanford. Shout out to them.
Is Hawaii FCS?
No, that's what I'm saying. They trash Stanford in the ACC. But anyway,
Hawaii is in the ACC?
No, Stanford.
No, I said it's Hawaii FCS.
Mountain West.
No, yes, they're in the Mountain West.
Oh, Mountain
They're
West.
FBS. They're FBS.
FBS, but Mountain West. Okay,
so FBS. Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
So anyway, no, man, my final thought, like I said, man, I appreciate you, you know what I'm saying, having me on. Like I said, I reached out to you. I just sent you another email from what I sent last time. Okay. So you'll get that. But anyway, with all that being said, man, hey, it is what it is. I enjoy the show. Enjoy your openness about things. And yeah, it is what it is, man. We good to go. But I just want people to understand, bro, this is still sports entertainment. This is their league. And here's my answer to y'all. Whether it's football or anything else, if you want to make a change, I used to tell my coaches this all the time. You got 3 options. Do it, don't do it, or go get your own. So either do it and be a part of the system, don't do it, quit and do something else, or go get your own.
Very profound.
And guess what? And we at a situation right now, we don't have our own league. So we got to know how to play within the rules, whether they're right, wrong, or indifferent. We got to know how to navigate these streets. And this football world ain't no different than life. When you go to your job in the morning, Harry, or whoever else out here work or whatever you do, you can't go in there and tell your boss what you are, what you ain't gonna do. It's just what it is. Am I right or wrong? Is that a fair statement?
Right. I mean, if you want to keep that job, unlike Wild Dog, unless you already filed your papers.
I hate to say that, and there's plenty of us way more qualified than your supervisor or your manager, but they got a job. Unfortunately, right? It's a microcosm of life, dog.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand fighting for it, but I appreciate what you said. Don't mix up the two.
Salute.
That's all.
All right, Miss C.A. Anderson. Final thoughts, please.
My final thoughts are, man, let's just keep praying for each other, keep lifting each other up, stay in the struggle because it's real out here. And thank y'all for having me on. It's been entertaining. And again, I want to apologize for bringing out something that was a lot of controversy. I stand on business, and I'm glad to be around brothers that stand on business in whatever part of the world you are in. I'm in Tacoma, Washington, and I appreciate you, appreciate your channel, appreciate your opinions, and hey, I got $1. I got $1. If you want to go start a team, you got my $1. So
That being said, hey, good night, y'all. I'm good. Good night.
Good night. We'll call it the paper league. Wild dog, your Wild dog, it's your turn. You got the microphone. Final thoughts.
Man, okay.
I ain't making no video for that paper league.
Hey,
you gonna get one view per video.
hey, it's pay-per-view. Pay-per-view.
Pay-per-view. That's good. Oh, you quick with it. You quick with it, Miss Anderson.
Hey, I've been around the block a little bit.
I'm sorry, Wild Dog. We all over your final thoughts. Go ahead.
And I don't know. I feel like I should change up because it feels like my final thought is kind of a rebuttal to what Coach just said, but I agree with Coach. And so, like in my life, I've made my stands. And everywhere I've gone, I've been underappreciated or had to make my stand. But guess what? It was always a better place. I'm grateful that I heard from former colleagues, even former employers or big bosses, on how things changed for the better after I was gone. So again, you have to have discernment on what fruit you're going to bear, what battles you're going to choose, or who you're going to roll with in your circle and so forth. So again, we're here because of Deion Sanders. We talk sports entertainment, but we're also believers like Deion Sanders. It's inevitable because the channels spawned from him, and he's a highly spiritual person, and his family's highly spiritual. So nothing wrong with being highly spiritual people. But again, what fruit are you trying to bear, right? And no blasphemy, So at that point, I'm just like,
what you mean by blasphemy? How does that fit in?
So we've had.
No pushback on
Let me finish, because there has been. I'm not talking about anybody on the panel, so don't take it personal. So, because this sphere is gotten pretty big, and some of the things that have been said and gone on, I'm like, man, I don't want to be associated with that. And then people automatically associate you with everything. So with that being said, if there's a battle to be fought with regard to how NFL rookies or players are treated and so forth, what better than someone who has pedigree, who has money, and who has the pride and the strength and the development to handle it? Why not let it be a Sanders and or a Manning to deal with the NFL? Because us regular people, us regular fans, we filed a lawsuit, but where is it going to go? Yeah, the NFL is going to be found guilty of collusion again, but what reward or what penalties? Because the NFL is so powerful. So even when they're found guilty, nothing happens. And then when nothing happens, none of us care about it. So again, positive energy, right? Support of a fellow believer, a fellow brother, right? But to what extent? Okay?
I'm only letting
And
you go
so,
longer because you're cooking, but go ahead.
so let the Sanders deal with the NFL.
Mm.
Let the Mannings deal with the NFL because they're best suited to deal with it.
Mm.
And let us enjoy the game of football as best we can. And I said it, and people didn't like it, but I'm going to end on this. If the NFL ends tomorrow, football still lives on. Friday Night Lights, baby. Blessings.
All right, you went way over, but you were cooking, so I'll let you do it. All right, Helm, you get the final thought, man. You get the final mic.
Man, I ain't go yet.
Oh, you ain't go yet. My bad.
Him could go before me.
Oh Lord, we're gonna let Peter go last. Oh jeez.
You know how it goes.
Go
I'm
ahead,
gonna answer
Helm.
your question, Shante.
Go ahead, Helm. Oh, Helm is already gone.
I think him went already.
Nah, I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. It's a
Did
great
you
show,
give
man.
your
Great
final thoughts
show,
already?
man.
Yeah, he gave his final thoughts already. He went first.
Oh, okay, my bad. All right then, Panda. Oh Lord,
Oh, okay.
Panda.
First of all, I want to
Hey, but
welcome my
before you
friend.
go though, I want to say, Wild Dog, that was very profound. I felt like I wanted to say that. I got a big headache right now. I feel like I wanted to say that in the mix of everything. Like, hey man, the powers that be is very hard to fight. So you gotta choose your battles very carefully. So Wild Dog, I'm so glad you said that. It was hitting. So that's why I didn't cut you off, because we're not gonna be having no 2-3 minute final thoughts. Okay, keep it short. Stop playing with me, Panda. Go.
I just want to shout out my friend, my only
And
friend.
DC and Shante, stop playing with me. You ain't got no dollar chalupas. Who the heck? Where y'all getting dollar chalupas from? He talking about you gonna pay a price. Go ahead, Panda. I'm sorry.
And Shante came in late, so we were basically had some intel, how accurate or not, was somebody who had family in the Bears organization was basically saying that they all colluded for Shedeur not to be drafted at all, and somebody interjected on the Browns, so they never really wanted him from the beginning. So that's how we went from here, and then people start saying it's a spiritual warfare and all that. You came in late, so that was just a brief recap. As far as going into Monday, where everybody's looking to see if they keep him or not, if it's a situation where he'll be for practice team or under we in a situation where it's unprecedented in so many different directions. What I can say is if it's about talent, he deserves to be there. If it was about give him a fair shot. Unfortunately, based on what some of the things were said in the organization, we either overestimated what the experience was going to be. Because if we treated him as a 5th round pick, he kind of got what a 5th round pick gets, right? But if we are doing it based on the organization say that no quarterback is secure and they're doing it based on giving everybody an opportunity, we didn't see that happen. We end up in a situation where you have an overinflated fan base of a particular player, not the Browns, of a particular player who T-shirt is doing numbers, who everybody sees that his experience is unjust. So for me, my
You
expectations
trying to
going.
get me into trouble with that T-shirt numbers? There you go again. Interject. I know we ain't no pushback. Stop with the T-shirt stuff.
No, I'm talking about the fan base. I'm not talking about football. Like coaches dealing with football. The fan base is looking at these criteria like he's selling T-shirts, he's doing this,
Okay.
the kids love him. So there's an experience that the fan base is drawn to. But then coach was reminding us that hey, this is bigger than him.
Hey, hold up, Panda. You might want to talk on this. Let's hear this.
Yeah, obviously we didn't play great as an offense in the second half. That's never on one person. So we can be better in a bunch of areas. I just felt like we wanted to get Shedeur on that.
Okay, so this is him saying the reason why he didn't give Shedeur the ball in the 2-minute drill. So remember, we were speculating in the beginning I think he's just saying, right, let me let him say it one more time. I think this is recorded on somebody's phone or something. But if I heard him right, I think he said it ain't about one person. Let's listen in one more time.
Yeah, obviously we didn't play great as an offense in the second half. That's never on one person. So we can be better in a bunch of areas. I just felt like we wanted to get Shedeur on that.
Okay, so he said it's not just about Shedeur, it's about everybody not playing great, and he wanted to give Snoop or whatever his name is. He wanted to make sure that he gave him an opportunity. You wanted your last 10 seconds.
What we are saying is we don't feel as a collective that he was given a fair shot at getting to play or getting to show that, you know what, perhaps the preconceived notion about me was wrong. Whatever it was, bad interviews, whatever the media said. And I think the media as a whole is doing what the media does, and which is using negativity to drive engagement. Unfortunately, as a culture, we feed off on negativity. So we can't use what the media is doing, what the system of the NFL is doing, and become so emotionally tied to it, then we start to draw God or put God to it. My pastor often says this: we can't read ourselves into the Bible. It's the same way we start reading the experience he's having to extremes. Life is spiritual, yes, but I do believe that when it comes to football, we must be able to identify that it's a bad system. And we could also identify what Harry says, that this may be an experience. If we believe in the sovereignty of God, God wants him to go through this. If we believe no weapon formed against us can prosper, and we all, aunties pray for him. If we believe no weapon formed against us can prosper, whatever he's experiencing, God has blessed him with more than enough to go through it. So that's my perspective.
Whew. Lord, I thought it would never end, but at least
I
you
had to
ended
pull
well.
myself back, man. I gotta go do audio at church because some of us really go to church. What
You taking a shot at my people coming in here, my guests?
No.
Some of us really go to church. Is that what you want to do, Mr.
Nah,
Dylan?
but the funny thing
Dylan
is,
Gabriel. Some of us are competitors, and some of us are entertainers. That's what you want to do. That's how you want to finish this.
But the funny thing is, if people really had experiences outside of today, it would have never went off for the rails.
Yo, stop. Let's go. Let's get up out of here. All right, guys. Thank you. I appreciate everybody.
You caught that. You caught that. Shante, what's up?
Let me go check my subscribers.
Harry, check your email.
For sure. Let me go check my subscriber count because I'm sure I lost a few. So, anyways, I'll see y'all on the next show, man. I appreciate y'all, Coach Hayes, DC Cars and Panda, Miss Anderson coming on Tennis Channel, him, even Common Sense came from the grave and came back on today. I appreciate y'all in the chat. Wild Dogs in the chat. He was on the panel. Surfer boys out there. My guy Peter, investors out here.
Tell Shante to put on a notification. She came.
Shantae's in the chat. She's my
He's
number
my
one
brother.
Miss Anderson, you have a great evening. Thank you so much for coming on. Hey man, Shantae, my number one hater. I appreciate you, Peter. Even Peter's in the chat. Adrian is in the chat. Hey man, y'all have a great evening, man. I thank you for your 6 hours and 30 minutes.
Shedeur gonna make the team.
Shedeur, man, I hope he gets traded, man. And if he go to practice squad, guess what happens? He can get claimed off that practice squad. So, hey, DC, I don't know if you want to check your marriage with Shantae in the chat. Y'all might want to rekindle your relationship, or at least y'all can go to counseling. And so my wife is a counselor. She has her own counseling business. If y'all need help, I can definitely hook y'all up. But y'all gotta work that out. DC and Shantae in the chat. In real life, y'all gotta play a different game. Good night, everybody. I'm out. Peace.